Chapter 16. Mouse Making Merry. Glancing down at the short form that had appeared before both her and her clan head and was currently locking the door it had just stepped through, Rin turned to the older woman and made the comment the situation was just sitting up and begging for. I really should be more surprised than I am that you'd walk around in something like that. Hey, as always when defending one of the very first presents he'd ever been brought, Naruto tucked himself up defensively in the comforting embrace of his favorite jumpsuit, still as reassuringly orange as it had been the last time he'd hung it up in his small wardrobe. Don't mess with the orange. This color of awesome is probably the only thing that stopped sane practicing ninja in the training fields taking a little too much off the top when I got too close to them training by accident. I can imagine looking at anything that hideously bright I probably wouldn't be able to throw straight either. Seeing the mouse bristle at this and knowing that for a reason she wasn't fully privy to he set a great deal of store by his favorite set of clothing, Tsume stepped in to break up the argument before it could truly get off the ground. So then, Naruto. Her voice was slightly louder than strictly necessary, but it was enough to force the two warring parties to focus their attention on her rather than each other. Get everything done in there you needed to. Yep, got the place airing out and fed the few survivors that are still around. Though that doesn't mean I'll get away with not spending another night on the training ground to replace their numbers. Though luckily because it's cold outside it'll be easier for them to track my body heat so I can pick them all up in the morning. And I'm finally wearing kit that fits me for a change and kit that suits you loud, obnoxious, and a complete eyesore. Glowering at Rin as her clan head tried her best to hide her wide smile and smother snickers, Naruto launched a rapid counter-offensive. True, but none of that was able to tip the Dragon Village off one thing I learnt if nothing else in all the time I've been training on the grounds. The more you want to stay hidden the more you should stand in plain sight. Really? Seeing the skepticism on both women's faces, the Jinchuriki grinned and nodded. You bet it takes a real ninja to act like someone who's not a ninja after all. Even as they tried to get their heads around this circular logic, Naruto put it into context with a rather more earthly expression he'd picked up from one of the awesome foursome. Look at it like this: if I was to walk down one of the main streets of Konoha and say out loud, "Oh dear Kamisama, I'm going to break wind like a firecracker," I could guarantee you everyone would be so busy looking the other way out of politeness or disgust that no one on that street would remember what I looked like 5 minutes after I'd gone past. The reaction of the two Inuzuka to this comment was as typical as Naruto had been expecting. Rin broke in a cringe so deep a Mednin would have been forgiven for mistaking it for a mild palsy of sorts, while Tsume, once she managed to calm her shivering shoulders, simply shook her head at his gross but oddly true case in point. Well, be that as it may, you've no need to avoid anyone in our clan tonight, Naruto, much as I thought I'd never say those words, anyway. Come on. Impatiently she seized her younger clan member firmly but not harshly by the jerkin around her shoulder and held out her free hand for Naruto to hold. The night is still relatively young and the clan should be ready by about now. It's been a while since Kurokun had to play herding dog, but even he couldn't lose 7 puppies between the Hokage Tower and our grounds, least of all with one of the Haimaru backing him up. Ready? Tempting though it was to chuckle at the image of the alpha of the Inuzuka's pack dutifully rounding up strays to loud whistles and shouts of "come by," Naruto's suspicious mind had latched onto one of the first things Tsume had let slip, and wasn't letting go without knowing what the body it was attached to was going to be letting itself in for. Ready for what exactly? At this query Tsume did laugh properly, glancing down at the returned mouse with benevolence softening her normally stern countenance. You honestly thought I, or at least Kurokun and I, were going to let you get off the hook that easily after you brought back not just our missing pack members, but little Rin-chan as well? For such a streetwise kid you can be really dense at times. When I sent Kuromaru home with the others I told him to get the whole clan ready for a celebration that'll wake people up in eyewear when the guest of honor arrives. Though of course before I let it kick off properly I'll have to pass on the Sandame's message and cobble together some story where you don't play such a big role. But apart from that, hold on to your jumpsuit, kid. Even in the dimming light of the hallway outside of Naruto's apartment door, Tsume's pointed fangs gleamed as she smiled wickedly. No one in Konoha does a celebration like we do. But, caught slightly on the hop by this, Naruto was left floundering for information. But how did you organize it from the meeting? You were there and you only told Kuro-san to go straight back with the puppies? Listen to what I'm saying. Huh? I was and I didn't hear anything. Try again, and listen harder. Naruto did as he was bid and was about to shake his head. and declare the Inuzuka was pulling his leg when he actually realized he did hear it. Behind the words was a faint, very faint, background of other sounds that seemed to be a cross between a low-pitched whining and outright growls. But how does that help? I can't know. Of course I can't, because I've got 2 legs instead of 4, so it's true then, you really can talk to your Ninken, he exclaimed before wagging his eyebrows suggestively. Bet that comes in handy. All through those clan head meetings you can be verbally beating Hayashi and Inoichi with a stick, while all the while Kurokuan's whispering sweet nothings into your ear. Rin did her best to hide a sudden smirk as Tsume's demeanor cooled as rapidly as a Kaiten jutsu spat into a lake, her voice now suddenly thick with warning threat. You know as well as I do that no Inuzuka has anything other than a purely professional relationship with their Ninken. What? Never heard of friends with benefits? Asked Rinchan. It's a Kumo expression. Said woman made a mental note to maim the insulting Gaki as soon as she was able to keep her giggles completely bottled up as Naruto went on. Besides, everyone needs someone special in their life, even if it's just to act as a bedwarmer and show their stuff off to. Up until I started work, that saucy little nightdress of yours had only ever had an audience of 1 eye for years, and it deserves better. Just get over here. On a normal day Tsume might well have taken the Jinchuuriki over her knee for words like that, but this was far from a normal day. Because of the favor he'd done to her clan and, more than that, her immediate family, she limited her response to little more than a huff of long-suffering acceptance and grabbed Naruto's shoulder. You might be in my good books after that suicidal stunt you pulled somehow worked, but watch it. I did watch it, as raptly as all those other 6 older guys did. I could have sworn I saw Chooser's nose bleeding slightly. Tsume gritted her teeth. Pride scoured even further as she heard Rin break down slightly, giggling even as she tried to apologize. So, sorry Oba-chan. Purple cheeks faced red ones as the former medical kunoichi just about managed to master herself. Near enough for months living with him. I feel your pain. Not yet, you don't, the alpha of the animalistic clan muttered under her breath as she centered herself, preparing her technique as Naruto's apartment building wasn't shielded by seals to prevent Shunshin-based techniques. You'll never be too big for a Ninken face wash, Rinchan. Fond memories she'd almost forgotten blossoming inside her. Rin wiped her eyes on her sleeve as she felt the older woman gather her chakra. Looking forwards to it, Oba-chan. I know, but if you knew what I know. Even as the technique took effect and Tsume felt the wind howl around both her and her passengers, she finished her thought and steeled herself for the next sight she was likely to see. You'd probably have beaten me home to meet the people who you'll see, bad leg or none. Blinking the smoke out of his eyes and looking around in the darkness, Naruto was relieved to see that it wasn't, as he'd first suspected, pitch black, though the sun had long since set and the shadows cast by the trees all around them deepened the gloom. The infiltrator was able to orientate himself a moment or two later at the sight of one particular tree off to his immediate left. This tree was a very old though not particularly large specimen, stooped slightly like an elderly man groping for his walking cane. Though what made it stand out from most of those around it was that the bark on the side nearest where the trio had rematerialized was almost worn smooth, virtually bare as a result of countless Inuzuka brushing past it every time they entered their compound. This was one of the clan's scenting trees, acting as rough and ready identification markers that told the clan which members were present at any given time. To Naruto, however, they were usually things he avoided like the plague, as the scenting trees were often heavily trafficked and could easily lead to him getting caught. Today, however, he was quite sure he'd never been so grateful to see one in his life. Least of all as Tsume spoke to him and pointed just behind it. Stand over there a minute, Naruto-kun. I need to let the pack know the Sandame's decree before this whole thing kicks off, and I could tell you now for nothing that won't happen if they catch sight or scent of you before I'm done speaking. Behind the scenting tree, that should keep you out of mischief while we summon the others. Naruto nodded, deciding not to argue this point as he felt butterflies whirling in his belly at the thought that in mere minutes he'd be in the middle of a clan full of people who didn't outright despise the sight of him. Rin gave a laugh as she watched him fall into line behind the tree. Him, out of mischief, that'll be the day. Wait, something else belatedly twigged in her mind and she turned to her alpha, suddenly not liking the devilish gleam in the eyes almost the same color as her own. What do you mean we? You remember the calls, don't you? Yeah, but neither of us have nin. Oh no. Oh yes, Rinchan, Tsume chuckled, patting her on the shoulder as the younger woman let her head fall into her hand. You had a lovely voice from what I can remember. Let's see if you've still got it. Oba-chan, Rin wheeled, trying to worm her way out of this predicament. It's embarrassing. It was fun when I was a kid, but not now. I'm too old to howl in the dark. You're never too old, Rin-chan. Ironically enough, you'll learn that when you're older. Tsume told her with a secretive smile on her lips before her expression melted away into something more serious. A calm in her mind that made the younger woman suddenly pay attention. In all the time I've known her, even before she was Alpha. At first she'd refused to believe that Tsume of all ninja had ascended to the mantle of Inuzuka Alpha only when Naruto had sworn on his dream of being Hokage with his hand on his heart and his other fingers in plain sight so she could make sure he hadn't crossed them. Did Rin even consider believing him? I'm not sure I've ever seen her look so serious, but believe me, Rin-chan, there's someone in there who would probably trade away what's left of his life to the Shinigami to hear your voice in the night again. Naruto had been hidden mostly from view but was just able to see Tsume bend her head towards her younger relation, though even with his ear cocked he couldn't catch the word she whispered. It obviously meant something to Rin though if the way she stiffened and stood up straight as the Alpha moved back was anything to go by. Naruto merely watched on as the two of them stood up and, at some unspoken signal between the two of them, threw back their heads and lit up the night with a simultaneous burst of wolf song. In the same way that everyone who considered Konoha more than just a destination on a map, Naruto was used to hearing the odd primal scream from the Inuzuka grounds and, as he had a tin ear for the symphony of the night, considered it as little more than a nuisance that thankfully didn't crop up all that often. From this range, he could honestly say not much had really changed in his opinion, as he couldn't make head nor tail of the message the two women before him were trying to convey to the rest of their clan, but it was obviously important to the Inuzuka. So he wasn't going to say anything out of turn, merely watching as the echoes of the howling died away and as if by magic, after a few more seconds of waiting, other members of the animalistic clan materialized out of the darkness. Though he was unable to pick out their individual expressions, the returned Jinchuuriki was both amused and indulgent enough to give himself another pat on the back as he easily picked up on the sense of both disbelief and grateful awe from the assembled as they slowly stepped forwards as though they couldn't believe the evidence of their eyes. Though as the sound of a sudden disturbance caught his ears, he strained himself to listen. The source of the ruckus seemed to come closer, the way out. My way. He could see the movement now, though it was partially hidden behind Tsume as the Inuzuka Alpha spoke in the guttural tongue of the dogs and, with a suddenness that made Naruto jump, one or two clan members who'd been too slow to get away from the rampaging runner behind them were bodily thrown aside as someone hurled themselves out of the pack and into the circle. Though he couldn't see who it was due to the lack of light, Naruto couldn't miss the quiver that ran through the back of one of the women facing away from him, nor could he fail to see the stumbling run Rin broke into, lurching forwards and half falling forwards as a pair of thick, strong arms encircled her around that low kami. Naruto blanched, his normally ruddy expression bleached to sallowness as he finally realized exactly who his former sponsor truly was, and exactly what Tsume had said to overcome her nerves about shrieking her voice into the stillness of the night. Wide-eyed and barely able to catch his breath, the last Uzumaki swallowed through dry lips as the embracing duo wrestled with each other, clumsily spinning around slowly, and allowing him to see beyond doubt the squat form of one of his former teachers with his face buried in his daughter's shoulder. The girl he'd lost returned as a woman who was a stranger to him. Rin had water flooding down her face. The first time he'd ever seen so much as a hint of tears from the hard-bitten old witch in all the time he'd known her. Well, tears like this anyway. Tears of frustration were pretty much par for the course when Saki was on the case. But Flea-san, it was indeed the grizzled old tracker of the Inuzuka clan who had his arms of steel clamped around his daughter with only marginally less force than a top-of-the-range bear trap, apparently never letting her go again as long as he was alive. Why the hell didn't I think of that? Lost Inuzuka, third war, and he hates Kumo. So bloody obvious. Obvious now it might have been, but this time the revelation had come slightly too late. As he watched the father and daughter reuniting, the Uzumaki was left trying to brush a tear of his own out of his eye, though fortunately he was able to dash most of his fracturing vision away as he whipped his head up, having heard the tattoo of beating feet crushing through fallen leaves towards him. Sniffing hastily, the Uzumaki had a brief thrill of horror as he was certain for a minute that Flea, who had appeared before him in an instant with his daughter still wrapped up in one meaty arm, and crying into his shoulder with relief that he'd lived long enough for them to be reunited, was going to hug him, and after surviving and evading Kumo for the better part of 4 months, he was going to meet his end as a red splotch on the tracker's brawny chest, but at least for now he resisted the urge and instead clamped a hand down on the boy's shoulder. "Come on, Naruto." Rimaru's voice was even more gravelly than usual, a hoarse edge to it as he wasn't quite reattached to reality yet. He'd pricked his ears as he'd heard Rin's specific song upon the air, and hadn't believed it, convinced she was dead even if the 8 Ninken who had been returned by Tsunchan's partner had been a harbinger of great things for the entire clan, and because of them all clan members present had pitched in on complying with the one-eyed Ninken's orders. Only when he had sprinted through the crowd of his kinsmen and seen her there had he known, even without the benefit of scent. He'd known that the tall, willowy woman who had stood and howled shoulder to shoulder with Tsum and the bouncing little girl his dear departed Karnichen had delivered into his hand some 20 or more years ago were one and the same person. Rin was reunited with him once again, and he felt so many things all at once he couldn't tell which was the more dominant emotion in the midst of this storm. However, a single diamond-hard shard of sense forged its way to the forefront of his mind like an ironclad ship battering through a typhoon. The boy, no. He is no boy anymore. For what he's done for the pack, he will forever be a man in our eyes. Who had brought his Rinheim home was not mounted yet on the pedestal he deserved to be placed upon, and that was a travesty he would have to correct. Because of that he kept his grip firm but not restrictive as he slowly eased Naruto out from behind the scenting tree, and into full view of the whole clan. Though as Naruto froze up he squeezed his upper arm to break his panic and stop him rabbiting from the face of such attention as he spoke. "Tonight is for you and you alone." Once more he feared the party child might try to run once more as the entire clan allowed their jubilation to erupt from their throats in a succession of long, loud echoing howls that almost deafened him, though as Rin half squatted down and wrapped an arm softly around his shoulders, all belligerence drained out of her for once as she faced her rescuer again. He seemed to relax somewhat at her soothing voice. "It's okay, Naruto-kun, you've earned this." So close to her father, she felt no tiredness enveloping her limbs despite the late hour, nor did any pain from her ancient scar blacken the moment as she dropped her arm lower around Naruto's waist and heave upwards, bodily lifting him upwards despite a squawk of protest as Rimaru caught on with his daughter's idea and dipped his shoulder in. The next minute Naruto was sitting ungainly atop the elder Inuzuka's shoulder and clutching at Rin's arm to avoid sliding off and falling back to earth with a bump. As the odd trio slowly began to pace back towards the remainder of the clan, with Tsum bringing up the rear of the procession, shaking her head as she considered not just the night, but the matter of tomorrow morning, and the concession she would expect to extract from the mountain village for the pain her pack had endured at their hands. With a steadying breath of air that she exhaled in a plume of smoky air, Tsum regarded the back of the orange jumpsuit that she could see still held aloft between Flea and Rinchan, just beginning to become swamped by the majority of the rest of the clan. "I'll need to speak to him again in private sometime tomorrow." Even in the mood of riotous celebration, she was conscious of the Sandame's deadline for the War Council tomorrow. "But not now though, now is a time," she whistled softly and saw Kuromaru pad towards her around the flank of the party that was bearing Naruto through the gates of the House of Dogs, and towards the foods and sports that had been set up in a hurry for the returning hero. She put all thoughts of tomorrow to the back of her mind, and as she fussed her Ninken's ear, allowed a wild grin to split her lips and darted to latch on to the back of the celebratory procession, to just kick back, throw caution to the winds and live for the minute. Naruto had been scared, though he'd never admit it, by his original reception by the rambunctious clan and, with his past experiences with people in general and even memories of being chased through the grounds by Ninken who'd caught his scent, this perhaps wasn't surprising. However, like most youngsters, he was nothing if not adaptable and, by the time he slipped off Rimaru's shoulder, was getting more into his part as the head of a procession of revelry, grinning widely at all around him and, once more reminded of his lack of recent sustenance by a rumbling belly, clapped his hands and made to follow his nose towards a delicious scent that was wafting out of the open ground. Right then, he had to shout to make himself heard simply because the noise of the crowd around him was so great, though it began to still as all around him realized who was speaking. "That's enough of the serious stuff, let's eat." This proclamation was met with a roar of approval, the Inuzuka breaking apart into small, splinter groups as they dispersed around the ground, though all headed in the vague direction of the cleared space of the back of the main clan houses. Much as the Inuzuka preferred to live wild most of the time, even they realized the importance of having a small domesticated area in case of emergencies, and its use in a time like this was showing the value of such forethought. Right now the area had been cleared of the traditional bric-a-brac such as old gnawed bones and dog chew toys, any holes that inquisitive Ninken had dug smoothed out by use of Doton Jutsus, and a large number of trestle tables set up and covered with cloth. A fire pit had been dug and lit, the skewers that were suspended over the crackling flame giving off the delicious aroma that had ensnared the Jinchu Uriki's inquisitive nose as the meat they held aloft sizzled and spat as the fire cooked it thoroughly. Knowing as he did that seniority wasn't much of a deal with the Inuzuka, Naruto made to head towards one of the closest seats as the clan dispersed around the area, either sitting to eat, sprawling out on the grass with the nearby Ninken, or just standing talking to themselves and each other, though before he could get too far a sudden bark made him pause. Looking around, the Uzumaki dropped to a knee and spread his arm wide, as he caught sight of a very familiar flash of grey dancing towards him through the forest of legs. "Hello, boy." For a brief second he was afraid the Haimaru would simply plow right into him, but luckily the Ninken was smarter than that, skidding to a halt just in front of him. The dog twisted around virtually under Naruto's chin and looked over its shoulder and up to lick at his face. "You slobber attack." Okay, fussing up and down the dog's sides and bearing his four-legged friend's affectionate attention with stoic resolve, Naruto spoke as the Haimaru stood back up. "Told you I'd try to bring you home, and just as well I did." As one became three in front of him, Naruto had to anchor himself to the ground with his weight to avoid being bowled over as the other two Haimaru siblings came steaming in, twin streaks of charcoal that slammed into his arms in a concerto of whines and thankful. "Puppy-like yips, these two would have eaten me if I hadn't. Yes, I love you pair too. I didn't forget you while I was gone, so you can't say I was on fire. Oh." He was just fast enough to simultaneously push himself to his feet and tuck up into the tightest ball he could manage, planting his feet as he just for once forgot the cardinal rule anyone should have abided by when dealing with the Inuzuka: beware of the dog and the owner. Had Hana not been slowing down from her dead sprint as she trailed in the wake of her reunited trio, she might well have simply steamrolled right over the younger boy, as it was her arms simply snapped around him like a vice, hugging him and not letting go as she hefted him bodily off his feet. Had he not been so shocked, Naruto would probably have enjoyed the experience a lot more than he actually did. She didn't speak, but, held so close, Naruto could hear far more from her harsh, unsteady breathing and the shivers that raced right around her slender frame than the average person might have believed possible. Though for his sake as well as Hana's, he didn't say anything or try to pull away, as it would have been a wasted effort at the minute. Instead, he waited for the moment to pass, worming his arms out of the ball he'd curled himself into and trying as best he could to return the Kunoichi's hard embrace before, tentatively, speaking. "Hi Hana-chan. Look, you might not believe me, but I didn't mean for this to happen. I wasn't planning to try and be a hero. I was just in the wrong." Hana, it was doubtful she'd heard a word he'd said. Just as well, I guess. It probably sounded like gibberish. But at some point the Inuzuka heiress had relaxed her hold slightly and stepped back. After rasping down a fresh breath, Naruto had tried to speak and explain his point of view on the matter before seeing the expression on her face, and falling silent. He'd seen that look before. It had been an expression the Neichan often adopted around him and had, at first, terrified the living daylights out of him. Eventually, however, he had become adept at seeing the hint of teasing in their eyes, as they professed their eternal love and the future attention of their supple bodies and experience of the craft to their precious little Zaki-kun. Seeing such a thing on Hana's face, however, was a completely different kettle of fish, and he felt those old fears rear up in his mind as a lead weight flopped into his stomach. There was no mischief in Hana's expression. She looked as serious as a Kaiten jutsu at point-blank range. Blood pounding thickly in his ears, Naruto could only watch on as one of his first friends took a step forwards and he made a lurching motion back, away from Hana as she looked down at her, a kind of glaze of her eyes as she began to breathe more quickly, obvious from her body language and general demeanor where she wanted to go next, and, as her almost unseeing eyes weren't wavering from Naruto's face, it was pretty obvious who she wanted to go there with. "Hana-chan, are you feeling?" Naruto. She took another step forwards and reached forwards, though before she could seize her prize someone who had been anticipating this might have happened made her presence felt. Battling through the press around her, Tsume grabbed her daughter by the shoulder and shook hard. "Hana, control yourself," the older woman demanded, recognizing the effect of her partner's emotions combining with her own, and the two of them combined sending her reactions flying into overdrive. Though the empathic bond the Inuzuka shared with their Ninken was an undoubted boon, there were times, such as now, where it could backfire badly. Though the depth of the bond varied from Inuzuka to Inuzuka, With her trio of partners, Hana was much more receptive to the sum total of her partner's emotions than, for instance, her brother would be with Akamaru simply because she had 3 bonds instead of 1. This bond between man and Ningen, an instinctive understanding of each other's moods and feeling, was the strength of the Inuzuka, and allowed both partners to react in battle without thinking, or even having to think, about where the other was. However, in this case where the 3 Haimaru had been reunited and their emotions were ablaze in a potent whirl of sheer, unstoppable joy, that feedback combined with Hana's own elation at having her missing partner return to her was more than enough to temporarily overwhelm her higher reasoning, leaving her with little more than instinct and emotion to guide her actions. It was something she would master with time, but right now Hana wasn't experienced enough to ignore her biological urges, and, as she was at the age where she was just starting to see boys as potentially something more serious than just close friends, and Naruto was the reason for her current state. In her lust-driven eyes, he was therefore the most suitable mate present, and her body was screaming at her to claim him before anyone else made a move. Luckily, Tsume had been aware of the potential risk that both Naruto and Hana could have been exposed to, and, experience in the budding blossoms or not, the Uzumaki was way too young for that sort of introduction to the birds and bees, least of all from one of my clan. Bit of a shame though her expression was iron-hard as her daughter, still not in control of herself, snarled up at what she perceived to be a challenge for Naruto's hand and other parts. Tsume smiled in the back of her mind as she thought of her other child and what might have been. Had Kiba been born as Hana's Nechan, who knows what might have been when they both grew up a little still. Such is Kamisama's will, and I can't do anything about it. All I can do is make sure the mouse gets out of here tomorrow with his chastity preserved and snap Hana back to herself. Don't you growl at me, my girl, the alpha challenged, shaking Hana again as the younger woman tried to fight out of her mother's grip, though the struggle subsided as the pain from her mother's fingernails punctured both her mood and the skin of her shoulder. Get a hold of yourself, Hana-chan, this isn't like you. Breathe in and out slowly, remember who and where you are, she commanded, noticing the glaze starting to drop from Hana's eyes as the other Kunoichi's reasons for being in this kind of a mood drained away. The Haimaru watching on curiosity as they didn't quite understand what was going on with their partner, but knew better than to try and stand up to Tsume. Instead, sitting down close to Naruto and doing nothing to dissuade his stroking of their flanks as they whined in pleasure at the touch. This calming of the Haimaru helped snap their partner back to reality, slowly at first, but with ever-increasing speed. Hana's normal mind began to catch up with what had happened, and, as her face lit the night up with a blush that rivaled the fire behind her, what she could well have done without her mother stepping in when she did. This excruciating embarrassment immediately made her spin back to Naruto and prostrate herself, not caring about the flare of pain in her shoulder as she slid out of Tsume's grip before the matriarch was quite ready to let go. And as a result cutting herself on her sharpened nails. Gomen, she spoke into the floor, not able to look Naruto in the eye as she started cursing herself under her breath. Damn it, I should have controlled myself better than that. He saved the Haimaru, now he probably thinks I'm some sort of sexual predator who'll rip his kit off soon as look at him. Unfortunately, a propensity to enjoy the baser things in life such as the intimate company of the opposite gender, especially in their earlier lives as their bodies were transforming through puberty, was a label that the Inuzuka had inadvertently picked up and had a fair grounding in reality, mostly due to reasons similar to the one that had sent her over the edge so recently. Hana, however, had spent many years in the academy and beyond doing her damnedest to disprove this rumor where she was concerned, always placing being a Kunoichi before being interested in a potential human partner. As she reasoned she'd have time for romance when she'd gotten through the most difficult and wildest phase of an Inuzuka's life. It was especially galling to lose it at this stage and especially embarrassing that she'd all but thrown herself at a child who was younger than her own brother. Because of that she kept her face pressed into the floor as she carried on speaking, trying to explain herself. Sorry about that, Naruto-sama, she grated, inside still dancing a conga in humiliation as she tried to offer her apologies. Your actions, and when the Haimaru told me what you did, and how, I kind of lost control for a minute. Sorry if I scared you. It sounded lame and babyish even to her own ears, but, thankfully, some kami of mercy smiled upon her as she heard leaves crunch underfoot and, a split second later, Naruto's voice with a measure of its old confidence back as it answered, Hey, don't worry too much, Hana-chan. I'd be happy if someone found my Gama-chan if I dropped it, and I know you love the Haimaru 1,000 times more than I do that tatty old wallet. Come on, stand up. She felt a small hand on the top of her right arm and just about hid a long sigh of relief as she felt Naruto heave at it, trying to get her to her feet. Forget about it, no real harm done, just don't call me Asama anymore, sounds way too weird. Hey, that's new. When did you have it done? Daring to peek upwards at her savior, Hana followed his eyes towards the part of her arm he'd gripped slightly and gave a rueful smile, knocking the leaves off herself as she came to her feet and spoke her gratitude to her mother out the corner of her mouth. Yeah, happened about 2 months ago, she recalled stonily, not even able to remember the bite of the needle as she rubbed her newest tattoo. The 3 lines clustered around a central point and looking, as Kiba had pointed out, like a tuning fork, when I thought I'd never see my third partner again. I had it done to show that no matter how far away we were, the Haimaru triplets were always in my heart, but thanks to you. She felt a similar spike of emotion towards the child. She rolled her eyes down to see, but this time, aware of and prepared for it, she fought down the animalistic urge and instead placed her hand on his shoulder, drawing him into her side and squeezing softly. It's now just another cool tattoo that Kar-san would normally have never let me have. Tsume quirked an eyebrow at this proclamation before Naruto's sniggering broke through her plots to remove the unsightly design, most of which involved a cheese grater, copious amounts of ninja wire, and, if Hana was lucky, some tranquilizers to numb the pain. The Jinchuuriki chuckled at the same time as wrap his own arm loosely around her waist. Well, I reckon it suits you, he creep. Tsume's thought wasn't particularly complimentary, but a part of her mind realized that, compared to the last time she'd seen him, Naruto really did appear to have spent an inordinate amount of time around people in the body trade as he'd claimed. So it looks like Konoha may have a future lady killer on its hands. Note to self. If any future pups in my clan turn out with either bright blonde hair or bright blue eyes, blame and maim Naruto. Apart from that though, you've got all 3 of the Haimaru with you again and the rest of the pack around you, so enough with all the apologizing and that. Let's just get something to eat. Infected by his own particular brand of humor coupled with a budding charm that would, unknown to all present, serve the Jinchuuriki very well indeed. As his ninja career progressed, Hana had no choice but to match his grin with one of her own and, impetuously, duck down and press a chaste kiss onto his closest whiskered cheek. Even as Naruto reddened and tried to regain his bearings after being so violently thrown off track by the Inuzuka science uncharacteristic affection, Hana merely smiled softly and gently guided the guest towards one of the head tables, one of her partners disappearing at her soft request, to see if someone in the clan would cut a strip off one of the skewers for Naruto to feast upon. Contrary to a lot of popular belief, the Inuzuka were not a pack of half-feral savages whose preferred method of greeting and celebration was to beat each other to pulp and then share a drink afterwards. Though thin at times, there was a veneer of civility between them and their animalistic sides. This, Naruto discovered much to his elation, also extended to the way they threw a party instead of the staid, stuffy ceremonies the Neichan had described to him as being part and parcel of life as a highborn noble or temple priestess, such as ceremonies of tea and long periods of introductions where the greatest risk Naruto felt he would have been exposed to was a visit from the Sandman. During the whole tedious process, the Inuzuka revelry was a much more dynamic environment. Others might have scoffed at their skills in drumming, wood instruments, wild dancing with both human and Ninken partners, and the tricks the Ninken of the non-ninja members of the clan could perform. But as far as Naruto was concerned, as he slumped back into his seat with aching shoulders and wiping his damp fringe out of his eyeline, it was as close to paradise as he wanted to be for a good number of years. Wow, you call that dancing? Slam dancing, his partner corrected him, Kiba reaching forwards and taking a long swig of one of the drinks haphazardly strewn over the table in front of them. Equal parts way of saying hello, working on footwork and endurance training. How are your arms? Casually flexing them and doing his best to suppress a wince as the forming bruises protested the motion, Naruto shrugged. I've always healed quick. I wouldn't say that too loud. Kiba grinned, absent-mindedly reaching down and scooping Akamaru up with one hand as the puppy finished tracking his partner down. Not yet a year old, the pup was too young and too small to brave the stomping feet of the dance floor without risk of getting accidentally trodden on. Some people might take it as a challenge. Let them, Naruto explained, a flash of cavalier challenge in his eyes as he helped himself to a handful of greasy crackling from the table in front of them both, the crispy flesh giving a delicious crunching noise as he bit down on it, and swallowed with obvious satisfaction before offering the last bit for Akamaru, who'd been eyeing up the treat with a slowly wagging tail and angling for a sneaky treat. I'm pretty sure Rin-chan wouldn't mind someone laying me out. In fact, she'd probably do it herself if it weren't for Flee-san holding her attention. At the mention of the aunt he'd never known, Kiba's face softened and he looked over, catching sight of the de facto teacher of his clan in the ways of tracking and wilderness survival sitting some distance away, opposite to his daughter, and from the looks of things holding a stuttering, stilted conversation with her. After the first rush of emotion following the meeting some hours ago, the silence had lengthened between them. Over a decade of estrangement was not a gap bridged in mere moments. Seeing his uncle with his hand still covering his daughter's, the youngest child of the clan head shook his head and turned back to his friend, a slightly more serious expression on his tattooed face. I doubt it, he admitted with feeling in his voice. Just like I doubt Flee-san let her out of his sight for the rest of his natural life and possibly beyond it, and stop feeding him. Naruto had been listening with half an ear but still jumped slightly as Kiba snatched the piece of crackling he'd been offering forwards to the ninken in his lap. Akamaru left to whine piteously as he watched his treat disappear over his master's shoulder. He'll get fat. I know, it's all part of the plan. What, you want me to show up at the academy with a ninken that has to waddle to keep up? No, but I want him to trust me, Naruto pointed out, rubbing a finger along the chin of the white puppy's jaw and smiling as a rough, wet tongue rasped the cooling grease from his fingertip. Makes it easier to sneak in when the ninken know they'll get a treat out of me if they let me get through. Oh. A sudden nip at the side of his leg made the Jinchuuriki leap up in his seat, whipping around with a blazing face to come eye to eye with the leader of the aforementioned ninken pack, Kuromaru, giving his lazy, sardonic smirk as the child rubbed at the spot he'd pinched with his front teeth and shook a fist in the ninken's face. What the hell was that for, Patch? I didn't do anything wrong. Two things. First, you made an insult against my partner, and me by proxy, the pack leader pointed out. Naruto thinking about this for a second and the color in his face receding as he realized the huge hound had a valid mark. Second, for pulling the wool over my eye and trying to usurp the pack against me. Usurp the what does that mean? Means you were in some way making the pack go against what Kuromaru-san and Ka-san wanted them to do. Kiba filled him in after ducking his head in subservience to his mother's partners, as respectful of the one-eyed dog's harsh growling and battering paws as much as he was his mother's hard right hand. You probably didn't mean to, but it's a problem for our clan. If the pack's not all pulling in the same direction, it can be a major issue, so going against the alpha's wish is not allowed. And since I told the pack to keep you out, I had to rip a few tails off to remind the pack my word is law, the veteran finished, fixing Naruto with a steely glare. You won't find it so easy to get back in here again, Uzumaki. Good, I could use a fresh challenge, Naruto riposted before lowering his voice slowly, though as the drummers had just been switched and there were fresh arms hammering the carefully carved and inked percussion instruments. Such was a racket around them all, it was a virtually unneeded precaution. How are the rest of the pack? Are they fitting back in okay? Like they were never gone? This question was one that made a smile, or at least the canine equivalent, break out on the ninken's muzzle, and he pressed forwards with his nose this time, nudging the Jinchuuriki's hand in a gesture that meant he gave permission for the non-clan member to stroke him. We may hunt you when you sneak onto our land, Naruto, but know now that, if you need us, just call and we will come, even if we have to hunt through all of Makai to find you. The promise, to say nothing of the sincerity behind the black ninken's voice, made Naruto's breath hitch as though he'd just copped a hard, low one from the Sandame rakeage, much as he'd logically understood he'd done something that had made the clan sit up and take note. To hear such a thing from arguably his stanchest critic in the Inuzuka clan proper was a real emotional haymaker that made him gape. For a minute, he hastily shook it off, however, and Kuromaru had the good grace not to gloat, looking away slightly as the Jinchuuriki pulled himself together and stifled a hasty sniffle, hiding his rare outbreak of real emotion behind his usual mask of cheeriness and cheek hair. And how much beef did Tsum-san have to bribe you with to come over here and say that? He probed gently, though Kuromaru didn't rise to the bait and instead pushed himself to his full height, stretching off and shaking his head at Naruto's seeming incorrigible needling disposition. Still, just as long as you've got your eye on the grounds, I know I'll have a struggle getting in here just as well, really. If it weren't for me occupying your attention, who knows where that eye of yours may end up roving. That declaration almost had Kiba drowning in his drink, having been halfway through a mouthful when Naruto had made it as he simultaneously spluttered, attempted to breathe, tried to show the proper respect to Kuromaru, and apologized to his own ninken. Akamaru having been half-drenched by his impromptu spitting by dint of being on his lap at the time, all at the same time. The older Ninken merely rolled his eye and turned to leave, buffeting the brat with his thickly muscled tail. He will be back, the pack leader decided, feeling a small hand grip the fur of his tail and give a slight tug in retaliation for nearly being sent sprawling off his seat, and it is for the best the pack will need him to ensure we are never split again. Much as I never believed it possible, sometimes it is true that a Nezumi can beat a Ninken at his own game. The ground was spinning slightly, people were blurring in and out of focus, and all he could feel from his left arm was a dull, aching throb, but nevertheless he soldiered on, staggering off the rough dance floor after half bowing to, half collapsing in front of his last dance partner, not even able to tell or remember if the Inuzuka had been a man or a woman due to the exceptional tiredness now eating its way through him. He headed towards one of the refreshment tables with the vague idea of getting something for his parched throat before his exhausted brain finally managed to make a few feeble connections spark and translated the buzzing noise in his ear into a language he could comprehend. Woo! Come again? I said. The Inuzuka repeated himself, making his pronunciation exaggeratedly clear. As he saw the sheen of tiredness virtually dragging the Jinchuuriki into the dirt, from the look of things it appeared that only his stubborn willpower was keeping him on his feet. Tsum-chan just told me what happened in the council chambers. Never mind what happened in the land of lightning, you must have balls like temple bell clappers to say what you did to Danzo's face. Danzo? The image flickered in front of his muggy mind for a few seconds before he could grasp it thoroughly and put a face to the name and realize exactly what the Inuzuka was going on about. Memories of his favorite character from his favorite show giving new life to his body and venom to his tongue. After all, no matter what Tenchan says, it's always fun to cheer on the bad guy sometimes. Oh, Mumra-san. Well, if you're going to cosplay the role so well, you'd better be prepared to take the stick for it. Besides, he looks so old that staples, glue, and a bad attitude are probably all that's holding him together, well, alongside sleeping in his sarcophagus as often as he can. At that proclamation, the Inuzuka before him, who, Naruto belatedly realized, was showing distinct streaks of grey and even white through their usual shades of brown or chestnut, and therefore likely to be a member of the clan's advisory circle, doubled over howling with laughter, thumping his knees as the idea of his one-time nemesis intoning dark prayers to totems of evil tickled his funny bone too much. Emboldened by this, and with his neural synapses firing due to the injection of humor, his favorite medium of communication bar none, into the air around him, Naruto glanced onto the table and immediately spied what he needed. Before the Inuzuka was able to completely haul himself upright, he found himself looking up at the sight of Naruto bandaging up one eye with a spare napkin, tying it up around the back of his head. Before he could question why he'd done such a thing, Naruto tucked a hand into the zip of his jumpsuit and hunched over, meeting the Inuzuka eye to eye as the two of them appeared to the outside eye to be a pair of hunchbacks coming together over a pot of piping hot tea. You could just picture it, couldn't you? On the outside he may appear to be a frail old man, but, right in your moment of triumph, when you least expect it, the Jinchuuriki adopting a gravelly, decrepit voice as close to the real thing as he could remember, having been unable to watch his beloved show since that first introduction to Yujito what felt like half a lifetime ago. Ancient spirits of evil, transformed this decayed form to Danzo, the ever-living. Absolutely lethal. The boy shook his head, knocking off his hastily tied-on eye patch as the older pack member lost it completely, almost driven to his knees in hysteria as Naruto sighed. I imagine the one thing no one, not even a ninja, suspects is someone who appears to be so close to death. The Shinigami's not so much at the door as crossing the threshold, and admiring the hat stand, tapping into a force of evil beyond mortal comprehension and laying waste to all and sundry around him. You okay there? His concern was perhaps slightly belated, but his heart was in the right place. The person who'd spoken to him at first was all but flat on his back and gasping for precious air, tears glimmering in his eyes as he feebly waved off the Jinchuuriki's offering of help, gasping that he'd be fine in a minute. Taking him at his word and knowing that, like the vast majority of his clan, the Inuzuka wouldn't take kindly to pestering for assistance even if he was advancing in years, the Uzumaki decided he was getting a little peckish and started hunting down a snack, and perhaps some more of that sweet drink he'd tasted a little while ago. As he left, the clan member staggered back to his feet and watched him go, still chuckling spontaneously as he thought back to the youngster's keen wit and how it had lacerated his normally quite reserved manner. Not for the first time, Tsumpups picked a winner most of the rest of us had dismissed. Seeing the bright orange speck finally disappear into the rest of the crowd, swept up and probably towards the dancing area by a number of potential partners of both genders, the former clan head who had passed the reins of leadership on to Tsume, following the natural loss all Inuzuka who lived beyond a certain age were forced to endure, found himself once more agreeing with his successor's earlier decision. Even if some of the others might gripe that she only took such a stance because it was Hana-chan's Ninken that was taken, there's no denying he's got something about him even beyond the abilities he's shown. As the mouse, it takes something. Not a lot of people have got to sway the pack against Koromaru-san, even if it's just a little thing, such as letting him past once in a while. That much was certainly true and worthy of respect. The Inuzuka as a whole were actually governed by a surprisingly stable system consisting primarily of the alpha and, if necessary, a conclave of sorts made up of older pack members that could offer advice. The alpha's word was absolute, but at the same time, any sensible leader wouldn't make a decree that the majority of their advisors didn't agree with. Hence there was relatively little strife within the pack as a whole. For Naruto to upset the apple cart at all was a rather major event, and Koromaru had been absolutely livid in the aftermath of the abduction. Blood had been shed across the entirety of the Inuzuka lands as he'd lambasted the other Ninken for failing in their duty to try and stop him, and by extension all other intruders, from entering their grounds. That failure may have been responsible for the loss of their young, and but for the actions of someone who'd been, by his own admission, in the right place at the right time, could have been a serious blow to both the clan and the pack of Ninken as a whole. Naruto had weakened the pack without meaning to, and someone else took advantage. That argument had been the central theme for those who had spoken out against Tsume's plan for tomorrow night, but quite skillfully by his reckoning, the younger Inuzuka had spun that argument on its head to make the point for her case. But because of him we discovered that flaw existed, and grow stronger. Failure's the mother of success. And thanks to him we were able to correct a mistake without serious cost, in fact, with a bonus to our pack as a whole. You're one to keep an eye on Uzumaki, taking a drink of his own preferred beverage. The man who had been the leader of the Inuzuka clan before his daughter had grown up and challenged him to take the reins, as was the Inuzuka way, took a final look at the so-called future Hokage, by now dancing with 3 or 4 other Inuzuka about his own age, all of whom seemed slightly overawed to be in the presence of such a new legend in the clan's annals, until his own dynamic personality overcame their nerves, and finished his thought, I look forwards to seeing what you make of tomorrow's ceremony. The first thought that crossed his throbbing mind when he finally levered open his eyes was that at long last, after years of well-mannered, but still less than ideal treatment, even the saintly Gashikun had lost his temper with the fool trying to ride him, and delivered a well-deserved hoof to his face. The second thought, of course, was that such a thing was ridiculous. Much like his Nora owners, the stately old gelding was far too docile to even consider raising his feet to anyone, least of all someone who was trying his best and liked to treat him to the occasional carrot on the times he visited the stables. That certainty in his mind didn't stop him from checking his face for bruises, though, just in case. Oh, there was a symphony of sledgehammers crashing a crescendo in his head, making his fledgling consciousness shiver in shades of red, black and purple as it slowly infiltrated his sore, aching body. At what exact point did last night seem like a good idea? Not even daring to open his eyes for the minute, Naruto simply stayed where his was, clenching his teeth and hissing in pain as he received updates from his formerly comatose body, and realized virtually none of it was good news. His head was pounding, his neck complaining like a civilian council member left out of ninja-only discussions. His legs appeared to be weighing up their options when it came to industrial action, and his arms were threatening to take the rest of him to the cleaners for every Rio he'd ever thought about. However, by dint of having the loudest voice of all, his stomach told them all in no uncertain terms to take a ticket, join the Kamidamned queue for compensation, and start pulling their weight to find something worthwhile eating. Because of that basic need, Naruto found himself heaving his protesting frame upwards. Sitting up in the bed he must have been tossed into and biting down on a wince as he tried to use his nose to track down something edible. The first thing he discovered was that he wasn't alone in the room. Though it was still dark, he could both feel and see a second lump under the covers and letting out slow, whistling breaths as they slumbered on. Biting down a shudder, the Uzumaki moved his hand slowly towards the source of warmth he could feel at the side of him and, after a minute of wondering exactly what he'd grabbed hold of, realized what had happened. Of course, I must have dragged myself or been dragged here with some of the other kids and left to top and tail it for the night. Must just be me and this guy left. Well, At least I hope it's a guy animalistic side or not. I'd hate to think there are some women in the clan with legs this hairy. Slowly letting go of the ankle he'd located, the Jinchuuriki eased himself towards the edge of the bed, grateful that the ache seemed to be lessening. As he adapted to life once more, though the pain in his head refused to lessen, that was probably due to the sweet drink someone in the clan had pressed into his hand the previous night, telling him it was a traditional Inuzuka beverage made with honey the clan purchased from the Aburame, though it appears they neglected to mention the alcohol content. This must be what a hangover feels like. Not too bad overall. He'd had more serious headaches in the past, often as a result of going to bed too late and having to get up too early. But then again, he'd only drunk a cup or two of mead over the course of the night. That he could remember any more than that could have been a lot more of an issue. Luckily he'd been put to bed fully clothed and therefore was able to come to his feet easily. After a pause of a minute or two trying to find and then fasten his sandals, Naruto ran his hands down his face, forcibly pushed back the last of his tiredness and made himself human enough to face the world again. Aside from one little hiccup when opening the bedroom door, where the bright sunlight reflecting off the floor dazzled his unprepared vision, and forced him to beat a hasty retreat into the dark recesses of the bedroom until his sight recovered, he was easily able to slouch his way into the closest kitchen and roughly pull out a chair, hearing the sizzling coming from somewhere and content to savor the aroma for a moment. It would take a little time to muster the mental energy necessary to hunt down whatever it was that smelt so good. "How'd you like your eggs?" A voice that sounded far too cheerful for his current mood caught his attention, and he looked over, starting as much as he was able to as he realized he wasn't alone at the table. There was a collection of wincing, groaning souls slumped in their chairs, rubbing bleary eyes and faces, or in some cases still asleep as someone else who must have been, Naruto realized after looking into her curious but smiling face with a badly hidden grimace. One of those truly irritating people who always rose like a lark with the dawn, no matter how late or how tired she was feeling the night before, took the orders. "What eggs?" "Yes, eggs, you know, those little round white things that come out the back end of a chicken." His waitress/cook huffed with her hands on her hips. "Take it from someone who knows. After a night of heavy carousing, a nice greasy fry-up will do you the world of good." Here. The half-collapsed figure 2 seats over, who was closest to the two of them, managed to burble in agreement as Naruto finally managed to get enough synapses firing to both answer her question and, more importantly, gain revenge for her waspish comments about his early morning state of mind. "Fine, eggs, I'd like mine scrambled," he waiting as she nodded, timing the line so he had a legitimate excuse to raise his voice slightly as she turned away. "And yours fertilized." The Inuzuka sitting down close to him immediately erupted in helpless sniggers as his female counterpart whipped back around, face blazing and mouth sagging as she gaped at his cheek. A second later, he was forced to dip his own head as a damp cloth cracked like a whip in the air just above it. "Watch it, you," she demanded as she recocked her weapon, threatening. Naruto just about recovering from his cringe at the loud noise. "You might think you're a big dog now with the tricks you pulled, but there's not one of us in this pack who couldn't make you squeal like a bitch if we had to." Well, she broke off from trying to impale him with her eyes to flay her chortling clansman alive with a burning glare. "What are you doing sitting there snickering? Get up and defend my dignity, wouldn't you?" Why? Sitting up, he regarded her through drooping, bloodshot eyes. "What dignity? You've got plenty of indignity at the minute, but that all." With a snort, the waitress flipped her cloth over her shoulder and made to turn away. "Remind me why I married you again?" "You were desperate?" More like I felt sorry for you. Worst mistake of my life that stab of pity turned out to be," she riposted before turning her back on the two of them and heading back towards the kitchen. Naruto watched her go and slumped forwards over the table. It was surprisingly comfortable, actually. Maybe if he just closed his eyes he could. A terrible grating, screeching noise made him grit his teeth and jerk upright, shooting a filthy glance to the source of the disturbance though, as he watched Kiba flump into the seat next to him. Softened it slightly. The dog boy looked like he had enough on his plate at the minute without him adding to his woes. "You look as rough as I feel." Kiba raised the hand he was using to massage his eyes and, eventually, cracked a tired smile. "Es probably an improvement over how I feel," the scion of the House of Dogs told him with sincerity. "What time is it?" "No idea," Naruto admitted before another question rose up in his mind. "Any idea what time we finally crashed out?" I think the sky was getting lighter though," Kiba grunted, flinching at the sound of an excited yap from somewhere far too close to his ear for comfort. Ugh, I'm blaming you for me feeling like this, you know? Why me? I hardly had a kunai in your back forcing you to carry on, did I? No, but you left the door open earlier, and that let Akamaru in. The puppy barked again at his name, making both Kiba and Naruto wince at the high-pitched noise. Love the little ankle snapper, as I assure you I do. He has yet to grasp the concept of the words lion. Woke you up, did he? Jumping Ninken puppy to the stomach. Yeah, not much going to sleep through the I can tell you. Kiba paused to look up at the sudden smell of delicious fried food, licking his lips at the sight of a feast coming his way and whining as it was set down in front of one of his older clansmen. Though he didn't envy the obviously hungover man the swat to the side of the head he got as part and parcel of the meal. Trying to distract himself from the mouth-watering odor and ignoring the solemn promise from his stomach that, if he didn't put something into it soon, it was going to jump ship and go hunting for sustenance on its own, Kiba rolled his eyes towards the current exalted guest of his clan. We eat, then we're going back to sleep, right? I'm still wiped. Me too. At this point something dimly twigged in the back of Naruto's mind as he glanced across at his friend. Was it your room I was in earlier? Yeah, I could smell you when Akamaru pounced on me. He snarled playfully at the Ninken who was pawing at his leg and swung a ponderous arm down to fuss his flank. They must have chucked us both in there when we passed out. Fair enough, hopefully I'll be able to get there under my own power after this. Hearing as well as seeing the glorious breakfast heading his way, Naruto heaved himself upright and looked around for some kind of cutlery before pausing, a sudden suspicion seizing him. Just out of interest, no one's going to think it's weird if we crash together again. Nah, we do it all the time. Kiba waved his concern away as though it were an annoying mosquito. Pack shares the same den. Nothing to be ashamed of. Besides, what happens with the Inuzuka stays with the Inuzuka. Good, because the second after I've finished this, he immediately began assailing the plate of spectacularly unhealthy food that had been delivered in front of him. Kiba watching on with envious eyes as his stomach growled again. The only place I'm going is straight back to bed. It was a sentiment Tsume's youngest child agreed with us. No more than half an hour later, and with bellies so full they were virtually distended, both boys dragged themselves over the threshold of Kiba's room, collapsed onto the bed and were completely oblivious to the world mere moments later. Is he out? Like a light, turning to Tsume, the Inuzuka housewife who'd been dutifully manning the cooking fires all morning gave a slight bow, as she reported on the plan the Alpha had told her about the previous night. If he's up before this time tomorrow morning, I'd be amazed. I wouldn't. If nothing else, Naruto's got a knack for pulling a surprise out of nowhere right when you least expect it. She allowed herself a brief second of introspection, remembering the outright shock that had plunged into her like a kunai carved from ice as she'd felt the parchment crinkle under her fingers, and seen with a sick kind of disbelief twisting her innards the design written upon it. Everything else forgotten in her mind as she'd rolled the scroll all the way out and even before it had stopped moving, counted the partner seals inked and realized it was real at the sound of a clearing throat. However, she shook herself off and remembered where she was and what she had to say next. Sorry. I've got the pack watching out for him waking up soon as he does, and I get back from the council meeting tonight it's on. What if Hokage-sama tries to stop us? He can't on paper. Yes, we might not be able to have Naruto if he can give me a damn good reason as to why not, but Tsume gave a feral smirk, the emotion mirrored by her slightly older clanswoman as she finished her sentence, and longed for the night to come so the pack could consummate the final rites. Not even the Kami no Shinobi can stop the Inuzuka sinking their fangs into someone who's done us a favor like this. Later that day, even as all the clan heads was preparing for the fateful council of war Sarutobi had convened, and were reminding themselves of their points of view and their ideas of what reparation should be drawn, kicking, screaming and bloody if necessary, out of Kumo for their trespass and treachery. A confrontation of a different but no less painful sort was being played out in a nondescript apartment, in one of the more secluded areas of Konoha. He'd known this was coming. He was, after all, a genius. How could he not see what was going to happen? But even so, he didn't feel ready for it. Even if he had 1,000 lifetimes to prepare, he doubted he'd be able to stand in front of his own front door in any kind of confidence knowing who was inside it. His nose, honed by training with members of his former, but she was former no more, she was back, in Konoha, alive. Teammates' clan and his own summons had picked out her scent, no longer disguised behind the heavy cloak she'd worn the previous night. And even at this range with his monovision he could pick out the picking work, crude and clumsy but still effective, that had broken through the front door lock. The paper bag holding his groceries crinkled in his grip as he heaved down a shuddering breath, realizing that despite his inherent natural cowardice and skill and running towards the enemy and away from the really important things, such as the past and its painful memories, this is one time he simply can't run away. Most people, indeed most ninja, who were insane enough to try breaking into Hatake Kakishi's apartment, would doubtless scoff at the absolute lack of traps that guarded his domicile as they rifled the place with impunity, and counting their blessings that their target was a lazy, perverted slacker who couldn't be bothered to even try and defend his things, never once suspecting that they were thinking such uncomplimentary things precisely, because those things were exactly what Kakashi wanted them to think. They wouldn't know, or have any way of knowing, that the last thing he always did before leaving his home was to take a look around the whole place with Obito's last treasured gift, burning the sight of his house into his retina and memory if anything was out of place. Even the strategically placed dog hairs he had strewn around the place in specific patterns and maintained religiously every day. Even if his summons hated the grooming, he would know the instant he let himself in. This time, however, he knew someone had broken in, and he knew why. With barely a hitch in his stride, Kakashi moved to his front door and, with only a fractional pause, opened it to let himself in. He didn't even need the Sharingan. Rin had obviously seen and deliberately triggered every trap in his apartment, despite the fact she'd only gone to one particular area. Feeling the weight of failure pressing down ever heavier around his neck like chains around a condemned soul heading for final judgment, the copy ninja carefully placed his groceries in the hallway before swallowing and pushing open the kitchen door. She was facing slightly away from him, tending something on one of the window ledges, and for a brief moment Kakashi could only watch. Unable to speak past the lump in his throat, his heartbeat pounded in his ears, ever louder and more desperate as the sight of Rin's back seemed to rob him of the memories of how to breathe before, eventually, he was forced to relieve his held breath as a long, drawn-out sigh. This of course was enough to alert her to the fact she had a visitor, and she turned around, the sight of her face almost enough to bring a tear to his remaining natural eye. The two stood where they were, not quite sure what to say at the end of over 12 years' separation. A separation that hadn't ended well from what Kakashi could remember of it. In the aftermath of Obito's funeral, Rin had quite rightly been possessed by rage and verbally lashed out at the one who, in her eyes, was responsible. Only respect for their sensei and the Uchiha's family, those few who bothered to attend the funeral of the clan failure. At least he had prevented a coffin-side brawl. Kakashi had endured her scorn and withering words with stoic resolution, not quite able to comprehend much more after the Uchiha's last words had shaken the foundations of his world so badly, and unable to absorb any more mental punishment and trauma, Rin's words simply washed off of him like water over a sodden sponge. Though he never had time to confirm his original suspicions, Kakashi had always suspected that Rin had mistaken this shell shock for him hiding behind his usual facade of indifference, and he hadn't heard from her since she stalked away from the graveside. Never once speaking to her former teammate, though she did promise to speak to Minato-sensei once more after applying for a transfer to the medical corps. By the time the boy who would become the copy ninja had been able to get his head screwed back on straight, and even attempt to reconcile their estrangement, it was too late. Rin's name was on the stone he spent virtually every waking hour paying respect to, another ghost haunting his footsteps, another failure in a life seemingly doomed to repeat its mistakes. Until now when he had the chance to put right at least one small, seemingly insignificant part of his black past, it was a chance not often granted to many men, and Kakashi would be even further damned than he was already if he squandered it. With that thought in mind, he half swallowed the lump in his throat and managed to give a weak smile of sorts. Rin-san. Ah, hello Kakashi-san. The Inuzuka stepped to the side, looking over her shoulder at the object she'd been paying attention to before turning back to him with a semi-abashed look on her face. I can't believe you kept that old shrub. Glancing past her, the Jounin gave a slightly wider smile, Rin able to reach the expressions on his masked face even after their long separation. I try to keep track of all the presents I'm given. The Inuzuka looked to his headband, the obvious slant concealing what lay beneath it, and shuddered for a second, the vision a knife of guilt twisting in Kakashi's mind as she drew on her resolve and managed to speak again. I can guess. But unfortunately, we don't all have a spare Sharingan handy at the drop of a hat. This little seedling was the best I could manage at short notice. For which I'm glad. Despite their insistence on it being the most powerful dojutsu of all, I've never envied the Ucha having this eye and a completely photographic memory while using it. There are several sights I can remember that I'd rather not see, your name being carved onto the hero stone being one of them. At this point some mischievous shade of dear Obito-kun's ghost must have seized on his discomfort as his transplanted Sharingan started to itch, mastering the urge to rub at it. Kakashi let his knees go and collapsed onto his kitchen floor, Rin jumping slightly as the Koppinin bowed to her with a single word on his lips, Gomen. And he was sorry for so many things it would take more time than he had left on Earth to name them all. Inhaling the scent of linoleum from his kitchen floor, Kakashi was half expecting her to just step over him and walk out, leave him behind as though he was unworthy of her forgiveness or words. He was unworthy, of course, but it would have been nice to feel something like the touch on his shoulder, the sight of Rin's face, Kunoichi training still in place as she clamped down on the tears he could see threatening the corner of her eyes, twisted into an expression somewhere between regret and bloody-minded pragmatism as she gripped his shoulder and hauled him upright. Kakashi just about managed to help her, putting one foot on the floor and taking some of his weight off her arms and wounded lower limbs. Finally he was stood upright, looking down at the face of the former genin and opening his mouth to speak, but before he could get so much as the edge of a word out, a second lump leapt into his throat and rendered him mute. And, judging by the force with which Rin's right patella had thundered into his groin, Kakashi was reasonably sure that this blockage compromised at least one or other of his testicles. As the Copper Ninja slumped back to his knees, cradling his smashed jewels with both hands, Rin finally let her spleen vent, though she might have been absent from her clan for many years. Some things from the Inuzuka could never be denied, and, as she bent down slightly to deliver a verbal lashing right into Kakashi's vulnerable ears, it appeared that temper was definitely one of them. That was for being such a rules-obsessed, stick-in-the-ass team when we were genin. And tune in, she bellowed, correcting herself at the last minute as she realized neither she nor Obito had never actually known Kakashi as a genin. If it hadn't been for Kyuubi doing it first, you'd have driven Minato-sensei into an early grave. He nearly went hairless trying to get you to lighten up and see there was more to life than the next mission. Obito-kun, Kami rest his soul, was all that kept our Team 7 sane and in one piece, even if he was a complete clown at times and always late. Though having said that, and spoken to some of my clan, I had to laugh when I heard some of your excuses when it comes to not getting to places on time. But going into Anbu, never passing a team as a sensei, what the hell were you thinking? We, the rest of your team, spent years trying to get you to chill out, and the second we go missing you just go back down the same old road. Hate Kakashi, you are the most hopeless, irredeemably irresponsible man on the face of the elemental nations. 10 years I've been waiting to say that, to point out some home truths in a message I'm sure even you'd be able to understand. That much at least she was sure was true. Pain was a universal language, and the manner in which Kakashi flopped to the side in the fetal position told her he was now getting a new crash course in the dialect of agony. As she stood up and wiped her forehead, taking in a second deep breath as she visibly calmed down and spoke again in a more measured tone. So then, rant over. In the dim part of his mind that wasn't currently moaning in pain and wrestling down nausea, Kakashi was grateful for this. It meant less risk of further genital abuse. That was for Minato-sensei and Obito-kun. This is for me. With this, Rin dropped to her knees beside the ball Kakashi had hunched himself into and, with eyes tightly shut, ripped off his mask. And the spare underneath it, she could still hear Obito's scream of frustration when he realized that his triumph in managing to demask his illustrious teammate had been thwarted by Kakashi's thinking ahead, and slammed her lips against his. The Koppinin went rigid for a moment before, eventually, relaxing into the kiss and returning it, the unfamiliar sensation displacing the pain in his mind until, far too soon, Rin broke away and leaving behind an ache from both his heart and his nevers. That was for me, she repeated, standing up with an expression that suggested she'd just taken a heavy burden off her back, though her eyes stayed closed as she stepped over him. Because I'm a fool, but at least I'm an older fool now, one who can do something about her circumstances rather than just wait for it to resolve itself. As soon as you pick yourself up from your pity party, come and find me. We've got a lot to talk about. With the last strength in him and stifling a groan as the motion jostled his injury, Kakashi rolled over and watched her form depart, glancing over her shoulder with her eyes still shut but a gleeful smirk on her face. You never know. As soon as you put your mask back on, maybe I'll even have my eyes open next time we meet. Unable to do much more than lay where he was and whimper, Kakashi simply watched Rin depart and, as he heard the front door swish softly open then slam, he flopped onto his back and finally let himself go. He wasn't sure exactly why a man who had just had his two most important assets shattered by a surgically placed strike had any reason to laugh, but laugh he did, even as water dripped from his uncovered eye as complete ambivalence tore him down the middle. He was happy, ashamed, mortified and vindicated all at once. At the end of his fit he still wasn't sure what he was supposed to do next, but, as he heaved himself to his feet with the aid of a nearby chair and set his eye on the item that had caught Rin's attention, he realized that, just this once, he had a good reason to let go of something from his past. He also knew someone who deserved and would probably look after it, even without knowing exactly where it came from and what it represented. So then, it is decided, coming to his feet with the rest of the council echoing his movement, Sarutabi felt no tiredness in his limbs, only a grim, fatalistic resolve as he looked around each of the assembled faces, and was reminded why he'd taken the hat back up following Minato-kun's untimely death. To protect my village and all those who dwell within its walls, that is the way of the Hokage, the will of fire that illuminates us all and must now burn its way into the maw of the Dragon Village. I will take these demands to Raikage personally the day after tomorrow. I will spend tomorrow arranging the prerequisite bodyguards and appointing an interim Hokage. I have little doubt the Raikage will yield to these proposals, but should the unthinkable happen, be prepared to shift the village to a war footing, he stated solemnly, his eyes roving around the table and lingering almost imperceptibly on the man who'd be taking the reins in his absence. I should be gone no more than a week, if it's longer, and I have sent no word. Assume the worst and prepare for hell. Assuming no other business, he waited a few seconds to be sure no one was going to speak. This council is dissolved. He said the words, but didn't act on them. Instead, the venerable Sandaime waited in his chair and watched the clan heads and his advisors file out, just about masking a smile as he realized one of them hanging back slightly, seeing her nerves showing and remembering with a slight smile the last time he'd seen her so ill at ease prior to being put at ease by the no-nonsense manner of his wife who talked her brusquely through the ins and outs of pregnancy and labor. Yes, it hurts like hell at the end and makes you look like a beached whale for the better part of the year, but at the end it's worth it. Were your exact words, weren't they, Buikoheim? Sarutabi took a little pity on her and spoke first. Something on your mind, Inuzuka-chan? Hi Hokage-sama. Swallowing her trepidation, Tsume began to explain her position only to fall suddenly mute as the aged man held up a hand. I know, or at least have a shrewd idea what you're going to ask, Tsume, and my answer must regrettably be no. My reasons. His raised voice choked off any protest she might have had before she could voice them, are as much for Naruto's sake as your own. This elliptical logic made Tsume curl her lip, so it's a bad thing for him to have a family. Sarutabi glanced at her askance, more so than the one he's already earned himself. Come Tsume-chan, if I was to even try to mediate a settlement for his formal adoption, it would turn into a debacle. For a start, your clan would probably be at war with the Hyuga within a week, to say nothing of the impact on the rest of the council. For me to allow a Jinchuuriki to be adopted into a major clan, regardless of whatever favors he might have done to said clan, would be a major political statement of favor that could potentially destabilize the whole of Konoha, and that's before the civilian backlash that would occur. Apart from that, he favored the Inuzuka Alpha with a cunning sort of look, one a gambler who'd been dealt a straight flush might wear as he leered across a table full of schmucks. I have plans of my own for young Naruto-kun, which I will discuss with him tomorrow, plans that can only come to fruition as long as he's not a clan member. Tsume was tempted, sorely tempted, to ask, but in the end obeyed her first instincts and merely nodded her grudging assent. Very well Hokage-sama, you've not led us astray so far, so I'll follow your lead on this. So formal adoption's out, but, reminded by a nudge from Kuromaru, she tried her second avenue of attack. What about some certain clan traditions? I can only advise as far as official adoptions, Tsume-chan, my power is far from infinite. The Hokage told her blandly, his tone studiously colorless. Outside the tenets of the village laws and common decency, I have virtually no say what goes on between consenting village members. Hi Hokage-sama. Somehow she kept her voice as neutral as his, though there was no hiding the grin on her face as she bowed and sidled towards the door with her Ninken preceding her. Sorry for taking up your time. No need to apologize, Tsume-chan. He didn't get a reply, only the closing of the council room door as the Inuzuka made a rapid exit back towards her clan grounds, leaving the old man to his peace as he reached for his pipe and considered the next day. and how he could speak to his surrogate grandson with the news he had for the boy who had, in the Kage's eyes, proved himself ready and worthy of several truths Sarutobi had been expecting to sit on for a good number of years yet, but then. Neither of you two were conventional shinobi typical that your son carries on your ways as both the best and worst of the two of you. He'll have this hat off me yet, I'm just praying to Kami that I'm there to see it. Standing outside his bedroom door and looking down at his Ningen, Kiba felt himself smirk as he realized that it was true what the elders once said: revenge would be sweet. Okay, Akamaru, ready for this? The pup barked, tail wagging 90 to the dozen as Kiba wafted the door slightly, building the anticipation and grinning as the puppy whined and scratched at the door, denied its prize cruelly. Sure you're ready, okay then. With a flourish he threw the door open, watching as the Ningen ran towards his target and pounced. Get him, boy, find that mouse. Got him, okay. Good boy. As an orange-clad arm swatted drunkenly at the Ningen who was jumping all over the body it was attached to, Kiba whistled, calling his partner back. That'll do then, wake up Naruto. Ugh, what? Come on, up and at M. The young Inuzuka plowed on relentlessly, stalking into his room and shaking the figure still swaddled in his blanket. It's getting late. If you're not up soon you'll mess up your sense of night and day. No. At this denial Kiba played his ace, hefting up his Ningen with both hands and thrusting him forwards with a light-hearted threat. Don't make me use Akamaru again. All right, I'm up. With a second groan Naruto sat up and rubbed at his eyes before looking forwards at the vague white smear he could see. Hellish little ball of fluff, he muttered, though that didn't stop him reaching up and running a few fingers down the wriggling puppy's closest ear. Right. Which way to the bathroom? I'm overdue a date with a shower. Sorry pal, no time for that. Kiba had, since he'd woken up, been given an important task, and that was to get Naruto to the back of the clan grounds again. Got something you need to do first. Remember where the party happened? Kind of. Why? 'Cause the rest of the clan's there waiting for you, the Inuzuka explained, making Naruto look up sharply. Just splash some water on your face and get out there, trust me, you don't want to have my mother coming in here hunting you down. Getting chucked out the window in midwinter is not a fun experience, believe me I know. Falling back into bed with a flopping noise Naruto regarded the hewn wooden ceiling for a minute before stretching out, and glancing across at his friend. Yeah, okay, give me a minute and I'll meet you out there. Cool, I'll tell Kar-san, Kiba stated, far too cheerfully in Naruto's opinion as he deposited his partner on the bed. AKA-kun, I'm trusting you to make sure he gets moving. If he tried to sleep again, bite him. Till he gets going. If that doesn't work, howl for me and we'll get right on it, okay? The puppy gave another bark that made Naruto glance at him with a withering look before, after Kiba left, sitting up and throwing the blanket over the puppy, and leaving a moving mound in the rumpled sheets as Akamaru tried to find a way out his cloth prison. Word to the wise yapper, Naruto pointed out to the Ningen as he stood up and stretched off, glancing over his shoulder as the pup's white, fluffy head poked out from the corner of the rumpled bedclothes and glanced up at him with those thin little eyes. Never bite off more than you can chew. Now, where are we headed again? Lucky the water was crisp enough to shock some life back into his system and Akamaru's directions, though excited and prone to sudden dashes and changes in direction, were easy enough to follow, blinking back the glare of a sudden sunlight. And it looks like it's going to set in an hour, man. How long was I out? He looked forwards towards where Akamaru was running into the grounds before catching a glimpse of what the pup was running towards and, promptly freezing solid, now feeling more like a rabbit than he ever had before in the face of what looked like the entire Inuzuka clan and every member of their Ningen pack they'd ever owned. Before he could react much beyond a sudden jolt of adrenaline, however, the clan preempted him and Naruto watched in amazement as to a man the entirety of the Inuzuka, one of the founding and noble clans of Konoha, bent their shoulders or, in the case of the Ningen, lowered their bellies to the ground in front of him. As she watched the Uzumaki flounder slightly at trying to take in the sight of the bowing clan, only one Inuzuka didn't follow suit. As for the alpha to bow would be a sign of submission, and Tsume couldn't show that to anyone save the Hokage or a fellow clan head. She did, however, incline her head towards where Naruto appeared to recover slightly from his thunderstruck shock and raised her voice as the entire clan stood back up, speaking aloud from the center of the rough semicircle the pack had formed along the back of the cleared area of their grounds. See all Inuzuka, she called, Naruto's eyes snapping towards her as soon as he heard her voice. Not since the time of the Second Great War has our clan owed such a debt to one person, not since the silent knives of the shinobi were sheathed in the reign of the Nidaime has one person risked so much for the sake of ours and our own and returned in triumph. Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuuriki jumped at his name, step forwards if you would. Despite his own impression of himself as a rather brave sort, no future Hokage could be a coward after all. It took a long minute for Naruto to muster up the courage to pace forwards with the weight of so many eyes upon him. Trembling as much as a single one of his nicknames tossed in a lion's den, Naruto finally made it about halfway to the leader of the clan before stumbling to a halt, unable to continue, but, judging by Tsume's smile, he'd gotten far enough as she spoke again, addressing the clan as a whole. To this man we offer our recognition, our thanks and our fellowship, for him and his line until the pack is no more. She paused, waiting to hear if there would be any dissent to this decree though, as she'd expected no one, not even the elder who had been skeptical the previous night, spoke out and she was able to continue. Uzumaki Naruto, who returned to us our stolen children, we of the Inuzuka are a pack, a family, and we see you and all of your blood as part of our pack now and eternally, in thanks of the service you have done for us. You are pack-bound by the word of the Alpha, and none can put this asunder. Even as the Inuzuka present bowed once more, and their Ninken howled aloud, a more measured, soulful noise than the raucous howling from the previous night, and Naruto tried to make sense of what he'd been told and quasi-invited into. Someone stepped forwards to clear up his confusion as the rest of the pack began to disperse. It was my father, the last person who was pack-bound. Naruto, Rimaru said almost conversationally, a hand on the younger boy's shoulder as he explained the situation. Neither Rinchan or I are what some clans would call full-blooded Inuzuka, but, with us, that doesn't matter. Pack binding means that Tsume-chan and our clan have accepted you as part of the pack, so as far as we're concerned you're an Inuzuka now. What? The sudden idea of having a family, and not just a family, a clan of all things, sent a jolt like lightning straight through him. But how can that work? I'm an orphan. Does that mean? Officially no, I'm sorry. Naruto, moving over herself as she pushed through the press of her clan. Tsume did look apologetic for a moment before the brightening as she remembered the Sandane's message. I did try, but Sarutobi-sama said he had excellent reasons for you not officially becoming a clan member. You'll have to go and see him tomorrow at midday to find out exactly what those are though. Still, since when have our clan ever really given a damn about what's written on paper? We say you're one of us, so we'll all treat you, and any children you might have as well, just like we have Flea and Rinchan because their father and stroke or grandfather was pack-bound as one of us. Kamisama, help us, Kuromaru grunted caustically from Tsume's heels, ignoring the harsh looks thrown his way to deliver a promise to the infiltrator. That still won't stop us tracking you down if you sneak in here. Good, Naruto shot back, relishing the challenge as he met the Ninken's one-eyed gaze. If it were easy it wouldn't be worth doing. All right children, play nicely. Tsume broke up the fledgling argument before settling her attention on Naruto again, trying to explain what his new situation meant in real terms. So, apart from that, as part of our pack you've got the right to seek sanctuary here for as long as you want. You can ask for help from any of us, and if we can we'll help you as much as we're able to. Though on the flip side of that coin, if someone from our clan asks for help you should pitch in if you can, give and take system sort of thing. You know how it works. So I could live here? If you wanted to, though I thought the Hokage had provided you an apartment. True, and moving everything would be a real hassle, especially as I'd have to ship the stingers along as well, one slip handling them and I'd have half of Konoha in a panic. Until I could round them all up, so then, effectively I'm part of this clan now, right? Yep, for better or for worse. Most likely worse. No one asked you, Patches. Naruto riposted the Ninken's sour assessment of the situation before glancing up at first Rimaru, then Tsume before asking his next, most important question. But if I'm an honorary Inuzuka, does that mean I get the cool tattoos as well? Despite himself, Rimaru snorted at this, recalling dimly a time where he too had asked his own father the same question. While Tsume smirked and raised an eyebrow. Thought you'd never ask. That was what I was coming over here to find out. As Alpha, it's my duty to mark every new pack member. When the time comes, you've got the option to decline, but, going by that question, you're not going to take it if I offer? No way, they look awesome, but they don't have to be on the face, do they? I've already got marks on my cheeks, I don't think they'll go with ink. Tsume smiled and ruffled her hand through his hair at the question. Now tell you what, give me half an hour then come and find me. I'll set up the kit then and we'll figure out the best way to go for the marks. Just one thing regarding them though, because you don't have a ninken they can't be read, she instructed in a stern tone. Pointing first to her cheek and then to Koromaru. Our fangs are red because they're literally blooded. The ink is mixed with blood from both ourselves and our ninken to cement the link between the partners. Sounds a little grotesque, I know, but it's effective. Glancing between the Inuzuka and her partner, Naruto raised an eyebrow at this news and nodded in acceptance. I'll bet it's effective. If you were to cut me open and use my blood for body art, I'd think twice before getting up to any funny business. Still though, half an hour good. In that case I've got enough time to get a bite to eat and dive in the shower before you start jabbing me with needles. Luckily the actual process went smoothly and didn't quite hurt as much as Naruto had feared. Just Tsume, Rimaru, and his daughter and Hana, who as Alpha-elect when her mother was forced to step down from the role had to learn how to perform the duty, were present and, after confirming that Naruto couldn't really have his cheeks done, decided on where to place the bite mark. After rejecting the traditional areas such as the first part of the body that had touched a ninken, a question that, when asked, provoked a fit of the giggles from Naruto and a mortified, torturous explanation from Hana, as she was forced to come clean about the circumstances in which she'd first been introduced to the younger child, and because of that exactly which part of the Jinchuriki's anatomy had first been exposed to a ninken's teeth. Naruto had a slight epiphany. I know what I'll take. The traditional design. Sorry Rinchan, but I don't think the squares would suit me, though of course they'll have to be orange. But could I have it done on my back? Back? Why? Because that way people won't know I've got it, Naruto explained despite the fact he'd been gone for several months. One didn't forget several years of dispassionate ignorance and fiery denial from his fellow citizens so quickly. Could you imagine what'd happen if anyone saw them? They'd be hammering on your doors telling you I'd stolen you noble clan markings and demanding you do something about it. Then when you didn't there'd be all sorts of trouble and questions. Nah, not worth the aggro. Under my kit, not able to be seen, sounds more like my style. Tsume considered this reasoning and made a mental note to address the confusion that flashed over Rinchan's face. The younger Inuzuka, unaware of Naruto's great secret, before she could ask, the alpha nodded and clapped her hands. Sounds fair enough, kid. Okay then, kit off and lie down on the bench there. I'll mix up the orange inks we'll need. Trust you to be awkward. That's a sod of a color to make up. Hana, give us a hand a minute. Shucking off his jacket as the Inuzuka worked, the Jinchuriki chuckled as he lay down on the rough, padded bench that had been set up. He waited a few minutes in idle conversation before stiffening as he heard Tsume's voice again. Right, don't move. Despite the feathery sensation that drifted over his shoulder blade areas, Naruto kept his body still, trying his hardest to keep his breathing deep and even to avoid the risk of smearing the ink. Eventually the sensation left and he started as her. Felt someone slip their hand into his. Glancing over he saw Hana smile. The Haimaru near her curled around her legs to provide further reassurance as she spoke over the sudden buzzing that sprang out of nowhere. Try not to move, Naruto-kun. This might hurt a bit, but it'll be over soon. He did his best to nod, but, feeling an alien stabbing start to punch into his upper left back, could do nothing more than grit his teeth and grip Hana's hand harder, listening to her soft reassurance and the words of both other pack-bound present to get him through this pain barrier. Luckily it didn't last quite as long or hurt quite as much as he'd been fearing. With a flourish, Tsume declared she was done and Naruto released his vice grip on Hana's hand slowly, breathing out in a long sigh as he realized it was done. Right, that should do it, Tsume told him as he stood up, slapping his wrist softly as he reached for his jacket. No, don't wear anything for the rest of the day or it might get inflamed. Just take it easy for now, no showers until tomorrow morning and you should be right as rain by then. Main meal's a few hours from now, just show up to the kitchen then. Until that point I'm sure that other rugrat of mine's hanging around somewhere. I'm sure you can get into mischief with him for now, but stay off your back, understand? Hi Tsume-san, got it. And don't call me a san, she grumbled, irritated, not even looking up from where she was disinfecting the equipment used to mark the latest member of her pack. You're as close to family as it's possible to get without having been inside me for 9 months. Formality doesn't enter into the equation now. Naruto nodded, already eyeing up the distance between him and the door, and fancying his odds just this once. Okay, I'll remember that from now on. Ba-chan, he was just quick enough. hurrying to the door and diving through it just as a pot of ointment slammed into the floor just behind his heels as Tsume snarled at his retreated, recently tattooed back before letting out a snort of dismissal. "Cheeky little bastard, I'm not that old, not a word you." Rimaru protested his innocence. "I didn't say a thing." "You didn't have to, I can read you like a book," the alpha informed him with a sharp look before glancing sidelong at her daughter, a saucy smirk on her lips. "So then Hana-chan, you know his limitations, but I'm sure you could find some way of contorting around them if you're still in the mood you were last night." Grimacing at yet another reminder of the unfortunate slip in her usual behavior, Hana glowered at her mother. "Are you ever going to let that go? What do you think?" The eldest of Tsume's children groaned, the action mirrored by her partner's tails drooping as she helped her mother put the equipment away. "This is going to be hanging over my head for decades, if not the rest of my natural life." She said nothing, merely nodding as she watched Rin being led away into the clan house by her father, probably to have her mind taken off Naruto's unusual circumstances and why he wouldn't want his new clan affiliation to be known. Once the father and daughter duo was gone, however, she started at the sound of Tsume's voice again. "I have to say this though, Hana-chan, had he been a few years older, or even a genin, I probably wouldn't have stopped you." That declaration made her blink and blush at the same time. Though rather than shout and recoil in disgust, Hana instead took a more mature route to the truth and cocked her head slightly. "Can I ask why?" "Why?" "I thought that would have been obvious." Tsume did indeed appear to be generally perplexed by the question as she answered her daughter's question. If a man's prepared to go to those lengths for a girl he barely knows outside of an acquaintance, imagine what he'd do for a girl who loves him and may one day become his wife. Apart from that, it'd have meant I wouldn't have had to pack bind Naruto-kun or petition the Sandaime for his adoption. You'd have had a chance to claim him through marriage, and don't give me that look. The older, more experienced woman shot down the affronted look. She was shot with realistic pragmatism. "You might not have been around as long as me, Hana, but you surely must know as well as I do that one day that kid is going to make some girl, hopefully in Konoha, a very lucky and grateful wife." Just a shame Kiba wasn't born a girl at that declaration, to say nothing of the mental image of Kiba in a skirt. Hana had no choice but to put down her end of the tattooing table and laugh out loud. Even as she did so though, she had no idea that she, or at least, a social structure she was an integral part of, was at the forefront of Naruto's mind. Even as the clan dined in the evening, he was thinking about it, and the following morning, after a night of sleeping on his front in a spare futon and getting up with the help of a hastily stifled alarm clock, he quickly slipped on his clothes and slipped outside, ready to wait in ambush to see the final vindication of his hard work at the place where Hana met her team in the morning. "Reckon it's anything bad?" "I sure hope not," Izumo answered his brother's concern with a wince and a shift in posture. "I've still got the bruises from the last time we had to venture into the she-monster's lair. I'm in no mood to pay a second visit." "Don't speak ill of your teammate," the gruff voice of Tain-sensei cut into their conversation, the bandaged face of the jounin as always muffling his voice slightly, but the two genin had more or less learnt to decipher his garbled speech. "I had a message from the Inuzuka clan yesterday morning. Hana's absence was due to important clan business that had just cropped up, and her presence as the next clan head was essential. I was, however, assured she will make up for the missed day." The bandages around Tain's face creased in a way that made both boys shudder. They'd seen that expression before, and it never boded anything nice. "And of course, as a team that means you get to help her in the remedial work." "Oh goody," Izumo groused, folding his arms. "She's going to get a right earful off me when she shows up here, aha, right on time." As the Inuzuka clan holdings were on the opposite side of the village to their training grounds, Hana was usually the last of the team to arrive, though none of the genin yet had ever gotten to training ground 14 before Tain-sensei, no matter how early they set their alarms. "Man, is it just me or do those mutts of hers get louder every day? Probably going through puberty. Do canine voices break?" Kotetsu wondered aloud before watching the charging beast flying towards them. "Hey, he's in a hurry." Yes, you four-legged annoyance." The Hagane scowled as the Ninken leapt up at him, though he didn't quite draw up his dangling hand to the point where the Ninken wouldn't be able to reach it if he jumped up at just the right angle. "We're both here, we're not going anywhere. What has got into you today?" "Go bug Zumo a minute." The Zumo, "Bro, what's?" As the slightly older of the two genin looked towards his brother, however, it soon became immediately obvious what had captured his attention. Both of Kotetsu's arms dropped into licking range for the Ninken as he beheld Hana striding towards them, a big, beaming grin on her face as the familiar shapes of two other Ninken loped along at her heels. Both members of the Fukumiwarai Kyodai looked from them to the dog that was now prancing around in front of them before, after putting their thoughts back together and realizing what much have happened, Izumo let out a cry of triumph and stooped down to catch the Haimaru as it hopped up again. Holding it half suspended it as it lapped up at his chin, and he rubbed his free hand through its belly fur. Ahaha, where have you been, boy? Though most of the time your partner does enough talking for the three of you, this time I really do wish you could tell us what happened. Where have you been then? I'll answer that, Barker, Hana called back, greeting her teammates with a smile both had been afraid they'd never see again. Though of course neither of them would ever admit to such a thing. But it's a long story, we'd better get the work out the way for the day before I fill you in. For a moment neither boy answered, frozen in a stationary tableau until, dropping the Ninken he held, Izumo stepped forwards and, surprising himself as much as he did Hana, he wrapped the Inuzuka up in a tight hug. Hana stiffened, then relaxed in his compassionate embrace, grateful just this once for having been paired up with her classroom antagonists as she slipped her arms around the bottom of his ribs, speaking as he felt a hot, wet lump in her throat as she heard him speak. Good to have you back, wolf girl. Hana growled playfully at the nickname, once hated, now more a long-suffering term of endearment between people who had somehow, almost in spite of mutual loathing, had become important to her. Shifting her arm slightly as she felt Kotetsu muscle his way into the fray, all three teammates were together for a long moment before Hana eventually pulled away, smiling softly as she looked between the brothers before the expression hardened slightly and she drew herself up to her full height. Good to be back, Barker. Now then, since all four of us are back to where we should be, there's going to be no sloppiness tolerated on this team anymore. I've not been at the races for a few weeks, so I'm sure you two have found new and interesting ways to screw things up in that time. So then, give me a minute and then we'll have to go through the long, laborious process of ironing out these many flaws. Observing the scene from his perch in a nearby tree, close enough to see everything that was going on but not so close that he'd be easily seen, and his decision had been vindicated as it appeared none of the genin had spotted him, though he was under no illusion that the jounin knew he was there. Naruto looked on as he saw the three genin embrace and nodded to himself at a job well done as his grandfather's voice came back to him. United a tree will stand to the end of days, divided it falls within a day. Having heard Hana's last words, he chuckled before wincing as he saw the Fukumiwarai Kyodai nod to each other before pouncing on their teammate, bringing Hana crashing to the ground. Shaking his head, the Jinchuuriki left the area with the sounds of his ears full of Hana's shrieks of laughter and desperate curses against her teammates, as they took their revenge for her slander and she writhed to be free of their tickling fingers. The excited woofs of the Haimaru as they decided what the two legs were up to looked like fun and they didn't want to be left out, and, very faint but still recognizable, the distinctive slap of palm meeting forehead at high speed as the jounin sensei of the team beheld the ruck of arms, legs and tails before him and wondered how in the name of Kami he was supposed to make head or tail of the mess in front of him. Overall, Naruto decided it had been a good few days, more than enough to determine that his trip into Kumo had been well worth the effort and sleepless nights. Out of it, he'd had a party thrown in his honor, the undying loyalty of one of Konoha's best known and respected clans, and, most importantly of all, he had the closest thing he'd ever had to family in his life. The tattoos on his shoulder blades tingled slightly at the memories before, on his way to the Hokage Tower and having about a half hour to kill before his midday appointment, he recognized where he was and decided to take a slight detour, pushing open a very familiar door. The Uzumaki walked into the shop as though walking on air, looked around with a smile and, seeing someone he instantly recognized, raised a hand in greeting. In later years he would wonder exactly how Tenten was able to recover from her outright shock and then knock his formerly buoyant mood, to say nothing of the rest of him, absolutely prone without him even being able to see her move. Right, I'm going to go way out on a limb here and guess you're upset about something. Not that he could hear anything over the muted buzzing in his ears of course, but judging by the wild gesticulations, warlike expression and ominous cracking of knuckles he was reasonably sure his first guess was relatively accurate, especially as he caught a glimpse of Tenten's face and was amazed to see a slight hint of tears in her eyes. Seeing this and belatedly feeling some sense of responsibility for her sadness, Naruto made to stand up and comfort her, but for some reason his body felt rather disjointed, as if the brain that had been scrambled by Tenten's right cross still hadn't reconnected all its mental links yet and his responses, were dull and unfocused. He managed to get as far as one knee before the girl, with a strength that belied her slender figure, reached down, grabbed him by the collar and seemingly without any effort at all on her part, hauled him back to his feet. Uzumaki Naruto. The Jinchuuriki had just about enough sense left to acknowledge his name, nodding as Tenten went on in a deadly, low whisper. "Where in the name of the holiest kami have you been?" His original response to this was to blink as he still tried to shake off the lingering effect of the weapon mistress's first sucker punch before. As the ringing cleared from his ears, he was able to piece together something that vaguely sounded like sense to answer her furious question. Long story, and it was completely untrue of course, but as Tsume had explained to him over the previous evening, most of Konoha was in the dark about the real reason for his absence and, for those that knew of the boy, Shikaku Nora had been instrumental in coming up with a cover story. In fact, of all the people in Konoha, only the Inuzuka clan, the clan heads and elders present in the council, and the Hokage himself were even aware Naruto had ever set foot out of Fire Country. Tenten, however, appeared unimpressed, and the younger child had to fight to stop himself turning an interesting shade of blue as the girl's grip tightened. "I've got time," she told him darkly, and snarling as he frantically shook his head. "I haven't, Gigi needs me, look." Long story short, someone told the Sandaime about a family of Uzumaki who'd just come back into Fire Country. They were traveling merchants, very mobile. I was rushed out, really short notice, couldn't speak to anyone as we had to get to where they were before they moved on to there to see if they were actually my family, but though I traveled with them for a bit, it didn't quite work out and I was forced to come back. Just got home last night. Probably just as well, they were nice people, but I couldn't be Hokage and a merchant at the same time. I also don't think I was actually related to them. Some of them were pale blonde, but none of them had my eyes. Sorry if I made you and your parents worry. The explanation seemed to have no effect on Tenten's grim countenance, and for a second Naruto had a brief thrill of horror that she didn't believe him. Before he could act on these fears, however, she seemed to move again without him seeing it, but somehow he went from arm's length to in her arms in the space between heartbeats. As though in a daze, the Jinchuuriki entwined his arms around her body and listened to her choked words. "You could have been adopted. And you never told me." Oh snap, of course. She'd been part of the Hasuwada family so long Naruto had all but forgotten Tenten was once an orphan like himself. No wonder she was worried I'd gone missing. I wouldn't have been the first one of us who just mysteriously disappeared one day and never came back. You idiot, I was going out of my mind worried, and so was Car-san. You better come over soon and tell us exactly what happened, or so help me I'll track you down and use every taijutsu lesson we've ever had in the academy to beat you to a greasy pulp. You got that, Uzumaki? Hi, understood Tenchan, though it feels like you already did beat me to a greasy pulp. Hey, I almost forgot you went to the academy this year. For an instant he was tempted to ask how her entry exam had gone and if she was enjoying being an pre-genin. But the deadline of his meeting with Gigi reared its ugly head up and he was forced, reluctantly, to try and back his way out of his oldest friend's arms, explaining as he did so, "You better tell me all about it tomorrow. Right now though I've gotta go see Gigi. He needs to speak to me and it's never good to keep the boss waiting." Tenten didn't react to this for a moment before, gradually, she let her arms drop slightly and took a step back, glaring at the younger child at the same time as doing her best to hold back tears of relief that he was okay. "I'll tell Car and Chusan you're back safe, but you better be around first thing tomorrow, Naruto, or I'll send Chusan around to knock on your door with his forge hammer." Okay. Naruto sidled backwards with his hands up in the air. "Mean Panda-chan, threatening to set her big bad daddy on me. I forgot how evil you could be. You think I'm bad now? You just wait until tomorrow, Mouse," the bun-haired girl threatened, shaking a fist. "We'll see how much of your throwing skills you've forgotten, and I'll show you the new deflection skills Chusan taught me." "Look forwards to it, Tenchan. See you tomorrow." He just saw his friend nod as he moved towards the exit, jaw still aching from her concussive punch to the face as he scuttled backwards and out of the weapon shop, for the first time breathing out a sigh of relief as the door swung closed behind him and he was able to carry on towards the Hokage Tower, now rather more chastised than cheerful due to his harsh lesson at the first of his original first friend: never leave a girl hanging. It only ever ends in tears, usually mine. It was with that thought on his mind and a hand on his throbbing chin that Naruto entered the Hokage Tower, and, after exchanging a nod with the suddenly frosty-looking secretary and fighting down a sudden pang of disappointment that it wasn't Meiba-chan who was sat at the familiar desk for him to banter with, He knocked on the door to his surrogate grandfather's office, waiting for the call to come in before twisting the handle and letting himself in. Naruto-kun, good to see you've learnt the lesson of politeness and punctuality so well, the old man greeted before taking a second look at the youngster with a frown furrowing his brow. What happened to your face? Panda-chan was a bit peeved. I ran off without telling anyone, Naruto answered after a second of stretching off his abused jaw, scowling at the Hokage as the old man hid a sudden smile. Still, I'll explain what happened to her and her family tomorrow. So the Jiji, what did you need to see me for, and why'd you stop? He stuttered his way to a standstill as Sarutobi whipped up a hand, motioning for silence before making seals in the air before him so fast that Naruto saw nothing but a blur of flesh before him. Even as he uncrossed his eyes as the spectacle finished, the Hokage began speaking, sounding far graver and even older than Naruto could ever remember his Jiji being before. I can guess at your questions, Naruto-kun, and I will answer them all. However, before I do, I must say one thing and ask you for another. He paused and waited for the boy, by now regarding him with a slightly confused expression but listening nonetheless, to nod before continuing. I must ask you for patience, Naruto. I have a lot to say, some of it I'm sure will be difficult for you to understand or even believe, but what I will say next is true. I swear it on my own life and the office I hold as Hokage. I was expecting, perhaps even hoping not to have to tell you these things until you were a lot older, probably when you were made chunin or perhaps even higher rank. But your actions over the past 3 months, and even before that, have forced my hand somewhat, though perhaps I once could have gotten away with denying requests made about you. With your newfound support from a majority of Konoha's noble clans, such a thing is now impossible without my fitness for office and, more than that, perhaps the very stability of Konoha being called into question. Because of these reasons, not to mention the fact you have managed to successfully achieve as well, I might add, a distinction the like of which most Anbu would envy with your mission into Kumo, I don't believe I have a choice. With such gravity in his voice that Naruto felt himself drawn in almost against his will as the old man behind the desk regarded him with a sad, level stare and finished, it is time you knew the truth, Naruto-kun, about your burden and your family. Silence fell in the office, a deep, billowing cloud of quiet that seemed to swallow all within it as Naruto reeled, trying to take in the Sandame's latest words, and Sarutobi steeled himself to deliver the knowledge that he could only pray wouldn't destroy the boy he had come to know and love as much as his own flesh and blood grandson. Naruto's jaw, all pain forgotten, worked a few times before he finally managed to recompose himself enough to latch on what was, to him, to the most important part of the Sandame's last speech, my family. But Jiji, you said I said what I was asked to say by your father, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi cut him off gently, an expression of deep regret making the age lines in his face crease even more deeply than normal. It went against my own personal thoughts on the matter, but I have to agree that his desire for secrecy has achieved its aim and kept you safe while you've been growing up. However, I will tell you about both your parents later, Naruto. There is something else you must know first, a truth I tried to keep from both you and Konoha as a whole, but in the latter of those aims, I failed. It is due to that failure that your life in this village has been so damned uncomfortable. And I curse myself for that mistake every day at the same time as take pride in seeing the ninja and Hokage you will become in spite of my inadequacies. What mistakes? Nothing's making sense, Jiji. Tell me, Naruto, the Sandame went on, ignoring his ward's confusion as he knew all would be made horribly clear in the next few minutes. What do you know of the Kyuubi? The sudden slew in the conversation made Naruto mentally backtrack for a minute, throwing his mind off the thoughts that both he had a family and, more than that, his Jiji had known his family, had actually spoken with his father, as he thought back to the stories he'd been told of the monster that had attacked them years ago. It was a massive demon, like a kitsune with 9 tails. It attacked us for some reason and the Yondaime killed it, though it killed him as well. Sarutobi nodded. That is the official story, yes, Naruto. What actually happened, though, is a slightly more complicated story. Standing up slightly as the nerves in the air got even to him for a moment, the venerable third Hokage paced slightly, trying to think of the best way to phrase the unpalatable fact he had to say next before having a sudden idea and acting on it. Remember when I was telling you about the Kawarimi no Jutsu, Naruto-kun, the laws of chakra, what were they? The first one? Yes. Chakra is energy? Yes, and what is unique about energy? It can't be created or destroyed. The Jinchuuriki ventured cautiously, parroting the lessons his Jiji had taught him. Still not sure exactly where this was going as Sarutobi nodded. Yes, chakra is energy and, when used by a ninja, converted to the jutsu or technique used to give the desired effect, with excess chakra lost as smoke, heat or noise. However, in the case of the Kyuubi, or any other tailed beast come to that, an unusual case is seen. The Biju, as we understand them, are simply gigantic masses of sentient or semi-sentient chakra. Can you see what that means, Naruto-kun? How it relates to the legend of the Yondaime? He was hoping, desperately hoping, that Naruto would be able to figure out the point he was trying to make without having to be walked through it all, as that would be painful for both of them. He was under no illusion that the Jinchuuriki was intelligent, a lot more so than most people tended to realize. And his faith in the boy was rewarded as the fist he had been resting his chin on in a thinking pose dropped away numb as his eyes went wide, and shot to the form of his grandfather. Kyuubi, it's not dead. How can he look so calm? There's a monster out there somewhere, and no one seems to care. With panic mounting, Naruto darted all around him and his hands fisted in his hair. It's chakra, pure energy, it can't die. The Yondaime didn't kill it, but if it isn't dead, why didn't it come back? Surely it should have recovered by now from whatever the fourth did to it. No, and if the fates are kind it never will. Minato Dono was a genius shinobi, the brightest paragon of the will of fire I have ever seen. The truth is that he sacrificed his life and, more than that, his afterlife to the Shinigami to perform a technique, possibly the only technique, that could counter the threat of a Biju as powerful as the Nine Tails. Enthralled by the story, Naruto leant in as his panic abated. The knowledge that a giant red avatar of destruction is not going to come crashing out of nowhere helping steady his nerves. But what did he do? He sealed it, Naruto-kun, condensed all the energy the Kyuubi represented into a Fuinjutsu matrix and, with the power of the god of death himself, sealed it away into the only container strong enough to hold such a powerful force. What? Where is it? Is it safe? Sarutobi regarded him with mournful eyes, but before Naruto could question why, the third had already spoken in a tone of lead. He is standing in front of me, a Jinchuuriki of the nine-tailed Kyuubi no Kitsune. Naruto's world stopped moving. The fox, the monster, he had heard of the beast, the destroyer. There wasn't a soul of Konoha who hadn't, and it was inside him. It wasn't possible, it couldn't be. He was Naruto, always had been. Surely if he was Kyuubi he'd have a sign of possession, like tails or fox-like habits, or a love of sushi that those possessed by Kitsune were reputed to have. He became dimly aware of Sarutobi coming towards him, a shock of physical contact as the old man's hand came down on his shoulder. The touch gave a point for his reeling consciousness to hold onto and, with a great effort, he dragged himself back to the waking world. Looking up at Jiji with nothing more than blank confusion in his eyes before the old man. No longer looking old, but looking like the Hokage, the god of shinobi who had once bested every other Kage in the elemental nations, and speaking directly to him. You are not the fox, Naruto-kun. No matter what you ever hear or are told, you are not and will never be that monster. You are a Jinchuuriki, a human container of the Biju, but you still as human as I am. Never forget that and never let anyone else tell you anything different. You have as much of a right to exist, live and grow as anyone else in Konoha, and as a result of your previous actions a good deal more right than many. But I don't understand, the 8-year-old stated quietly, his eyes nowhere near as bright as usual as the confusion dulled them. A hammer blow that destroyed his usual mask of cheerful ignorance of the world in general. Why me? Did I? No, you have no say in the matter. You are as much a victim of circumstance as any who were slain by the Kyuubi's attack, Sarutobi stated brusquely, seeking to uproot these potentially poisonous seeds before they could even start to take root in Naruto's fertile imagination. The Yondaime was forced to use you for 2 reasons. Firstly, only a newborn baby could possibly hope to contain the Kyuubi, as its undeveloped chakra coils would be able to expand to accommodate the new chakra. So I was used because of my birthday? Partly, necessity did play a big role in the events of that night. Events I pray nightly that Konoha never has to ever go through again. Sarutobi took a second of his own to shiver. Not even a man of his age, experience and skills unable to deny the tremor that ran through him at the memory of a night of blood, fire and death as the greatest force in the elemental nations battered the walls of his home. The second reason, though, was responsibility, the word out of place from the rest of the Hokage speech, made Naruto look up and gave Sarutobi the opportunity he needed to get his second Much more precious point across to the Uzumaki. You have asked me this question often enough, now I will ask you the same. What must a Hokage be willing to sacrifice for the safety of his village? Anything, his own life if necessary, like the Nidaime did to save you and your team like you told me, Jiji. Or the Yondaime did to he couldn't finish, his speech drying up as he scrutinized the floor as the truth came back to hammer at him. The Yondaime, his hero, had sealed the Kyuubi into him, his own body. He felt dirty, polluted by a beast that had ravaged his village and hurt a lot of people within it. Like the Kamizuki and Hagane families, a stab of guilt ripped into Naruto's gut as he remembered the genin he'd seen only that morning. Kyuubi was the reason they were forced to live as they did, and it was inside him now. Did that make him responsible for the Kyuubi's crimes? He didn't know, doubted he would ever know, and it didn't really matter. All that did matter was that he was a prison for the Kyuubi, and I can't let it out. That point was set in stone. If it gets out of me, it'll come for Konoha again, it'll destroy the village. I can't let that happen or I'll be the Hokage of a pile of sticks. Yes, the Yondaime was in my eyes the greatest Hokage who has ever been, or will ever be. No man sacrificed more than he did to save this village from certain annihilation. His life and afterlife, you mean? How does that work? I'm not sure exactly. I'm not an expert in Fuin Jutsu, Sarutobi admitted before regarding Naruto with those sad eyes once more, but I would like to think that if, Kami forbid, I was forced into Minato Dono's sandals, I would also be able to give up my life for Konoha. What else he sacrificed, however, I doubt in my heart of hearts I could bring myself to match what he was forced to give up that night. Worse than his life? What else could Kyuubi team have possibly taken from him? Sarutobi's face hardened. Nothing yet, and as long as I'm alive it never will, he assured the boy in a flinty voice before it softened and he breathed out a long sigh, focusing on Naruto again. But think for a moment, Naruto-kun, if you were Hokage, what would you consider more important than your own life? Perhaps even the entire village as well? Naruto seemed to think about this at great length, giving serious consideration to the question before. With a frustrated growl, he shook his head and looked up at the old man again. I don't know. How about your child, a son or heir you might have had with a woman you love? Child, you mean like a baby? Naruto seemed nonplussed by this, but, seeing nothing but complete sincerity in his Jiji's eyes, considered it seriously. Well, yeah, if I had a child I'd do anything to look after him or her. But I'm a long way from getting. For the second time Naruto fell completely silent, another hammer blow rocking him as he put together the pieces the Sandaime had fed him and came up with a cohesive whole. For a long moment neither of them spoke. In fact, Sarutobi was on the verge of shattering the silence himself before he took a better look at the Jinchuriki's face, and realized he wasn't actually looking at him, but rather over his shoulder, turning. The Sandaime saw exactly what had captured Naruto's attention and smiled sadly, turning back to his ward and nodding at the unspoken question. Yes, Naruto-kun, when you achieve your dream and surpass all who have come before you in that seat, it will be your face up there next to your Chusan, watching over the village forever. The fourth high, Sarutobi said shortly, turning back to his adopted grandson and smiling. Minato Dono himself wanted to keep news of his child secret. Had your mother's pregnancy become widely known, there would have been Iwenin crawling out the woodwork to try and kill you both. As it happened, due to a tragic accident, we never fully understood the Kyuubi was released just as or before you were born. As a result, Minato Dono had no choice but to use you as the vessel for the sealing because, as Hokage, how could he ask someone to sacrifice a child when he himself would not do the same? Sacrifice a child, is that what a Hokage has to do? If it's necessary and all of Konoha is in peril, it is an impossible choice. One I have never had to make the life of one over the future of many, Sarutobi admitted stoically, his eyes never leaving Naruto's face as he went on. Come over here, Naruto-kun, it's time you should see this. Still not quite back in tune with the rest of the world, Naruto stumbled and tottered towards the desk as Sarutobi opened one of the drawers, reaching in and then withdrawing a long, thin something that he placed on the desk, half standing next to. Half falling into the side of the oaken structure, Naruto found himself gazing down at a picture, a relatively small one, true, but a picture nevertheless, that made the breath catch in his throat. The fourth Hokage was there, his infamous hair as wild and free as always, but unlike most of the official picture of Minato, he didn't have his traditional cape on. Instead, he was stood in close, very close, proximity to someone else. A woman slightly shorter than the Hokage with long red hair the shade of spilt wine, and an expression that Naruto knew all too well as she squinted at the camera. face scrunched up into a teasing smirk as her left hand was up in a victory sign. Her other hand, however, the one that overlapped with Minato's right as his arm must have snaked around her slim back, was the one that caught his attention, for it lay over her stomach, a stomach much larger than a woman of her dimensions had any natural reasons for it to be. There was only one thing that immediately sprang to Naruto's mind as his brain drank in the scene as, knowing what he knew now about the fourth Hokage, he felt his vision fracture as he realized exactly who he was looking at. All was quiet, the silence broken only by small splashes as tears dripped from Naruto's chin to the desk in front of him. His fingers curling up as silent sobs shook his body. Before him was the proof, absolute concrete evidence that he had once been part of a family. He didn't just appear out of thin air or, as some of the caretakers at the orphanage had muttered when they thought he couldn't hear them, crawled out the bowels of hell. He had once had, even if only for a few brief hours, a Kai and Chusan all of his own. Who they were wasn't as important as what they were, his family, his kin, closer to him than either the Inuzuka were now. How long he was stood there, crying over a picture of his now dead father and mother, he could not have said, "Wait, Karsan, Jiji." He breathed hoarsely, trying to speak and breathe down the gasp of air he needed at the same time. The woman, my Karsan, who is she? At this question Sarutobi chuckled. She is the lady whose name you carry on so well, Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto heard the name and his brain hung onto it without fear of ever letting go. He now knew who his mother was. There was nothing more important than that. All I will say on the matter is that I watched her grow from a little lost girl evacuated from Whirlpool Country, a princess from their ruling clan as well, if memory serves me right, into one of Konoha's finest kunoichi, and that one of the happiest days of my life was when I married her away to Minato Dono. I was still in office then and had that power. Something to remember for the future perhaps, Naruto? His slight joke did make a watery smile break over the Jinchuriki's face before he finished what he was going to say. I'll say no more because I know all the clan heads knew Kushina much better than I ever did. You have my full permission to ask them anything you wish about her. Most of them, I'm sure, already either knew or suspected you were her son. However, when it comes to your Chusan, we must be slightly more circumspect. Wiping his eyes on the sleeve of his jumpsuit, Naruto looked up at the village leader and spoke again. A little more strength in his voice this time. Circumspect? Yes, though tensions have cooled with Iware these days, the memory of the yellow flash has left deep scars in the minds of the rock. Scars its ninja would gladly expunge with the blood of the son of the man who cost them the third shinobi war, Sarutobi said seriously. Naruto swallowing softly as he felt a chill come over him, realizing just how much danger he might be thrown into in the future due to his illustrious parentage. As of now, only 3 people know who you really are, Naruto-kun, and 2 of them are in this very room. The third, the Hokage went on as he caught the intrigued glint in the Uzumaki's eye, is the man Minato Dono finally managed to convince Kushina into allowing to be named your godfather, a man called Jiraiya. Sadly, due to his position as Konoha's premier spymaster, his time in the village is limited, but, believe me, he has been watching over you ever since you were a baby, just as I have. He's never approached you once himself for the same reason. It would look very suspicious for such a powerful shinobi to take any amount of interest in such a random orphan off the streets. More secrets, huh? More hiding in plain sight, Naruto muttered caustically before sighing, looking at the picture once more before, regretfully, glancing up at Sarutobi once more. So I can't talk about my father at all? I would recommend not. Unless you feel confident in your chances of fending off an Iware assassination team. Did you know one of their bloodlines involves turning a person's chakra into a chain-reacting explosive? I've heard the pieces can be thrown over a mile after a big bang. Okay, you made your point, Naruto hastily gabbled, feeling a little queasy at the idea of becoming so liberally spread out over a wide area by a rock ninja with a grudge, and lots of high explosives. So then, my father's the 4th Hokage who sealed the Kyuubi no Kitsune into me the day I was born while my mother was a refugee princess from Whirlpool. Wasn't that village wiped out though? To Konoha's great shame and mourning, yes, though they gave the Kumo bastards a bloody nose they'll never forget, Sarutobi snarled, remembering the angry, liquid fire that had coursed through his veins when the news had belatedly come through of the surprise attack on the Leaf's great ally, and the devastation the self-destruction of the village hidden in the tides had wreaked on their attackers, almost halving Kumo's active strength in a single stroke, a habit you look to be carrying on, Naruto. Kun? That comment did make the boy chuckle before it withered on his lips and he groaned. So then, I actually do have a family, but I can't really talk about it because it's a ninja thing, and I contain the most powerful beast in the elemental nations. Hey, shouldn't I have a seal on me somewhere because of that? You said the fourth used fuinjutsu to do it. One of the reasons I was actually grateful you took Miruda-san up on his offer of his slightly off-white jumpsuits. Naruto-kun. Lift up your jacket and channel your chakra, the Sandame instructed, himself slightly curious as he hadn't seen the design of the Shikifujin in several years that should make the seal appear. With a hint of trepidation, Naruto did as he was bid, tucking the hem of his jumpsuit jacket under his chin and rolling his eyes down as he called upon his chakra once more, wincing as he realized that 3 months without a chance to practice with it at all had set him back sorely. More handprints on the wall, it looks like then. Whoa, his expression morphed into one of awe as he saw thick, spidery lines appear on his stomach, a pattern of fuinjutsu so far above his head he might as well have been in a bathyscaphe scrawling over his belly like a sundered spider's web as he cut off the flow of chakra, watching it fade once more to pink skin. Wow, so that's what keeps Kyuubi at bay. Yes, for now and hopefully forever. Naruto whipped his head up at that, not liking the use of the word hopefully in that sentence. What do you mean just for now? It can't get out right. Sarutobi made a humming noise in the back of his throat before looking at the Jinchuuriki levelly, gravity in his next words. Not for now, Naruto-kun. The process of sealing the biju is traumatic for the beast involved, forcing it into a vegetative state for some time, as the seal your father used on you was quite possibly the strongest in existence. The Kyuubi has been dormant since that day, sleeping off its battle wounds if you like. However, there will come a time, though when it'll be I don't know, when it will wake up and may have influence upon you if you allow it to. The thought of the biju taking him over, using his body like a puppet of flesh, made Naruto break out in goosebumps as he shuddered and shook his head. No way, and never. This is my body. The only thing in my stomach that's going to have any effect on me is the ramen I put in there, he declared forcefully, forcing Sarutobi to mask a sudden chuckle as, after a second, Naruto's determined look gave way to one of slight trepidation as he spoke again. But how will I know if the fox is trying to do something, and what could it do? Sarutobi seemed to mull this question over for a moment, looking off into space until, at length, he returned his eyes to the form of his grandson and spoke once more, a measured calm in his voice as he explained the situation as best he could. It is a dual-edged sword, Naruto-kun. All Jinchuuriki, and yes there have been and are others, have the power to tap into the Yukai, demonic chakra, or their biju and become much, much stronger than comparable ninja of their age and experience. However, there is a risk that such possession can go too far. The ninja loses control and the beast takes over, turning a shinobi into a mindless killing machine. Most of the other villages possessing Jinchuuriki train them for use in heavy combat assault roles, ultimate weapons to carry the day on the field of battle. You, on the other hand, and those that came before you, have never been treated as such. Those that came, Jiji, a sudden suspicion seized Naruto at his grandfather's odd choice of words, making him look up at the third Hokage with a curious expression. What do you mean by that? They Kyuubi? I'm not the first person to hold it. Is that what you're saying? It is exactly what I'm saying, Naruto-kun. This is the last thing I needed to say to you, the final secret that you must know, Sarutobi informed him, replacing the picture back in its drawer for the time being prior to it being resealed in the most secure and restricted area of the Hokage Tower. There have been to my knowledge 3 Jinchuurikis of the Kyuubi, the third of which stands before me. He acknowledged his grandson with a nod and a smile before moving on. The first was the wife of our first Hokage, Mito-sama, the only one who managed to gain anything more than instinctive control over the beast at all, while the second was the woman who married the fourth. Wait, what? She married my mother was a Jinchuuriki? She was. And the fact that no one of her age group save Minato ever knew should be a comfort to you that it is possible for Jinchuuriki to live normal lives, Naruto-kun. You would do much worse than following Yuka-san's example, Sarutobi advised him before carrying on his story. However, it's at this point the story becomes unclear and, to my eyes at least, darker. The seal of a Jinchuuriki weakens when, in the case of a woman, she goes into labor, as the vast majority of her chakra is focused around the area of labor rather than the seal. We, Konoha as a whole that is, knew there may be a risk to the village from Kushina's pregnancy and drew up plans to prevent risk to the village. You were born outside of Konoha, in a secret location surrounded by one of your father's fuinjutsu barriers. attended only by Minato Dono himself and a few select retainers, my wife amongst them. However, though what happened there will likely never be known. Even saying those words made Sarutabi's lip curl as his old suspicions played in his head. It was painful enough that he'd lost his wife, but to lose her and have no one and nothing to blame for such a loss was a wound that festered even now. Something went wrong. Recalling what else had happened on the night of his birth, Naruto could only shiver and offer his version of what he thought had occurred. It didn't work. The Kyuubi broke free and attacked the village even though Chusan was there. Overall, yes, but I have a suspicion something else, or even someone else, may have intervened to make that happen, Naruto-kun. Sarutabi's voice was hard and with a warning tone as he regarded the Jinchuuriki squarely, voicing at last his private suspicions to likely the one person in the leaf who wouldn't dismiss them outright. After all, his family as well as mine that was shattered that night. Kushina-chan was one of the strongest women I knew, and Minato-kun. There was no seal to my knowledge. He couldn't master. No, I don't think the Kyuubi could have broken free on its own. Something else played a hand to make that happen. I can't prove anything, of course. I fear the truth of that night went to the Shinigami with your father, but I haven't got to be as old and grizzled as I am without trusting my instincts, and even now I still feel uneasy thinking about that day for too long. If someone did attack on that night, Naruto-kun, it must have been someone exceptionally powerful and skilled to defeat not only Minato's barrier but also separate him from Kushina, and should he discover that Kyuubi still lives, I have reason to believe he may attack again. The thought of that, a shinobi who rivaled even the Yellow Flash in power, was enough to make Naruto quake slightly, though to his credit he kept his composure as best he could and licked dry lips before asking the weighted question. You think he might be after Kyuubi? It is a possibility, a remote one I hope, but no ninja ever survived long by trusting just to hope. This fear is one reason I tried, as best I could, to limit knowledge of the Kyuubi ceiling to the masses, though by the time order was restored in the village too many people knew to classify the creation of a new Jinchuuriki as a secret instead. To my shame, I created a law, the only S-rank law that has ever been passed in Konoha outside of wartime. The look of severity on Sarutabi's face made Naruto almost take a step back as the Hokage recalled once again the bitterest decision he'd ever made, the one he castigated himself for most strenuously as he saw the effect it had had on Naruto himself. I made it an offense, punishable by death, for anyone who knew of the ceiling to tell anyone who did not of it. In doing so I hoped knowledge of the ceiling wouldn't pass to the next generation and you would be able to have friends your own age. In this though, I have had relatively little success. In fact, you have yourself to thank for your own success. Me? You mean people like Panda-chan, Ino-chan, and Kiba? Exactly that, though one of the reasons I couldn't allow the Inuzuka to adopt you officially was because of the Kyuubi. No, not like that. Sarutabi held up a hand to forestall Naruto's heartbroken look as he went on. As a Jinchuuriki you represent a potentially very powerful powerful playing piece. Though I'm sure Tsum-chan would never stoop to using you in such a crude manner, the very fact I allowed one clan to have you other the others would result in the mother of all administrative nightmares, and me being drowned under a tsunami of paperwork. Surely you wouldn't wish that on your dear old Jiji? Seeing the exaggerated wheedling face the third Hokage adopted, Naruto couldn't help but splutter slightly as he shrugged slightly and, grudgingly, answered, I guess not, but I suppose it doesn't matter. You know I ended up, what's the word, pack-bound anyway? Exactly, Naruto-kun, that is a very rare honor indeed, and you've earned it on your own merit, the Sandaime said proudly, a wide smile wrinkling his face as he went on. No one can claim you only managed that because of the fox's power, a ridicule often leveled at Jinchuuriki, because you've done what no one would ever expect anyone, least of all a Jinchuuriki, to accomplish. The elemental nations is used to BU containers simply being used as battering rams to blow down the gates and hammer enemy fortifications to dust, so when the Mouse of Konoha came sneaking through the front door, Kumo simply never had a chance. That reminder was enough to take Naruto's attention off the information that was still burdening his brain, and focus on the positives he'd achieved, smiling slightly as he remembered back to the previous evening. Wow, was it really less than a day ago? Man, I feel like I've been up here for hours, and all this stuff Jiji's told me, just whoa, major head rush. And the pride he'd taken in looking over his shoulder and seeing the new tattoos that adorned his shoulder blades for the first time. With a sigh he raised a hand to his head and shook it slightly, not quite sure what he was supposed to be thinking at this point. It was all a bit overwhelming for him. Sarutabi seemed to sense this as well and stood up once more. cancelling the privacy seals around his office, as he made to use his last technique for the day before getting back to work in finalizing the Konoha demands to the Lightning Village in recompense for the attempted theft of their Ninken. I can imagine this is a lot to take in, Naruto-kun. A truer word was never spoken, he thought words he couldn't say at the minute, settling for a nod as Sarutobi shepherded him towards the office door. I'll take you back to your apartment for now, have a night to sleep on it, I always find that works for me. However, remember what I have said about your own protection. Some things are never to be said in case the wrong people are listening. Information on your mother I'm sure people will be glad to tell you, though the QB is more of a sore area. Even now, years after the event, there are those who feel the pain of the beast's attack and take it out on you despite my best efforts to stop them. It's okay, Jiji, it's not that bad really, Naruto assured him with a reasonable amount of conviction, actually having trouble remembering the last time he'd been given hassle in the street. It certainly had been a long time ago even without his impromptu hiatus to Kumo, though then again gratuitous use of masked personas might have had something to do with that good record so far. I just keep out the way when I can, keep my head down and make sure people don't know they're talking to me. Hopefully when I'm a ninja and the Hokage I'll be able to do something about it. The aged Kage chuckled, well you've already made an excellent start, Naruto, not even in the academy and at least 2 of our clans already see you as a rising star, and no. Seeing the question brewing, Sarutobi skillfully headed it off, determining it would be better for Naruto to have a surprise sometime in the future after the shock he'd just been forced to listen to. I won't say who the others are, though I know you're smart so I've no doubt you'll figure it out if you put your mind to it. Now, hold still and we'll get back to your apartment. Knowing what was going to happen next, Naruto merely nodded and closed his eyes against the rush of air as Sarutobi activated his technique, and the pair of the shoe shined out of the Hokage Tower. Never before had the flights of stairs to his apartment seemed so long or climbed so high. With so much burdening his mind it felt like he was trying to walk upstairs balancing a boulder on his head. He'd had a family, his mother had been a Jinchuuriki. Something had happened when he was born that had killed both his parents and the Sandame's wife. A lot of people knew about the Kyuubi being sealed in him, the 4th Hokage, known and respected as one of if not the strongest shinobi to ever come out of the Land of Fire, was his father. His thoughts were in such turmoil that he didn't see the small object left on his doorstep until he almost kicked it over. Hastily checking his last step, the Jinchuuriki cocked his head at the small pot in front of his door and stooped down, picking it up and wondering if this was a prank of some kind. Maybe Aino knew he was back in town. Her family owned a flower shop after all. It didn't appear to be booby-trapped at all though, so he gingerly picked it up, examining the little plant and reading the faded symbols written on the lip of the pot in what looked like a colored marker, U-K-Aki. The word made him raise an eyebrow before he shrugged, weird present, or prank, whatever it is. Oh well, guess my apartment could use some color and greenery. Oh well, come on then Aki-kun, he said conversationally to the shrub, cradling it in one hand as he unlocked his front door and stepped inside. Let's get you something to drink and go from there. It was as he watered his new friend for the first time and flicked on the kettle switch that he sat down in his kitchen chair and took a deep breath, tired of thinking things through, and falling back to the first conclusion he'd really made about the information he knew now. Yes, it might have been important information to Konoha as a whole, but to him, to Uzumaki Naruto, had it really changed anything? He knew about Kyuubi, so what? Was that going to magically make the fox wake up and try and take over? Unlikely, but I'd better try and figure out something to do for when it does start moving. Jiji said it's pretty much a case of when, not if. Wonder who'd be a good go-to guy for problems like that, apart from Jiji of course. Aside from that, he was still technically an orphan, admittedly one who was virtually part of the Inuzuka now, though the fact he knew who his parents were was a comfort to him, especially as one of them at least was an idol of his, and the other sounded like someone who was well worth knowing about if the hints Sarutobi had been dropping were anything to go by. Still, as the water boiled and he reached up for a cup of instant ramen, making a mental note to get reacquainted with the Ikirakas sometime tomorrow, probably after 10:10 was done beating him black and blue for making her worry so much, a last thought swirled around his head as he let out a final sigh for the time being. I'm still me, still Uzumaki Naruto, the little mouse of Konoha who got adopted into the Inuzuka pack, and right now I'm back where I belong. It was just as Sarutobi began clearing his desk that the buzzer sounded, and the meeting he'd been looking forwards to all afternoon came to fruition. As he settled himself down in his official chair and tried to look composed, he wouldn't have been able to call himself human if he hadn't felt the hint of a gleeful smile creeping over his face. After all, I can't deny that previous results have been impressive, and having her in a new environment may aid her reintegration into society even beyond that. Naruto-kun could use something to take his off what was said earlier. Yo, Hokuji-sama, whose throat did you want opening? And Kami, damn me for being a wicked old sinner, but I'm going to enjoy this. Glad you could make it on time. Now, I have a permanent reassignment for you on the basis of some quite stunning work I've seen. A heavy thump jarred him from the pad he'd been doodling on idly, not in the mood to come up with new masks or have much of a plan about what to do tomorrow as of yet. Instead thinking more about what might have been had at least one of his parents survived, having opened his front door. However, he very quickly slammed it shut, feeling not in the least embarrassed about the shriek of terror that erupted out of his throat as he did so. As far as he was concerned, if the sight of a pissed-off Mitarashi Anko on your doorstep with a kunai in her hand didn't make your palms sweat, there was something very wrong with you. A second thunderous thump almost had him adhering to the roof as he heard his former sensei's voice come storming through the wood at his back. Gaki, do you have any idea what you've done? No, but whatever it was, I'm sorry, he shouted back over his shoulder. This obviously was the wrong thing to say, as another, even more violent thud issued through the closed portal behind him, and he winced as he heard a crack of splintering wood. Open up, you little maggot, Anko demanded, foregoing her normal sneaky entrance in favor of just breaking in prior to breaking heads. Open up or I kick the door in. Okay. Knowing she would and could do exactly that, Naruto yielded, tremulously unlatching the door and stepping quickly to the side as the Chunin came storming in, face black and thunder as she wheeled on him and scowled. You have some serious explaining to do. I'm starting at eaten alive by hungry summons. Let's see if you can talk your way into a more dignified death before I lose my temper. Swallowing hard, Naruto quickly sought to master his fear as he knew Anko could smell that emotion and found nothing sweeter, well, except maybe Dango. Anko-san, what a surprise, I was just boiling some tea, he managed shakily, his wobbly grin enough to give her a moment's pause and allow him to carry on. Please, just go through to the living room and I'll bring it straight in. The snake summoner glowered at him for a moment before, to his great relief, she slowly put the kunai away and nodded curtly. Make it so, minion, she commanded, and he was gone so fast she couldn't help but smile. Still got it. Now, living room. That settee brings back memories, and it did, not many of them nice, as she stepped into the darkened room and flicked the light switch on, blinking as her vision adjusted. The room was just as she remembered it, save a new little plant on the window sill and a big glass tank that seemed empty, until her sharp eyes caught something moving and she realized it contained a small number of Naruto was in the kitchen praying for the kettle to boil faster, and thanking Kami profusely under his breath that it eventually did when the shout came through. Gaki. There was a definite questioning air to Anko's voice as he pricked his ears and listened. Is it just me going crazy, or do you actually have a tank of scorpions in your living room? You're already crazy, he reminded her as he poured hot water into the teapot and set up a tray. But just for the record, yes, I do have a tank of scorpions in my living room. Oh, okay then. Her answer was fainter this time, and Naruto took silent pride at shocking even the snake mistress of Konoha, as he picked the tray up and strode into the living room, silently amused at the sight of his former sensei staring into the tank as though trying to count the number of armored arachnids in there. Take it from me, not nearly enough. All right, I'll bite, she said at length as he put the tray down. Aside from the obvious answer that you're just a weird kid with unusual hobbies, why do you have a tank of scorpions in your living room? Well, since someone I know wouldn't let me sign the snake contract, I had to find a different way of getting rid of the bodies, Naruto offered as he poured for the pair of them, though he saw Anko wasn't buying it despite the slight snort of mirth she gave. Okay. Truthful answer is Flea-sensei showed me how to catch and cook them when he took me and Kiba out survival training, and I picked up a taste for them. Boil them up and they go lovely in a ramen cup. Anko looked from him to the scorpions and back again before, to his relief, she shrugged and sat down, helping herself to a saucer of tea as she did so. Can't say fairer than that, I'm not much of a fan myself, but to each their own. Yeah, I know, you prefer men, the fresher the better. Anko glared over the dish she was sipping from before the expression softened slightly and she shrugged, along with the odd woman or two. Just for variety, she pointed out, reveling in Naruto's shudder before getting to the meat of the issue she had with him. Anyway, Enough trying to worm your way out of this. Fact of the matter is I've now been lumbered with a job I know is going to suck. And the Hokage told me it was something to do with you. And why you've been Kamino's where for the past Kamino's how long? He said to ask you and that, I quote, you should tell me everything before I break out the interrogation kit. So, I'm here. You're here and I've got the branding irons on the heat back in the T&I department. She gave a chilling smirk as Naruto swallowed his last mouthful of tea a little too hastily and started to choke. You've got about 10 minutes before they get to the perfect temperature for working on various bits of the anatomy, specifically the male anatomy. Make Count Gaki. Despite her doubts on the matter, even she would have to admit through gritted teeth that he managed to do just that. It took him an hour or so to tell the whole story, with her constantly questioning what exactly had happened, rolling on the floor with mirth as he pointed out where he'd ended up working and outright gawping in shock at the mission he'd undertaken. Finally, when he was done, Anko sat back in her chair, whistled and shook her head at him, disbelief warring with pride in her gaze as she looked across at her former student. Okay then, assuming this is true and I will be checking Gaki, what you've done is probably the reason the old monkey's been looking so happy this past couple of days. And you showing me off as one of the best damn sensei in the business probably helped me go up in his eyes, and hopefully land that special Jounin jacket. I've had my eye on, yep, alright, can't say fairer than that. She clapped her hands as though making her mind up about something. Looks like I won't be burying you today, Naruto. That declaration brought out a deep sigh of relief as he realized his priceless skin was once more still in one piece. It would have been very embarrassing to get out of Kumo only to come a cropper in his home village due to an angry sensei. Thanks for that, Anko-sensei, he said with heartfelt relief. I had visions of my life flashing before my eyes again. It's been so long I'd forgotten when to blink. Ha ha, the snake summoner deadpanned before standing up and looking for the door. Still, enjoy the rest of your miserable life before I come for you, Gaki. I said I wouldn't kill you. I didn't say you were off the hook. She beamed malevolently. Naruto blanched and the saucer in his hand started shaking. You'll find out what happened when I'm good and ready to let you know. So, for now, enjoy what free time you have left. Just don't forget that one day, when you least expect it, she snapped her fingers and Naruto dived behind his chair, sweating shuriken as he heard the snake mistress's dark laughter and the rustle of her trench coat as she swept her way out of the room and his apartment, only daring to resurface when he heard the reassuring slam of his front door and once more asking anyone who might be listening in the higher or lower kingdoms exactly what he'd done to have wound up with that crazy lady taking an interest in his affairs. Some 2 hours later, after showering and getting changed into his night clothes, Naruto flopped down onto his bed, thought about what had happened over the past 2 days and allowed himself a brief chuckle as he thought about what he now knew. He was the Jinchuuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. He was the son of the Bigu's previous Jinchuuriki. He was pack-bound to the Inuzuka clan for the rest of his life. His father was the 4th Hokage and, most importantly of all as far as he could see. Staring up at his ceiling as he switched off the light and rolled up in his covers, he was home sweet home. Chapter 17. Mouse faces the music. Today, Naruto decided, was going to be a good day. Oh sure, Ayame-chan would probably use every recorded move and dirty trick in the venerated annals of ramen fu to take her pound of flesh from the annoying little brat who'd made her and her father worry so much for the past third of a year, and Tuchi-san would probably help her out in that regard with his potentially lethal ladle-wielding skills. And that was assuming he managed to drag what was left of his mangled carcass out of the Hasuwada weapons shop once Ten-chan was finished with him. Not to mention the lingering presence of Anko-sensei looming over everything else like an aspect of the Shinigami just waiting to swing her knife at him when he least expected it. But aside from all that, he was certain it was going to be a good day regardless. Got a lot of loose ends to tie up, the Jinchuuriki thought to himself as he stretched out in bed, scratching at the top of his head for a minute before rolling onto his front and pushing against the wall in front of him much like a cat, aiming to get a troublesome kink out of his back. It was true as well. In fact, he was certain he had so many loose ends left after this fraying of relations with the rest of his village following his unexpected sojourn into the land of lightning that he hadn't even found them all yet. Still, no time like the present to get on with sorting out what he could and winging it for any he happened to trip over at a later date. Though the fact I can't mention what actually happened could be a pain, though Shikaku-san came up trumps for me with that cover story of his. Can't deny he did me a favor there. Wonder if that means I shouldn't try to break in and see what happens if you add caffeine concentrate to the deer pen water supplies now. The thought made him chuckle a little as he recalled one of the first jobs on his little mental list. He'd been gone for a while, and was under no illusion that his regular clients would probably have been grateful for the rest, but at the same time, all the more reason to check they hadn't been slacking off now he was back. Still though, that idea would take a little while to plan out properly. Best to let the clan stew for a little while before mounting another assault on their heads' collective pride and peptic health. So, with that idea on the back burner, and as stretched out as much as he could manage, Naruto realized he could hold back the inevitable no longer and, grudgingly, slipped himself out of bed and stood up, scratching his itchy belly as he yawned and contemplated the day ahead. And for the start of it, it doesn't look good. Oh well. Emotions caught somewhere between shuddering terror and blasé indifference. Naruto just about managed to bring himself to pad towards his kitchen and check for life. Giving ramen, let's just get this over with. It was as he was just finishing off his last mouthful of ramen that the memory of the previous night hit him and he let out a sigh, his chopsticks falling back into the broth with a small splash, as he kneaded his knuckles against his forehead as through trying to grind the facts into his protesting brain. Though Gigi had been half right and he did feel better after sleeping on it for a night, there was still no doubt that finding out he was the hidden son of arguably the most powerful and lethal ninja of the age was a major body blow that had caught him completely on the fly and between the eyes. Namake's Minato, even the name itself sounded like something for a legend, a mythical warrior whose shadow alone would send most enemies sprinting for cover and praying to whatever god they believed in for deliverance. And he's my Chusan, but I can't tell anyone because if I do, all his enemies, most of whom are probably still alive, will come looking for me, and I'm nowhere near powerful enough to stand up to anyone who could make an enemy out of Namake's Minato. It was this idea of inheriting his father's enemies, perhaps more than the shock of discovering who his father actually was in the first place, that had Naruto more worried than anything else, even though he'd freely admit to knowing relatively little about how the ninja world worked. One of the few things he did know was that secrets had a nasty habit of being uncovered at particularly inconvenient moments, and if this one got out, it would most likely have highly detrimental effects on his future life expectancy. So then, knowing what he did know was giving him a headache, so he tried to do what he always did in these situations. Casually bringing the carton of ramen up to his lips and swigging it down, he thought about something else. Chusan's one case, but Gigi said I could ask about Karsan, and she was a kunoichi as well as the previous host of my inner furry. He removed the carton from his lips in time to glance uneasily down at his t-shirt-clad stomach before shrugging and boarding his train of thought again. Yeah, have to think of something clever to do with him when I get a minute. So apart from my parents and the bijou they left me to babysit, I know one of my next moves has to be to ask the other clan heads about Kushina. Gigi said they probably already figured I was her kid, so speaking with them shouldn't be a problem. Tsumbachan should tell me pretty much everything she knows considering she owes me a favor, and Hayashi-san should too now I think about it, but ideally I'd like to bring it up when they're all together. Well, that should be easy. He made a change to his mental diary regarding eating arrangements for the evening before wrapping up his chain of reasoning, and aside from that, plenty to do for the rest of the day as well. So then, worst things first, while I'm in the mood and still in possession of most of my limbs, biting back a shudder, the Jinchuriki slid off his seat and tossed the empty ramen container towards the kitchen bin, mentally limbering himself up for the showdown that was sure to be coming in the next hour or so. Time to catch up on the old dodging practice with Panda-chan and her dear old Chusan shouldn't be that hard really. After all, I only made them worry about me going missing for a few weeks, months without them having a clue where I was, and them having an adopted daughter who probably told them all the stories about that stealers, the time some orphans go missing completely at random and are never seen again, and they've got a whole workshop full of weapons at their beck and call. And Panda-chan's been at the academy for almost a whole term now, so they've both got ninja training. I wonder, does that pack binding thing extend to the Inuzuka avenging my honorable death in sort of combat? As things turned out, as they always seem to in these situations, the morning wasn't quite as bad as he'd been fearing in the slow mortuary trudge towards the Hasuwada residence. Yes, Ten and her parents had been justifiably livid with him dropping off the face of the elemental nations for so long, but they seemed to calm down when he explained the reasons behind his sudden vanishing act. Kishi-san even going so far as to offer her condolences when he explained that the Uzumakis of the Sandaime had been tipped off about actually weren't his clan or family. Even the new and improved training regime Miruda had introduced both himself and Tententu, though exhausting and painful, had several upsides that a sunshine-filled soul such as Naruto could easily put a positive spin on. For instance, as he discovered about a split second after setting foot in entrance to the Ichiraku ramen bar, even the most powerful of ramen-fu constriction holds, Ayame-chan's feminine glomp of doom, could be broken if the luckless individual caught by it happened to be bruised almost beyond endurance, and reacted to the sudden explosion of pain-racked aches from his body with a scream of agony that defied both his gender and apparent lung capacity. When his eyes stopped watering, and he was able to think coherently again, Naruto immediately added that particular little trick to his personal repertoire. It might have been an embarrassing way of escaping a grapple hold, but he figured out as long as it worked it was worth remembering. I think I'll call it the Inoichi defense, Naruto-kun. What? Through a haze of tears he broke off, naming his new ability to try and focus on the indistinct blur that appeared to be regarding him in deep concern. What happened? Are you hurt? Chu-san, Dad! A thunder of feet announced Tuchi's arrival, the ramen chef with his trusty ladle in hand and not afraid to use it as he scoured the interior of his shop with a steely glare, looking for both the source of the scream and anything that could threaten either his daughter or his livelihood. Ayame-chan, are you all right? He glanced at his child before noticing the figure she was half crouched by. He squinted before recoiling, almost dropping his precious ladle as he recognized the blonde child. Naruto, what on earth? Sorry Jiji, the Jinchu Uriki managed to gasp, recovering his breath as he turned to his adopted older sister. And you, Ayame-chan, I'm just a bit beat up from the Hasuwadas earlier, and you squeezed one of my bruises too hard. With that explanation, the tension whooshed away from the interior of the stand as both Ikirakas realized their favorite customer wasn't in pain and was, actually, back where he belonged, right in front of their ramen bar and obviously wanting to be served. Though before that happens, with the forthright manner her father assured her came from the maternal side of her family, Ayame made it her business to determine where the blonde had been all this time. Time for you to answer a few questions. For me, Naru-chan, Dad. Go back and start boiling water. Naru-kun looks like he could eat us out of house and home. Is that an offer or a challenge? Disguising her snort of laughter as a sniff and hiding her grin with her hand, Tuchi didn't both on either count. Simply glad to see his favorite customer again after so long away. Ayame carried on as though the now salivating Jinchu Uriki hadn't spoken. It might not be either, Naruto-kun, she said at first, just about lasting long enough to make her words seem a threat before her resistance crumbled in the face of his heartbroken expression. Not unless I get to hear a very good explanation as to where exactly you've been for so long. Dad and I were going mad with worry because of you, and no one, not even Hokuji-sama, would tell us anything about what had happened. So then, little brother, tell me where you went, or no ramen for you at all today. It was a threat that would, under normal circumstances, have had Naruto on his knees begging for mercy and offering to disembowel Gama-chan of every Ryo it had ever contained to make sure it didn't come to pass. To the ramen girl's surprise, however, rather than all but breaking down in histrionics and semi-coherent pleas, the little blonde child instead regarded her with his head slightly cocked, measuring her up silently for a split second before answering, not with a promise, but rather a lusty sigh. Well, it's a long story, Ayame-chan, quite a boring one too, I'm afraid, and I've already had to tell it to loads of people. My throat's absolutely parched, churning out the same old dry words again and again. It'll take at least 3 or 4 bowls of miso to get it wet enough to speak again, you know. He is as well. The fact that Naruto was actively bargaining with her, and over ramen of all things, was enough to make Ayame's jaw drop open for several seconds before she recollected her scattered wits and centered herself again. Though she might have been a waitress, she was also the daughter of a merchant, a good one at that, and as such haggling and other nuances of trade were in her blood. Hard as he might try, and even with the element of surprise, Naruto just wasn't going to beat her. In this kind of game, you get 2 bowls and then the whole story, or no deal. Naru-chan, once more he held her eye for a moment before, at last, he conceded the point with good grace. Fair enough, hear that too, Chijiji. Already on it, the disembodied voice floated from the back of the store, coupled with a low hissing as water was brought to the boil. Get ready, Ayame-chan, these bowls are coming out hot. I want to hear this story as much as you do. The first touch of noodles on tongue was heavenly, Naruto's eyes falling shut and eyelids fluttering as the taste once more took his breath away. How did I possibly survive out there without this? It was a question he had no answer to. There was no way. No way at all anyone could ever hope to live and survive in this world without the divine succor of ramen to sustain them. He savored that first bowl, his first for almost a third of a year, as though he were 4 years old again, chewing every mouthful and letting the hot soup and salty noodles caress every taste bud on his tongue. When he was certain that not even a single drop of the perfect dish was left in the bottom of that bowl, he turned his attention to the second one laid down before him, letting his now whetted appetite loose a little as he polished it off at a double-quick speed. When he went to reach for the third, however, he was brought back down to earth and let out a yelp as an iron spatula descended on his knuckles. Wincing and trying to remove the agonizing ache from his fingers by flexing them, he turned an accusing gaze upwards only for it to bounce off Aime's folded arms and stern expression. "Okay, Ruto, that's your two," she pointed out, Naruto counting the empties before realizing with a scowl that she was right. "Damn it. And I can smell Tsuchijiji making more in the back. It's deliberate, I know it is. They're only cooking extra to try and get me to talk more, and the sad thing was it was probably going to work." His stomach had tasted ramen and, having been reminded of what it had been missing for so long, was now demanding a proper tribute. "Now out with it. What possessed you to just up and disappear for months on end? And without telling anyone where you were going as well?" "Believe it or not, there's not actually all that much to say really, Aim-chan," Naruto began, once more reeling off the lies he had told himself so much over the past night and morning that he half believed them himself. "I was as shocked as you, and everyone else probably, was when Jiji there he is." As that shrill exclamation reached his ears, Naruto felt another little piece of himself just shrivel up and die from ramen starvation. As with a slight thunk his head met the service bar of the ramen stand and the body it was connected to let out a groan. "Kami, why me?" "What did you say?" The sudden shout from right next to him made him jerk upright on his stool, looking around frantically until he came eye to blazing. Light green eye with Yamanaka Aino, his fellow blonde glaring at him with her arms folded thunderously. Crap, she must have heard that. "Okay, come on, neither that'll have to do," I said. "That's my three," Naruto elaborated with his widest grin on his face, explaining more as the woman the Yamanaka Scion had temporarily abandoned upon seeing the boy her daddy had said last night was back in the village, ducked into the ramen stand and stood beside her daughter. "I already saw Tenchan this evening, so now I've seen Ayam-chan and you. That's the 3 girls I've got to speak to." Aino scrutinized his face for a long minute before looking away, thankfully not noticing the relieved breath that whistled silently out of Naruto's lungs, as he was certain explaining that little slip-up would have been both embarrassing and painful, the gleeful smirk hovering around Ayam's lips not reassuring him she'd have stepped in to help if it all went the shape of the pair. "I'm sure you said something else, but I'll let it slide this time as long as you tell me where I've been right." The brighter blonde second guessed, trying hard not to look too smug as Aino whipped back around to stare at his newfound powers of deduction. "Man, do all girls have this need to know everything that's going on all the time? First thing Tenchan said to me, not 'how are you doing' or 'is everything okay, Naruto?' No, it was a 'where have you been?' Sometimes I think it'd be easier if I just had a tracker seal tattooed on my forehead. Maybe then I wouldn't have to answer that question so often." Aino snickered. "Nah, I'd still ask it just to annoy you." She stuck her tongue out mischievously as Naruto rolled a baleful glare her way before snorting dismissively. "You don't need say anything. Just being within about 50 feet of you's enough of an annoyance for most people to be getting on with," he replied caustically, causing Aino's expression to curdle into ire before his next word softened it somewhat. "Still though, it's a fair point, and at least I only have to say it once now. Basically, I was rushed out of the Leaf Village because Jiji, the Sandane that is, caught wind of a group of travelers who'd just entered Fire Country, with a fair few people answering to the name Uzumaki. There were a pair of gasps from the 2 younger girls at this while Kunisa, able to contain herself better, merely covered her mouth with one hand as the Jinchuuriki went on, so decided to get me introduced to people who might have been my family and clan before they could move on again, and the trail went cold. I knew as much about it as you lot all did for the first couple of days. I came back off the training field ready to put some ramen in the pot, and kick my feet up for the night when some big hairy Traken in boots the door down, scares me half to death, throws me over his shoulder and hurls us both through the window. I almost wet myself with the nerves. Lucky they, the hunter Nin and his squad that is, debriefed me en route and someone else managed to scrape up the few possessions I had that meant anything. So about a week or so later I was learning what it was like to be a merchant and live with a caravan. The Nin gave the Petra, that means the chief or the eldest member of the caravan. A rendezvous point some 2 months in the future where they could drop me off if I didn't belong there, and then they set off of their mission. They left you with a group of strangers? Kunasa's mothering side, never far away even when she wasn't with her daughter, immediately shot up a warning flare, and her winsome face transmogrified itself into a demon's mask. If that was the case, she and Sarutobi were going to be having a little chat next time the Hokage visited the Yamanaka grounds. Seeing the danger, Naruto quickly made to avert the headache he might have inadvertently caused for his Jiji before it could bloom into full life. No. They left me with a group of strangers and an ultimatum, he corrected her, grinning widely as Kunasa glanced at him askance. I didn't quite catch all of it, but as the Petra was looking a bit pale and shaky by the time the ninja left, despite the Rio they'd left, I can guess it was something along the lines of look after that kid or else. So that was me set up for the next however long I've been gone. I've been living with the Uzumaki part of the caravan, though it was pretty obvious after a few days that I wasn't one of their Uzumaki, and probably just as well as I'd have driven the Petra mad if they'd been forced to adopt me full-time, until we hit the meeting place and the Hunter-nin came back for me. It wasn't ideal, for me or for the caravan, but that's the way the ramen boils sometimes. Speaking of which, Im-chan, could you? Even as she mechanically placed the bowl of steaming goodness her brother had asked for on the bar in front of him, and watched him attack it ravenously, Im found herself caught somewhere between relief that Naruto was all right and indignation that the Sandaime of all people had been so cavalier with his safety. Bad enough he basically gets kidnapped out of his own home without a chance to say goodbye to anyone, especially after that business with the Inuzuka that happened so soon afterwards. But why didn't Hokage-sama tell anyone his plan? Even as the thoughts flashed across her mind, Im could easily see the same questions reflected back at her from the visage of the Yamanaka, stood almost opposite on the other side of the bar, though before she could ask the 100 Ryo question, Naruto had slurped down his latest mouthful and answered it. Jiji didn't want to tell anyone in case it turned out the Uzumaki he'd found weren't my Uzumaki, he told them, hastily spooning down another mouthful of broth before carrying on. He knew the people that give me a hard time might have been able to put 2 and 2 together, realize I was back from meeting my clan, and then start saying all sorts of nasty things like they kicked me out. Why was Konoha having to look after a clanless reject, all that good stuff? So he just didn't tell anyone. Naruto's shrug was perfectly timed, casual enough to convey agreement, but with just a hint of discomfort that suggested the village leader's decision chafed him. Just a little. When I got back he told me exactly what he'd done and said it was up to me who I wanted to tell the truth to, and, be honest, who apart from people who know me are gonna care where I've been? It was a true, if somewhat harsh, statement, one that made even Ino, arguably the stanchest critic Naruto had in the ramen stand at that point, soften a little towards him. Im and Kunasa were already sending the Hokage mental apologies as they realized exactly why he ran the village, and was able to think so many steps ahead. The mood within the ramen stand deflated somewhat until, with a thump, Tucci pushed gently past his daughter and dropped another bowl in front of his customer, a smile on his normally placid face. Well, Naruto-kun, remember that everyone here cares about who you are and what trouble you managed to get yourself into, the ramen chef told him in a sincere tone of voice before chuckling slightly. Even if our questions are annoying, at least understand our hearts are in the right place. I know, Jiji, and I'm grateful, Naruto replied, respectfully bobbing his head as he poked the surface of the ramen with his chopsticks. Still, a shame it didn't work out really. The Petra might have been adamant his convoy stayed on the road, but I'm sure, if we had been the same clan that is, that I could have talked them into settling down in Konoha, a whole clan of Uzumakis in the leaf. He sighed dreamily, the image he conjured up in his mind making his eyes glitter wickedly as he finished. I doubt any other clan would sleep safely in their beds at night. I know for a fact I wouldn't, Ino pointed out with a shudder that wasn't entirely theatrical. Though it had been almost a year since her haphazard introduction to the budding infiltrator, she hadn't forgotten the lessons he'd pointed out, and the measures her clan had adopted in no uncertain terms, and they were good measures at that. Even if they meant I had to start growing devil thorn plants rather than flowers in my window box. One of you's more than bad enough as it is. Oh, Kunasa-chan. As Naruto looked up at her with those big blue eyes pleading, the elder Yamanaka did her best to look serious and prevent the grin slipping over her lips. I know Himes being mean to me. And you deserve it, the girl shot back before her mother could reply, the challenge in her eyes as unmistakable as ever. Ugh, the thought of more than one of you in the world, never mind the village, it's enough to frighten even a princess like me out of her beauty sleep. Beauty sleep? Huh, I'll wake you up next September then, shall I? Hey, no need for that. Naruto defended himself even as he scooted as far to the side of his stool as he could without toppling off of it, retreating in the face of Aino's raised fist and flaming eyes as he took an ill-advised swipe at her physical appearance. Look, sad fact of the matter is you might have made a good start, but to catch up to the goal you've set yourself. Despite herself, Kunisa was forced to look away and fight down a blush as all attention was turned in her direction, directed thereby Naruto's finger. You're going to need a lot more than just a few extra 40 winks a night or so. Damn, that was good. Obviously a few of the lessons he'd learned behind the mask of Mamoru were still as valid in Konoha as they had been in Kumo. Note to self, charm can be used to deflect feminine fury, and if that doesn't work there's no shame in groveling until they see someone else they'd rather pound to jelly. Naruto, I aim's sharp. Clipped voice cut through his musing and the slight sense of smugness that had just started blossoming in his chest as he took in Aino's fist, dropping, her mouth working silently as she tried and failed to come up with a comeback to his valid point. No flirting with the customers. Oh, sorry Aim-chan, were you feeling left out? There was a sudden smirk from Tucci, the chef, doubling over as he hastily stifled a snort of laughter, quickly retreating towards the back of his store and leaving his daughter hanging as badly as her jaw currently was. The ramen waitress joining the heir of the Yamanaka clan in being unable to tear her eyes away from the blonde Jinchuuriki and his razor wit. The scenario might have remained in place indefinitely as it seemed neither Aim nor Aino could muster the mental effort needed to move their bulging eyes away from their diminutive friend, though after spending a moment making sure her own grin wasn't going to be seen and cause the girl's further embarrassment, Kunisa stepped forward and put her hand gently on her daughter's shoulder. Come on Aino-chan, you wanted to ask your friend where he's been and he's told you. Now we have to get going or we'll be late home. Naru-kun, don't be a stranger, she pointed out and offered simultaneously. The boy in question nodded and Aino knitted her brows for a moment before her eyes widened in understanding and she nodded, slipping off her stool and dogging her mother's heels towards the exit of the stall before pausing at the threshold and turning to look back at the child now tucking back into his ramen with obvious relish. Yeah, Naruto-baka, don't take too long to come over, she declared, hands on her hips and looking as challenging as she could make herself as she threw down her gauntlet. I need to beat something up and work out some stress. The Jinchuuriki chuckled slightly and nodded, sure thing Aino-chan. I'll get over to you as soon as I'm done with everything else I've got to do, then I'll help you get rid of all your frustrations. Fortunately, the Yamanaka was slightly too young to understand the innuendo, and didn't hear the second outburst of hysterics from the ramen stand kitchen, instead marching away with her head held high and a proud grin of her face. Naruto watched her go with his own, a slightly more sly smirk on his lips until the impact of a dishcloth on his head broke his concentration, and he found himself glancing up at his Nei-chan's slightly reddened face. Oh, Aim-chan, what was that for? He whined, making a show of rubbing his head. The ramen girl, however, was feeling far too bloody-minded to be put off by such a pathetic piece of puppy dog play acting. You know very well what that was for you little horror, the older girl snapped back, brandishing her dishcloth threateningly. I don't care what those caravan people taught you while you were gone, but as of this minute those lessons stay out on the mat you wiped your feet on to come in here, clear. We've got enough trouble keeping this place in one piece without your lip making a bad situation worse and scaring all the customers away. Hi Aim-chan, even the Petra wouldn't cross you in a bad mood. He griped somewhat sourly until she raised her impromptu weapon again. He'd be too in awe of your radiant beauty and kind nature to even dream of saying a word against you. That looked like it. Just for a moment he thought he'd got away with it. That was until Tucci let rip with another splutter of helpless laughter from the back of the store and ruined the foundation of obsequious flattery the Jinchuuriki had laid down. Okay, prepare for pain and if worst comes to worst save the ramen first. Aim's face seemed to have frozen in shock, but as the laughter continued and if anything got louder, the ice thawed enough to allow a strange, threatening grimace to appear on her normally happy face. Naruto-kun, she spoke without moving her lips. Much as I love you like a brother, I'd rather not have any witnesses if they haul me up before a jury for patricide. So please could you help your Nei-chan out and disappear for a while? 1 month or 2. What? Oh no. Realization of what she'd said hit Aim like a heavy iron skillet to the face and immediately she rushed to apologize. I didn't mean it like that Naru-chan. I know Aim-chan. The whiskered boy smiled, pushing his now clean last bowl forwards before hopping off his seat. skirting around the edge of the ramen bar and embracing the older girl around the middle, inhaling the scent of flour, hot water, and good, honest toil from her apron as he went on. I might have been upset that those Uzumaki I found weren't my clan or family, but when I got back to Konoha, I realized it didn't matter really. I'm home now, and even if Hokujiji finds someone else who might be related to me, they'll have to up sticks and move here, 'cause I'm not leaving again. Like I said to Jiji, can't have a Hokuj who doesn't even live in the village the paperwork would take over in a week. As Im returned his embrace and nuzzled her cheek against his hair, grateful at the end that regardless of the circumstances Naruto was back where he belonged, even if the reunion was overshadowed by her father's inability to hush his appreciation of the jokes the Uzumaki had played at the expense of both his daughter and the offspring of one of the most influential jounin of the village. Because let's face it, if the Yamanaka start gossiping against you, your business is already circling the plug hole. Naruto was left once more breathe a sigh of relief that not only was he back in the village with his precious people, but also that once more they believed his untruths and thus kept themselves safe from any potential repercussions from Cloud, should the situation with the Inuzuka not blow over as he and the rest of the people in the know were hoping. They're all better off not knowing what they don't know. They can't tell anyone else, Naruto told himself as he left the ramen stand a few moments ago with Im's Fowalkry ringing in his ears. The ramen girl stalking into the back of her store to have it out with her father about exactly when and where was an appropriate time to give into the giggles. Ignorance truly is bliss, or even if it's not, it's at least safety. Though, then again, the hand he had in one of his pockets stopped rolling around the long, thin item one of his clones had brought for him under a minute mask. The weight of the small stick making slush flop into the pit of his stomach before he swallowed hard and forced it down and away, concentrating on his next destination and the most unpleasant duty he had to fulfill today. The difference between ignorance and willfully blinding yourself to anything and everything not to do with you can also be the difference between life and death, and Kamisama heed this one's useless prayer. I can only hope her death was swift and painless. With that melancholic thought in mind, Uzumaki Naruto kept on walking towards the now deserted Ucha complex of the village hidden in the leaves. Naruto had often heard that it was forbidden fruit that tasted sweetest, but now, standing here in a place that had always intrigued but been out of bounds to him, he could taste nothing but ash and disappointment on his tongue. The Jinchuuriki liked to think of himself as someone who didn't get scared easily. After all, no future Hokuj could be a coward, but even he would admit if pressed that something about this place, almost a second village within the village, unnerved him. Though the physical evidence of Itachi's crime had long since been cleared away and cleaned up, there was something else. Something deeper that merely removing the bodies and washing away the bloodstains couldn't remove. The traditional houses of the Ucha clan were empty of people and devoid of life. No bird sang or nested here, as though nature itself knew of the crime that had been committed here and shunned this place. The Ucha section of Konoha was empty and, more than that, it was hollow, thin, and starving for life like a beaten cur, but at the same time shunned by all right-thinking people. But I've got a job to do. Pulling his jumpsuit around himself, Naruto fought down a shiver and let his knowledge of duty override his concerns. The little stick of incense in his pocket a tangible reminder of what he had come here for, and standing here being afraid of ghosts that don't exist isn't going to get it done. With that in mind, Naruto squared his shoulders, cast one last look over his shoulder at the gate he had squirmed into the clan grounds from, and then set off, searching for the one place of the Ucha land that had seen sad work done upon it since the event of the massacre. He found it towards the back of the grounds, and, seeing the newly formed mounds as well as the vast expansion of what had been the original plot of the clan graveyard, he felt a profound sense of mortality sweep over him. In the ground before him, the Ucha clan, a group of some 100 and more living, breathing people, now lay cold and still, mouldering beneath the earth as the life had been removed from them by a swing of their prodigies Ninjato. So many people reduced to nothing, to lifeless husks, so quickly and without mercy. Seeing the expanded graveyard and the fresh-dug grave send another chill through the Jinchuuriki before he steeled himself as best he could and, though he really didn't want to, began slowly picking his way thought he macabre place, careful not to put his feet upon any of the disturbed ground for fear of offending anyone in the afterlife, checking the headstones to find the one he needed. He was fortunate as it was on the outskirts of the newer land. The children and youngsters of the now-lost clan buried together in a single section ringed by larger graves that he suspected held parents of the dead children, though before his gorge could rise too much as he contemplated this he saw the headstone he needed and paused before it. tongue suddenly dry as all the words he'd hoped to say dried up on his tongue. He tried to speak once, twice, and then gave up, instead lowering himself onto his knees facing the smooth, carved stone and, after fishing it out of his pocket, gently pushing the incense stick he'd brought with him into the earth, lighting it with the lighter he now no longer needed due to his developing a smoke-creating jutsu but carried out of habit. As the perfumed smoke rose from the stick, the odor helped Naruto relax, giving him something to focus on apart from the resting places of the deceased all around him. The scent of the ground filled his nose as he bowed to the grave 3 times in succession before, at last, finding his tongue once more and speaking on, "You'll be pleased to know that, thanks entirely to your bad influence, I might well go down in history as the kid who pulled the greatest prank ever played in the elemental nations. I mean seriously, you taught me to fool one person and, because of that, I've taken it on and managed to fool an entire enemy village into thinking I was someone else, absolutely priceless. If you really are up there and able to see everything, I hope it gave you a decent enough laugh. I was hoping to say thanks to your face, but with what happened and all, and please don't take this the wrong way, I hope that doesn't happen for a good few years yet. I can't die until I become Hokage, though when I do, the first order I'm going to give, if it hasn't already been done, is to hunt down and find the guy who killed you. I promise, Uchiha Itachi will pay for his crimes, but I'm sure you don't want to hear about that in such a manner." The rest of the morning passed, Naruto on his knees before the grave talking about things that had happened in the recent past, and thanking one of the first friends he'd ever actually made, even if they'd spoken at best only once or twice before, for the lesson she had taught him. The incense stick burned down and finally crumbled before, as the sun reached its zenith, Naruto exhausted his words and thanks and stood up stiffly, brushing down his knees as he gave a final bow towards the grave before slowly exiting the mausoleum of the Uchiha clan, once more taking care not to blunder onto any of the resting places of the dead as, behind him, a playful wind whipped up and scattered the incense ashes across the grave of Uchiha Mila, a girl whose words had inadvertently precipitated the creation of a prankster of legendary repute and the playing of the most powerful and damaging hoax the village hidden in the clouds would ever be forced to endure. Though it would forever unknown save to a few that Naruto invited into his confidence, the role the Uchiha clan had played in the creation of the Mouse of Konoha would never be forgotten, or unappreciated by the one who had benefited the most from a single act of kindness, and a few informative words from one of the sharing and wielding clan. Almost as soon as he was invited over the threshold, and starting rubbing his hands in glee at the scent already tickling his sensitive nose, he found himself accosted by a sudden shout from just down the hallway, "Uzumaki Naruto, front and center." The voice that gave this order had such an inherent tone of command that the aforementioned boy sprung to attention like a piece of elastic, only just able to turn his body enough to see Akimichi-chan come stomping down the corridor like one of her clansmen's jutsu gone out of control. Man, and I thought Yoshino would be bad enough. A bead of cold sweat was rolling down the back of his neck and the weight was so painful, so torturous on his nerves that when the blow came it was actually more of a mercy than anything else. "Oh," Naruto griped, glaring upwards and rubbing his head. "Am I going to get a thick ear off every woman I know every time they see me from now on? If I'd known what was coming when I got back to this village, I'd probably have stayed where I was." "You bloody wouldn't. I'd have had the entire clan flattening the nations until they found you when I'd found out. Anyway, that was for running off like you did." In the next moment the taller woman was bent almost double to wrap her arms around his shoulders, speaking into his throbbing ear as she did, "This is for coming back in one piece, you little orange maniac. Only you, Naruto, only you would be insane enough to get dragged into half the things you do. And a lot of the time I wonder how even you can survive some of it." "You think I haven't asked that question myself?" Naruto asked, slipping out of the Akimichi matriarch's embrace with a fond, if playful, smile on his face. "The only thing I can think of is there's someone up there getting his jollies out of watching the many and varied ways I find of screwing things up, and when I finally get it right he must really get a chuckle because it seems to be going okay so far. More than okay if what old Chokuan was telling me a few nights ago is true." Flicking some of her raven hair back behind her ear, the former Onobugeisha smiled down at the smaller form before her. "I look forwards to hearing some of your exploits on the roads of the word. Was it true there was almost a brawl between the caravan and the Ambu squad when they turned up to take you away?" Naruto chuckled at this, partly to applaud Chooser his skill in crafting a lie in the mind of his wife, but mostly to keep up appearances as he thought of something clever to say in response to this question out the blue. "Brawl no. Celebration quite possibly, the Petra had been counting down the days till he could be rid of me, to the point he was notching the door of his caravan every night to tell himself he'd made it through another day. The Jinchuuriki admitted his own breezy nature enough to ensure that, even if implausible, the untruth sounded enough like something that might have happened that Chime questioned it no further, instead standing to her full height and pointing towards the main dining room. Can't say that I blame him. I was thinking about notching our front door every time you snuck in to remind us how easily you slipped through not so long ago. Neat idea, though I can't see it finding much favor in a lot of cases. The Hyuga have enough issues with privacy without someone starting to carve holes in their screen doors. Even as the idea of this flickered in Naruto's mind and he grinned internally at the carnage that could result, he padded along obediently in Chime's wake. As she stepped past him towards the feasting he could hear starting in the most important room of the Akimichi house. Still though, forget about that for now. You know our rules, Naruto. The meal is sacrosanct, and that means no pests at the dinner table, not even mice. That did make Naruto chuckle, though as he came into the main dining area and saw the plates piled high with food of all descriptions, he scrubbed the humor from his mind in favor of appreciation of the hard work of the Akimichi clan chefs. How do they do this every night? I've heard of being in love with the job, but even so, to cook so much good grub every night without fail, and without complaint, Naruto. The sudden boisterous shout made him jump and look over simultaneously, though luckily Chuji stopped short of giving his smaller friend a full Akimichi greeting. Instead, one hand engulfed half of Naruto's arm while the other clamped onto his shoulder like a biological vice, the rotund child pumping the other boy's arm up and down like a piston as he went on. Chusen told you'd were back and where you'd been. Sorry it didn't work out with those Uzumaki he mentioned, but never mind. At least we're all glad to see you home again. Anyway, forget that, time is wasting and you're already 2 courses down. Best hurry unless you want to miss out the third as well. Third? Okay, starters, first cleanser. Oh hell no, no chance. Galvanized by the warning and inwardly swearing that nothing, not even the entire shinobi population of Kuma itself, was going to come between him and the fish course. Least of all if that spicy seafood soup he'd become quite partial to was in the offering. It was Naruto this time who took the lead, almost dragging Chuji towards the table though. To be fair, the Akimichi wasn't exactly digging his heels in. 3 months I've been living on wild berries, mushrooms, whatever small game the caravan could catch, and anything else we could beg, borrow, buy or steal. Absolutely no way I'm missing out on one of the main reasons I came home. Make room. The Jinchuuriki backed up his declaration with judicious use of sharp elbows, clearing himself a place at the table, while Chuji, a lot more experienced and nonchalant about the whole experience, simply levered himself up onto an available place. 3, 2, 1, my place now. Man, I'm glad that rule's one of the clan's secrets. If anyone else knew about it, I doubt anyone in our clan would ever keep a seat around our table due to the people we'd be forced to feed. Don't come between hungry mice and their victuals, 'cause we're not very picky about what we chew through to get to them. Some hours later, and up to his elbows in soapy water, scrubbing the used pots hard to honor his hosts for the evening for their efforts on his behalf, much as he'd have liked to repay the Akimichi hospitality in a traditional way. Even Chooser would have had to admit if pushed that it might have looked a mite too suspicious if the Uzumaki was seen continually going into the clan establishments, regardless of his personal feelings on the matter and his longing to tell anyone who'd voice such a concern to take a running jump off a short pier. The clan needed a lot of money to survive, and Naruto being a regular customer might have put off a lot of potential business. Naruto heard someone coming up behind him and looked over his shoulder in time to see Chooser up with another armful of crockery. The Akimichi clan head speaking out the corner of his mouth as he set down the next course of washing up. Hair. The conquering hero returns, eh? Where? Naruto made a show of looking around the sink he was working on. I haven't seen him. Heh, Chooser chuckled once more, modest as well as everything else. You really are a complete package, aren't you, Mouse? Now I'm not modest, just honest, Naruto admitted, voicing the truth as he saw it while reaching for another plate and wiping some of the suds away from the hot water he was working in. If any one of those ninja had even suspected something, I'd have been dead quicker than lightning. I'm not a super nin or anything like that. I'm just a kid with one neat trick and the devil's own luck in being in the right place at the right time. What happened in Kumo? Hell, everything that happened in Kumo wasn't anything but Nerve and Kami smiling on me. Chooser considered this for a moment before, reluctantly, conceding the point somewhat and moving on. True, but they often say fortune favors the bold. They also say the devil looks after his own. Naruto quipped with his typical razor wit, though fortunately he missed the slight wince his comment elicited before Chooser regathered himself and carried on as though he hadn't been interrupted. So, regardless of all else, I've been informed by my peers to tell you that the usual games night is on this weekend at the Aburame place, and you are, for a change, invited to attend rather than gate crashing as you usually do. Naruto was forever thankful that at that moment he wasn't holding a dish or a plate, or anything valuable in his soap-covered hands as the Akimichi patriarch extended the invitation as about the only person he knew more protective of their crockery than the Kukura-loving clan was Hasawada Kishi, and he rather doubted that seeing an item of their collection in hundreds of pieces on the floor would endear him to them much. Swallowing hard, Naruto turned on the spot to face the taller man rather than speak to the side of him, his voice uncharacteristically grave. "You mean it?" Chooser chuckled. In fact, he would have laughed had he not been aware of the risk of attracting too much attention to his discreet conversation as he nodded, and spoke again in his hushed tone. "Of course we all mean it, unit. Naruto, I don't know if you're aware of this, but after the Honorable Hokage declassifies that A-ranked secret regarding your little outing to the mountains, I would stake my clan's larder and everything in it that the story of what you've done and got away with will be one my grandchildren's grandchildren learn at their mother's knee. You've done something most of us are still in a state of shock. It rivals anything us clan heads ever managed to achieve while we were serving ninja, and you're not even in double-figure age yet." Aside from that, the big man dipped his head lower after glancing around to check no one was listening in, dropping his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "We all know you didn't tell us everything that happened while you were gone. Anyone, even a civilian, looking at the way you and Rin sparked off one another could tell you that, so we want the gory details of what happened in lightning. We're all covered by the secret, so you can tell us everything." And Naruto, Chooser's normally smiling face suddenly morphed into a ghoulish mask that put the willies up. "Even a normally iron-willed, or, as the less charitable might have said, iron-headed, boy such as the blonde Jinchuuriki, you will tell us everything." Suddenly feeling very small and inadequate, not an unusual occurrence when stood side by side with an Akimichi of Chooser's prodigious proportions, it had to be said, but unsettling enough to knock Naruto out of his usual comfort zone, it was all the blonde could do to nod meekly in acquiescence, a gesture that made Chooser nod, turn off his frightful appearance and stand back up to his full height. All smiles and affable nature as normal. "Good, glad to hear you could make it," he said, perhaps a touch too loudly to be completely realistic, but no one else in the rear of the kitchen seemed inclined to take the matter further, instead returning to their own chores as their leader turned and walked away to take inventory of the remaining stock, and Naruto turned back to his dishes, still shivering at the sheer presence the big man had put forth, at the same time as make yet another note in his rapidly filling mental diary. One more thing to do, true, but overall, he held the glasses he'd been working on with a dish rag and hot water up to the light and, after a brief inspection, nodded and placed it on the draining board. "It's been a damn good day." That same thought was in his mind the following morning as he looked out of his window, saw the sun in the sky, and, as he stuck his hand out the window to test the tepidity of the air and realized that it seemed reasonably mild, he decided that today was going to be a pretty sweet day out as well. With a bit of luck, loosening the straps of his faithful rucksack, as it appeared he'd gone through a bit of a growth spurt in the 3 months he'd been absent, and was already determining which of his work clothes would suffice for now and which would have to be ceremonially burnt, as they were at last declared too small to fit any more. Naruto casually swung his bag onto his back, picked Slim up from where it rested next to his front door, and glanced at the wooden staff askance for a moment. "Wow, I really must be getting bigger. This thing used to be at my shoulder, now it's chest high at best. Ah well, never mind, it still does its job well enough anyway. Apart from that, it's a nice day. The grounds haven't been gone over for a while, so there should be a real harvest of scrap out there just waiting for me to ferret it out, and I've got plenty of pots to pick up replacement nibbles tomorrow morning after camping out." Yep. The smile on his face was wide and beaming as he let himself out and locked his front door. "Sounds like a good day to me." The positive vibes that had buoyed up his mod continued even as he walked through the streets of the village, and noticed idly the looks of surprise he was getting, though most of these quickly morphed into expressions of disdain or sneering contempt as their owners realized he'd noticed their attention. "Huh, even the Rente mob missed me a bit. Oh well, what was it Atsui told me, that quote from the Nidame Raikage, better to live in infamy than to be forgotten in anonymity. Something like that, so not everything was perfect upon his return, but, then again, was that really such a bad thing? The villagers could curse and spit at him all they liked, but he, and they more to the point, knew who the top dogs in the village were, and Naruto was reasonably sure that should they try to do any more than simply glare harshly in his direction, one or other of the silent guardians of the village would be more than happy to correct their attitudes. Screw them, Naruto thought to himself as he merely smiled at the sight of a mother hastily tugging her daughter out of his path, doubtless telling the little girl that he was a dangerous beast who would snap her in half as soon as look at her. What they think doesn't matter. When I start wearing the big hat around here, I'll make things change whatever the civilians want them to or not. And I'm pretty sure the Inuzuka at least would have my back while I'm doing it. It was a thought that held Naruto in cheerful fettle as he headed towards the gates once more, nodding at the two Chunin guarding the mighty edifice until a sudden call from one of them made his pause and turn around. Didn't realize this sinkhole was quite that bad. Glancing over his shoulder at the source of the call, Naruto turned fully around and cocked his head quizzically as the Chunin folded his arms. Not even a week back here, and you're already off again? Huh? Oh, ha ha, the Jinchuuriki gave his traditional grin as he caught up with the point the ninja appeared to be making. Nah, not quite that bad yet, give it time though. You know how it is. A mouse's work is never done, lots of scrap out there just waiting to be hunted down. And I've got both the nose to hunt it down and a good home for it when I do. I don't doubt it, Packrat, but you'll have to put the hunt on ice for a bit, kid. Word from the big man, the Chunin explained. Naruto paying rapt attention as he realized exactly who the ninja was referring to. He passed a message through to us. The gate guards, that is, last night. Said it was for you and that he needed to see you as soon as your little legs could get you to the tower this morning. Oh, right, that's odd. Usually if Gigi wants to see me he comes over to the apartment. Hope it's nothing too serious. Hang on a minute, that sly old monkey, how did he? He told you to tell me that. How'd he know I was going out today? Am I really that predictable? The Chunin did his best to mask a chuckle, though his shaking shoulders gave him away slightly, as his companion on the gate, slumped over the desk and apparently deep in slumber, gave a snore that sounded suspiciously like a snicker before continuing to drone away merrily. Only to him, kid. The rest of us don't have a clue what you're up to even half the time. Kami, half of us only noticed you'd gone about a fortnight after the event, and that was only because some of us had a card night in the Chunin lounge and we got talking about how no one had seen you around for a while. This news, at least, made the Uzumaki let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness for that. Last thing I need to do now is fall into a pattern and let people suss out what I'm going to do next, he said in relief, pushing his pack up his shoulder and retracing his steps towards the Hokage Tower in the distance. Ah well, let's go see what the old man wants me for. Thanks for the message, guys. Free trade next time? The Chunin chuckled again as he waved the child through the gates he'd just walked out of. Sounds about fair. Some 15 minutes of leisurely strolling, and a few flights of stairs later found the business end of Slim being wrapped smartly against the Hokage's office door, and, upon being granted permission to enter, the owner of said little wooden stick stepped inside with a wide smile that dimmed a little as he saw the office looking a lot less lived in than he was used to. Going somewhere, Gigi? I am indeed, no thanks to you, Naruto-kun, the old man responded, moving around the office with the agility of a man less than half his age as he made a few last checks to make sure all was as it should be. We, the council and I that is, have thrashed out some of the demands Konoha will make of Kumo for the abduction they planned. And you foiled. All that remains now is for me to take them to the Raikage personally. What, you're going to Kumo? Naruto managed to fathom out a minute later, looking at the old man with apprehensive eyes. Isn't that, kind of dangerous, Gigi? I mean, I doubt they're going to want to see anyone from Konoha straight after, well, what happened last week. Despite himself, the Sandaime smiled at the boy's honest assessment of the situation. I don't doubt that either, Naruto-kun, but this time they're going to have to like it or lump it. I'm going there, and I'm going to let the Raikage know of both Mayan village's displeasure following his attempt to kidnap some of my citizens, and yes, under the Konoha charters, Ninken and their pups are classed as Konoha citizens as long as there's an Inuzuka that'll vouch for them. Wow, didn't know that. Filing that tidbit of information away for future reference, the Jinchuuriki tuned back into the conversation in time to hear and field the Hokage's next question. But apart from that, I'm sure you wanted to know why I wanted to see you before I left? You bet I did, Gigi. You don't want me to come with you, do you? Oh no, nothing like that, much as I think you'd make a fine bodyguard, Naruto. That's what I have Jounin employed for. The monkey summoner chortled, imaging the scene in his head, and wondering just how many Cloud Nin would snap their necks double-taking at the sight of the diminutive orange figure walked ahead of the Leaf Village leader and announcing his presence to the Kumo Council, and as well as that I wouldn't, in fact couldn't, run the risk of Kumo getting any suspicions whatsoever that you were the one who sprang both Rinchan and the puppies out of the mountains. You've already got enough targets on your back for the reasons I told you about a few nights ago without adding an Cloud Shinobi to the list of people who might be out for your head one day. Speaking of which, how are you dealing with that news? It is what it is, Gigi, Naruto answered after thinking for a minute. I can't change it. You can't change it, and as long as no one else finds out about it we'll all be cool, though I haven't thought of anything clever to do about the problem Tusan left me with. Don't worry too much about it at the moment, Naruto-kun. Put it from your mind for now, the old man counseled. With any luck the fox shouldn't stir until you've passed through the academy. And even if it does wake up before then, I myself know several seals that would hinder its process, and even then, I'm far from the most advanced fuinjutsu user in the village. Really? To be young and naive once more. Despite himself, Sarutobi couldn't help but chuckle a little inside as he realized his confession genuinely had come as a shock to his current guest. Oh yes, Naruto. Every shinobi has his strengths and weaknesses, as I'm sure you'll one day discover. I myself happen to be something of a ninjutsu specialist, though I do try to hone the other arts as best I can in the free time I have. For some reason, though, Sealing never truly agreed with me. I don't have the flair for it, but anyway, tempting as it was to reminisce, the Hokage realized time was short, and that he had some serious business to conclude before he could leave the village with a clean conscience. Getting back to the matter at hand, I have a few things to tell and give you before I have to leave. Firstly is a warning. While I am gone there will be an interim Hokage running the village in my absence, and I want you to behave while he's around, Naruto-kun. The severity in Sarutobi's usually jovial tone made the boy in question sit up and pay attention as the old man finished. He'll doubtless want to talk to you himself while I'm away, and you'll have to mind your manners while he's wearing the hat. He is an old shinobi and one who was at one time my rival for this post. So no running in and ignoring protocol like you usually do, and, funny though it might be, comparisons between my temporary replacement and certain cartoon characters are not to be made, or at least not to be made where he can hear them. It took a few seconds for the Jinchuriki to join the dots before he hastily had to clap both hands over his mouth, biting back on a snicker of laughter as the reminder of the council meeting came back to him, and he pictured the bandaged man sat upon his judge's seat with a giggle. You mean Mumra, He tailed off quickly at the Hokage's sharp look and tried again. Sorry Jiji, I forgot his name. It'll be Danzo-sama to you, I'm afraid, Naruto-kun. Okay then, Danzo-sama's going to be the interim Hokage? Okay then, nothing I can do about that. But if you come back and find the Hokage tower replaced by a big black pyramid, I reserve the right to point and say I told you so. The thought, as well as the reaction Danzo might have had should the old warhorse hear of such casual slander, was enough to make the Sandaime chuckle for a minute before he regained his former composure. Be that as it may though, Naruto-kun, I'd advise you not to underestimate him, the older man warned before reaching down and picking something off his desktop. His body may be crippled, but I know from experience the mind within is as sharp and dangerous as ever. He'll probably want to talk to you while I'm gone regarding your reward for the ad hoc mission you sent yourself on. Mission? Oh, you meant with the Nin. Wait, reward? Yes, my dear boy, you surely didn't think you were going to come back after not only attempting, but succeeding in a task that would have half the Ambu cadre green with envy under their masks if I allowed details of it to become common knowledge with a pat on the head and a pair of tattoos on your backs, did you? No, a large proportion of the council meeting I was in a few days ago centered on the rewards you were due for the role you had in this whole affair. The council's still ironing out the fine detail, so I won't be able to hand them over to you personally, but I trust Danzo to do that in my absence. I will, however, be able to give you this. At this the old man handed over a perfectly ordinary-looking scroll, wrapped tightly and affixed with the Hokage's personal seal. Not quite sure what was going on, Naruto nevertheless took the proffered parchment gingerly, though before his pinky could break the seal and unroll it the Sandaime cut off the motion with a raised hand. Don't open it here, Naruto-kun. Please read it when you've got a peace and quiet. Something in the old man's tone twanged the finely honed pranking sense of the Uzumaki, and, as he glanced over the table and saw Sarutobi regarding him with a grin, That practically oozed malicious intentions. Naruto both knew that he had been right and that he had no choice but to mirror such an expression with one of his own. On it are details of your newest mission. The scroll almost clattered to the floor as Naruto glanced from it to the village leader frantically, almost not daring to believe what he'd just heard. Really? I've got another mission. Doing what? It's all in the scroll, Naruto-kun, though I'm certain it's a mission you'll enjoy and have a lot of fun with. The mirth in the old man's voice was well hidden but still there as he reached for his hat and placed it upon his brow. Looking to his office door, the actions of the past few months have opened my eyes to a few flaws and I'll need the help of everyone, yourself included, to make sure these flaws are corrected before anything else goes wrong in this village. Still, that's enough of that for now, and I am very glad that you're settling back in well, and everything I've told you doesn't weigh too heavily on your mind now. Then, just before I leave this evening, would you mind accompanying me to a certain ramen stand I happen to know we're both partial to for a little light ramen lunch? Sucking in a breath, as he tucked the scroll away in one of his pockets, Naruto shook his head for a minute as though weighing up his options on a knife edge. I don't know judgy places to be and all that, though I suppose it's not nice to leave the old folk without a minder or two in the middle of the day. Okay, better stop there. Realizing that despite his generally genial nature, the Sandaime didn't take jibes to his age all that well, Naruto immediately reined in his tongue. Remember that. Any old man in a ninja village is likely to be an old man who is fully capable of kicking your ass all the way to Kumo, then turning around and kicking it all the way back, and ramen is ramen, I guess. Yes, Sarutobi drawled at the sudden swerve in tone as Naruto tried to slink his way to the door under his stern but not exactly unkind eye. Just as Rio are Rio, and I'd like to have a few left in my pocket by the time I get to the Cloud Village. No more than 3 bowls, Naruto-kun. Ah, that's just cruel, whetting my appetite like that. You want more afterwards, it's on your tab. Stingy. I'll remind you of that when you're earning your own wage, though hopefully, the village leader promised him half-jokingly, reaching out to steady the door the Jinchuuriki held open for him, and quite grateful that Naruto turned away just as his gaze flicked to the orange pocket that contained his latest request for his future successor. That day will come sooner than either of us might have thought, Naruto-kun. Oh, seeing the boy in front of him suddenly pull up as though remembering something, the Sandaime likewise stopped and waited for a moment. What's this now, Jiji? Unusually there was a troubled look on the youngster's face as he glanced up at the taller figure, apparently not sure if what he was to say next was the right way to go about things, but determined to try anyway. I'm not looking for a specific answer, but what's going to happen to Kumo now? It hadn't been the last thing Sarutobi had considered, but it was slightly unusual. Obviously Naruto was only now realizing the more unfortunate aspects of being a ninja well-versed in subterfuge and infiltration. Many fine operatives in that area had been forced to either retire or be cycled into other departments, following the guilt that their false personas lay at their doors, the masks that they had often thought buried and now tainted with the blood their lies and tales had indirectly spilled returning to haunt them. Determined this was not to be the case with Naruto, and not just because he considered the boy family, even more so than even Jiraiya perhaps. The Jinchuuriki possessed an unerring knack for this line of work that he would be not just foolish but downright negligent not to hone and further encourage. The Sandaime took a moment to think and eventually gave his answer. Well, Naruto-kun, the mere fact you ask this question tells me you have your heart in the right place. Not many ninja would care about the fates of those they use to complete their missions. However, in this case Kumo must pay a penalty for their actions. They attempted not just kidnap, but to actually disturb the balance of power across the entire elemental nations. This is not something that Konoha can let lie because, well, if they get away with it once they could easily think they may do so again and again, until they have stolen all our strength and then look to crush us outright. No, Kumo gambled and thanks to you they have lost. Now they must lose something important to them or face the risk of being the catalyst for another shinobi war. Would they? I do not believe so, and, though I'd never say this to the Raikage himself, I would do all in my power to prevent another war, Naruto. Such was the sincerity in Sarutobi's voice that the Jinchuuriki believed him without further question, the old man appearing flinty and grim as he went on. I have lived through wars, perhaps too many in fact, to wish that fate on any other generation. I must ask though, why do you want to know what risks the Dragon Village now faces? Please be honest now. I will hold nothing you say next against you, and you have my word that it will be held in the strictest of confidence. Put on the spot, suddenly Naruto had to scratch his head all of a sudden. Why had he asked that question, really? He had a vague idea really, but at the same time it was hard to put into words. In the end, he was forced to do the best he could to attempt to answer the old man's questions. Well, I know they did wrong when they went for the Ninken, but that wasn't down to people like the Neichan or the Mei family. Heck, even the guy who did the stealing was only following orders. I mean, I know the Raikage must have stamped the paper, but I can't believe he'd actually want to do something like that. Cloud seemed quite okay without a pack, so why would they steal them? And, apart from that, even if it is the Raikage's fault, it's not fair to punish the whole village for him making a mistake. I don't know how about they're just like us was that close to what you wanted to say. The Sandaime knew he was right. The dropped jaw and bulging eyes kind of gave the game away on that score, and made to explain himself as he stepped forwards through his office door. It is one of the many burdens of being a Kage Naruto-kun, one you'll understand better when you're older. The power of the village against the contentment of the people of the village. The Raikage, if it truly was him who planned and ordered this mission, took a calculated risk to try and increase his village's strength at the expense of our own, and almost, that being the key word here, succeeded. Had he done so, Kumo may have been able to build up a tracker division to rival our own. However, in this ambition he has failed, and his village must pay for his mistake, just like Konoha might do if I were to make a similar miscalculation. However, as you pointed out, it seems unfair for our demands to fall upon the civilian population of Cloud, who are, just like our own citizens, almost completely unaware of the dealings and missions of the shinobi within the village. Indeed, I doubt more than a dozen people in Kumo actually know, or knew, of the mission into Konoha, and it is to those dozen that I must speak and make my demands. This is the way of the shinobi Naruto-kun. It is not glorious or noble, it is mostly about deals cut under the table, often at the point of a kunai and heavily slanted towards one party over another, but it is what is necessary to keep the balance of power stable and peace sustained. At the end of his impromptu speech, the Sandaime paused again, waiting for his charge to take in his words and see if he could come up with a response to the points he had made. He wasn't, in all honesty, expecting much of anything for a child as young as Naruto, so when the voice came, slightly doubtful at first but growing in confidence all the time, it was enough to make him jump slightly and glance down at the Jinchuuriki, who suddenly looked up at him, blue eyes shining with the fervor of someone who has just heard of a challenge and taken up the gauntlet with relish. Well then, Jiji, if that's the way things are, I'll just have to change them all when I get the hat, he declared brazenly, the sudden similarity between the Uzumaki and his more illustrious father so acute it made the old man's heart race for a brief moment. Once more he heard virtually the same declaration, though a little calmer, from the lips of the man who had become the fourth Hokage. I'll find a new way, a better one, so that old people like you won't have to walk such long distances to share hot air. At the sudden jibe about his age, Sarutobi choked on air for a second before regaining his composure and sighing. And you were doing so well, Naruto-kun, down to 2 bowls for you, I'm afraid. Meanie, I though Jijis were supposed to treat their grandkids? Maybe, but we're also meant to teach them to respect their elders, a lesson that unfortunately continues to elude you. But if I ever did learn it, you'd be sending me straight to Tian. I convinced I was an imposter. And take it from me, Anko-sensei's bad enough as a nuke. I sure as hell don't want to get to know her on a professional level. Naruto-kun, that's probably the most sensible thing you've said all day. Likewise, Jiji, likewise. Naruto, rather unusually for him, didn't think about the scroll again until the rest of the day was done and he'd unrolled his lightweight sleeping bag out over the top of the little nest he'd built for himself, just like Fleesan had taught him. It had been a busy day all around really, after leaving Jiji at the exit of Ikirakas, and checking Ayame-chan actually hadn't violently done away with her father for his unfortunate outburst of hysterics the previous day. He'd wasted no more time and plunged headlong into the training grounds, the rough place embracing him like a mother would her wayward son. Scrap, though most of it relatively low quality and useful only as forge fodder, it had to be admitted, was just there begging to be found, and his nose had unearthed plenty of it. So much so that his rucksack was full to capacity unless he wanted to sacrifice the room he'd need to get his captives back to their new home, following the hunt tomorrow morning. As he hopped into the open bag, he felt something jab into his thigh and, quite literally pricked by the reminder, he snaked his free hand down to the top flap of his backpack and fumbled around for his head torch. while the other was preoccupied with pulling the scroll out his pocket, curious about what the old man had meant by his next mission. Guess Jiji must want to start my ninja career early here. Despite his warnings about becoming a big-head, Naruto wouldn't have been able to call himself human had he not felt pride swell in his breast as he remembered his recent accomplishments and what they meant to a lot of people. I'm awesome. Okay then, old man, pulling the head torch over his forehead, where one day the proud sigil on the leaf would rest. Naruto twisted the torch bottom around to let a beam of light fly out and onto the scroll itself, watching on as he broke the ink seal, ready to read the instructions he'd been left. It did not, for the first few lines at first, make palatable reading. What? Such was his profound disbelief that he couldn't stop his exclamation, rearing back in his bed as his eyes went wide, almost unable to comprehend this apparent betrayal by the venerable Hokage. Why? What's wrong with what I do? Why do you want me to stop, Jiji? This better be worth a few more lines banished the bad feeling and cleared the air perfectly, a grin slowly spreading out and stretching Naruto's cheeks as he read on about what he was supposed to do and realized that, this time, he was onto a good and proper winner. Oh yes, this is so going to happen, so this is why you couldn't let the Inuzuka adopt me, otherwise they'd get the blame for all this. But I won't, not when I've got this for permission, and from the big man himself. Nothing they do is going to hurt me. I have so got this made. Okay, got a plan, actually I gotta wait, damn it, you better get back from the cloud soon, old man. The reason for such a threat was the last sentence of the short, clipped letter, written in red ink and block capitals to make sure even in his excitement he couldn't miss the message it spelled out. Regardless of how excited you must be feeling at this time, Naruto-kun, I must insist that you do not commence any plans you might put together to fulfill these orders until I am back running the village. If nothing else, I don't think Danzo's heart could cope with the shock, and if anyone's going to be nailing that old mummy back in his sarcophagus, it's going to be me. The message, topped off with a chibified Sandaime standing on top of a cartoon coffin that had been drawn as though the occupant seemed to have been put inside a little prematurely and was unhappy about this state of affairs, was enough to get the child to chuckle even as he rolled the scroll back up and replaced it in his pocket. Insurance, he told himself, for what was going to happen in the near future. With this and a mind now whirling with sudden ideas and madcap schemes, not to mention the vague, insistent itch in the back of his mind that had been there all day due to something someone had said that he should have made a connection with, but just couldn't see it at the minute, it was very unsurprising that Naruto had a hard time getting to sleep that night. Because of this and a later than usual start, it was a mid-morning before a cheerfully whistling Mouse of Konoha tipped a nod to the gate guards and let himself into his village, accompanied by a bag full for scrap, some 36 scorpions to replace the natural losses his 3-month absence had led to in his tanks, and a big, somewhat malevolent grin on his face that simply refused to go away and left both the Chunin who saw it suddenly and unaccountably nervous. Almost as soon as the shop bell finished ringing, Barazi Utazuka, grey-haired, and with a fraying temper following his latest customer disturbing his attempts to finally catalogue his old stock and rewrite some of the sheet music that had been damaged by a slight leak in the autumn rains, strode from his private backrooms to behind his counter with an expression on his face that showed in no uncertain terms that he was not happy to have been disturbed. This expression did not improve upon seeing the person who'd actually done the disturbing, and a few seconds later a full barrage of the old man's sarcastic humor was flying towards the air towards its helpless target, even as the boy who'd entered blinked through his very small eyes as he was left reeling by the opening salvo. I came out here looking for a customer and find nothing but a mole who got lost in the sun. If you're here scrounging for another lesson, you're flat out of luck. Hashibaka, I already have another student and told you before I don't suffer fools gladly, or even at all when they're as thick-headed as you are. Hi, the youngster spoke, one spade-like hand coming up as though to try and deflect the criticism flying his way. I was halfway to Kuza when I remembered what I'd forgotten to do, and I couldn't exactly ask Chusan to turn the cart around, could I? Anyway, never mind that, you prickly old buzzard, my fingers have danced to the tune of your swagger stick for the last time. Utazuka snorted, remembering with fondness the little willow switch that had wrapped so many clumsy knuckles over the years. It was still spoken about in awed tones over half the elemental nations, but it was how I learned at my father's knee, and I turned out all right. Typical moaning kid's first sniff of pain, dedication or hard work, and half of them run a mile. Got the change to pluck a few strings on my travels, and the family were so impressed they lent me a few notes. How much for one of those old relics I practiced on? Now that piqued the older man's interest, and he dropped some of the scorn from his tone, appraising the youngster in a speculative manner as though seeing if he were trying to pull a fast one before. Satisfied in his own mind the offer was genuine, he answered the query. 12,000 for the cheapest of them, but if you want the ones you don't have to tune yourself you'll need to throw about 15 into the hat. Two thick brown eyebrows rose in disbelief. 15,000? Come on you old miser, you know those things are only held together because the woodworm are holding hands and haven't been dusted. Since the show-dame was a lad, Hashi argued before taking a step forwards, a statement of intent for these aggressive hagglings. I'll give you 12,000 for the koto, 12.5 if you throw in a few numbers for me to practice on. Sakura gets a bit repetitive after time. 13.5. 13 square. 13.3 and I won't drop a Rio lower, take it or leave it. You're already robbing me blind as it is, the merchant's son gave a dismissive snort. Ha, the man hasn't yet been born who could argue you down to a reasonable price, you tight-pursed crow. Fine, I know even death itself wouldn't get you to make a better offer than that. 13.3 it is for the koto and 3 songs. 2 others. 3, but one can be Sakura. Utazuka considered this for a moment before, reluctantly, nodding his agreement. Done. Cash now and wait there while I go and get one of the kotos. Hashi, hand halfway to his money pouch, paused. I squinted together in the expression that had given him his nickname of Moru when he'd been at school. What? I don't get a choice. Utazuka laughed. Ha, I barely trust you enough to get home in one piece. You wouldn't know a decent koto from a poor one if it jumped up and bit you on the nose. You'll get what you're given and be grateful for it. A lot of other people would have paid an arm a leg more than your pittance to own an instrument that I've treated with love, and care for longer than you've been alive. Hashi snorted again, only because you managed to fool them into thinking you've actually got any love and care to give them. At the price I've paid I should be demanding it come with a year's worth of free lessons and a pretty blue ribbon. Boy, you spurn my generosity one more time and I'll give you a blue ribbon all right, wrapped around your neck. And there's not a jury in Konoha who'd convict me either. They wouldn't have a chance. My Karsan would have already beaten you into a well-deserved grave for putting a hand on her precious son. Hashi pointed out proudly before jabbing a pudgy finger over the man's shoulder. Anyway, am I getting this koto and out of your hair forever, or aren't I? Man, that old guy's nuts. Some 10 minutes later, having finally bidden an ill-tempered farewell to the irritable owner who had, in all fairness, given him a rudimentary skill in playing the traditional instrument that he'd improve in his own time when he wasn't having fun with his latest toy, the boy, the owner of the bells and whistles music store, was convinced went by the name of Burakuiru. Hashi staggered back to his own home with his newly purchased koto balanced across his back. Still, won't need to see him again, so that's another mask I can burn out the book. Man, 2 masks gone in under a week, and one of them my deep mask I'm dropping like flies at the minute. The idea made the henged boy chuckled for a moment and, quite fortuitously, his mirth made him look up and over at one of the village sign boards, where one of the brightly colored flyers on it caught his eye. Padding over as quickly as he was able to with his new instrument weighing him down, Hashi squinted at the flyer as it was blown a little by the playful breeze that whistled down the street, freeing one hand enough to hold it flat before his eyes widened as he took in what it was advertising. Reading it hastily and then checking there was another copy present on the notice board, he wasted no time in tearing the green paper down and stuffing it roughly into his pocket, already grinning as he thought of the possibilities for the future. He'd lost his single evening class, following his abdication from his music lessons, but with this, he had an instant replacement, and one what would be hopefully just as useful in the future. Well, he corrected himself, wincing as he realized exactly how anorexic poor Gama-chan was feeling at the minute, having coughed up most of his savings to break bread and make peace with Utazuka after leaving him and the lessons he'd provided in the lurch. It will do, just as soon as I've got a suitable mask to wear for it and enough cash to pay for it. Not a great issue though, given a week or two so then, if I was going to take up a career, or even an interest, in a new hobby, why would it be this one? Despite his bantering relationships with the clan heads, Naruto, like most denizens of the Leaf, did respect the grizzled old ninja who ran the major clans, though his respect might have been a bit more hidden than most people's and, to be honest, seeing what he had regarding the most powerful people in Konoha, it wasn't that surprising that his respect had picked up a hint of tarnish along the way. Nevertheless, as the appointed time at the weekend drew nearer and then finally dawned, it was all the Jinchuuriki could do not to skip along the corridor in the wake of his guide as, following knocking, or at least the Aburame equivalent of it, and being let into the clan grounds, he diligently followed his escort along to the main dining area of the clan. Though nervous about some of the questions he had to ask this evening, for the most part he was actually proud of himself. As far as he was aware, no one else, not even the clan children, had been actually invited into an informal clan meeting. So this was another first he'd managed, first on the training areas, first into the academy. Though okay, Kiba and the others might have piped me there picking up older relatives, but definitely first into a mission. Yep, no matter which way I look at it, I just gotta admit it. As he rounded the corner and stepped out from behind the Aburame escort with a mile-wide grin on his face, a single thought was on his mind: I'm damned good. That thought lasted precisely a heartbeat, after which he recognized exactly who was present, and his brain swiftly substituted good for dead in his mind. The poor, innocent insect-carrying Nin had no idea what was going on as Naruto leapt behind him with a yelp of fear, the Aburame acting as a convenient meat shield against the she-demon that was stalking towards him with murder and rage writ large on her face. Uzumaki Naruto, the words were almost smoking as they left her lips, much like her breath, as Yoshino fixed a terrifying eye on the quavering bit of blonde fluff she could see peeking out from behind the grey coat in front of her, and made an ultimatum. Get out from behind that innocent and face me like a man. No way, crazy dear lady, the boy shot back, safe behind the comforting form of the Aburame, as it appeared the Nora woman's rage had shocked him rigid. Tsumbachan didn't raise no fool. Ignoring the sudden snickers coupled with a yell of boy, from behind her, Yoshino's glare became even more volcanic, and she tried again. Get out of there now, she demanded before taking in a deep breath. Come out, and I promise I won't hurt you much. What is it with women and beating me up? Too much more of this and I'm going to be a battered child. Go lay the smack down on the old man. It was his idea. Hey! As he suddenly found himself left with nothing between himself and where Yoshino stood glowering with her arms folded, Naruto glanced up at the one responsible. Where are you going? Get back here and defend the guest of your clan. Adjusting his glasses slightly, the Aburame, who had so deftly avoided the laser beam look the Nora matriarch had been drilling him with, answered in the typical, rational manner of his clan. Unfortunately, Uzumaki-san, my skills are not sufficient to combat a Nora as distinguished as Yoshino-san. As she is unlikely to seriously wound or cripple you, the only logical option remaining for me is expeditious retreat. To remain where I was merely increases the risk of injury in the unresolved situation. After taking a moment to digest this and what it meant for him, Naruto merely scowled at the undefeatable logic, before glancing up at Yoshino, swallowing hard, squeezing his eyes shut and bracing himself. All right. Since the cowardly custard bugman has left me in the lurch, get it over with. Naruto-kun, okay, this is bad. Yoshino's smile was so sweet it could have poisoned the most hardcore of sugar junkies as she leant down to speak to him in a quieter tone. If you think that just bawling you out is going to be enough, you're dead wrong, you little barker. 8:30, the Nora clan house. You will be there at that time, on the dot, and Kamisama help you if you're so much as an instant late. Got it? I think pretty much the entire Aburame clan and guests got it, Yoshino-chan. From the looks of things, it's going to take axle grease and a shoehorn to prise Inoichi-san out from under his chair this side of midnight. Good. Glad to hear it. The reserved Chunin overrode him as though he hadn't spoken. Stepping past and obviously intent on showing herself out now, she dropped off the message she had to deliver, and Naruto-kun, do not be late. The boy sighed. Wouldn't dream of it. He would have said something a little saucier, of course, but felt that might have been tempting fate a bit too much, so instead, he held his tongue as the Nora disappeared around the nearest corner, and he was left to shake himself down and introduce himself to the table once more. As expected, the eyes of all the clan heads were on him as, after waiting for and getting the nod from Shibi, he took one of the spare seats around the table, sinking down into it with a relieved sigh before appearing to remember something and glaring around the other assembled players at large. Oh yeah, thanks for nothing, you lot, he grumbled, folding his arms at their abandoning him in his hour of need. An angry Yoshino Noro, not the first thing I was expecting or wanting to see when I arrived here this evening, and not one of you was willing to step in and help. I swear for a second there I thought I wasn't going to get to this table alive. And I'll warn you now, pup, one more age crack like that and you sure as hell won't be leaving it alive. Tsum cut in with a low rumbling growl as she glared across at him. Anyway, sit still and shut up a minute. The adults have things to do. Shibi, chuck em around, would you? The Abirame merely nodded at his old team partner, and a second later 6 separate saucers of poured sake were silently moved over the table under the locomotion of a small portion of the Abirame's hive, none of the other clan heads so much as flinching as they each accepted the drink from its living placemat. Even as the destruction beetles flitted back to their normal resting place under Shibi's sleeves, as host for the evening it fell to him to raise his glass first and make the toast to absent friends. At these words, as the clan heads drank, Naruto felt a sense of melancholy overcome him, reminded of the loss Konoha had suffered brought back memories of kneeling before Mila's grave. His cheerful words nowhere near able to overcome the gloom that descended over the deserted tomb shrine of the now-deceased clan as the former members slept away eternity in the grip of the cold earth. The Jinchuuriki breathed in and then let out a sigh, releasing his inner mourning for the time being and turning his attention to happier thoughts, and the nervous questions that burned in his mind before he realized something odd was going on. The clan heads had all passed their empty saucers back to Shibi, but rather than disposing of them they were being refilled and handed back around again by insectile couriers. Naruto was about to ask what the second drink was for, but before he could quite find a way to phrase the question as a polite but interested query, the master of ceremonies beat him to it as the dark glasses of Shibi turned to him and the Abirame, along with everyone else, raised their cup towards him, to new friends. It hit him hard. As he watched the most powerful ninja in the village drain a solemn toast in his honor, Naruto was not ashamed to admit that he had to swallow the lump that appeared in his throat before he was able to give a weak smile and speak again. Thanks, but I just got to say, like I said to the big man over there a while ago. Chooser nodded at the reference but said nothing, allowing the Uzumaki to carry on uninterrupted as he finished. I didn't do anything on my own, it was Rin-chan who made sure we all got out of there. Without that I'd have had to leave the Ninken in Kumo and run for home alone. I'm just, well, lucky, and if you are lucky then we, and Konoha as a whole, are blessed, Hayashi interjected, his firm but pleasant tone not allowing the Jinchuuriki to play down his own achievements. Had it not been for your luck, as you call it, the village as a whole could have been at a great loss, though of course some would have felt the blow harder than others. There wasn't really a lot Naruto could say to this, so he said nothing, instead merely shrugging and watching the glasses be set aside for the last time, waiting for his moment as Shibi stood and reverently passed around the playing pieces for the evening's game. A small bag of different colored dice for each clan head, and, as he opened the bag, the small Kikaichu swarm laid in front of him. Naruto got his second surprise of the evening. Hey, thank you very much Shibi-san, the Abirame merely inclined his head at the Jinchuuriki's comment as the blonde lifted up one of his new dice to better examine it in the light, whereas before he'd borrowed the never-used Ucha dice, which were black with red spots. This new set were orange and their spots were the same shade of blue as his eyes. Does this mean the Uzumaki clan's official from now on? Only on one night a month, I fear, Naruto-san, the mustached Abirame responded, the gesture backed up by Inoichi chuckling as he casually emptied his own dice, the spots carved to resemble the petals of the flowers his clan was famed for, into the playing cup. So if I were you I'd make the most of it, kid, you're burning the night as things stand. The reminder brought everyone back to the game at hand, with a unanimous shaking of dice in cups and a slam as the cups were inverted. Covering the numbers rolled, the game began, each player peeking under the cup to see how many of each number had been rolled. It was a game, like all ninja games were, that relied heavily on deception, chance and outright nerve. Hence Naruto was quite an accomplished player despite his youth, as evidenced when he managed to con Chooser into losing a pair of his dice in rapid succession when the Akimichi made 2 knife-edge calls, and ended up 1 or 2 short each time. As the cups descended for the 6th time, however, the break came that Naruto had been looking for as, after checking off his dice and starting the bidding with a very modest call of 5 sixes, the largest clan head present sat up in his seat and rolled his eyes to the right. Grateful as I am that you remembered what I said earlier, he began, casting a quick glance around the table and checking everyone was listening in. I hope you didn't forget the other matter we discussed. Yeah, Tsume backed up her friend's cryptic remark as she considered Hayashi's bid and internally cursed him for having such an effective poker face. I've told the cover story to my clan so often I'm starting to believe it myself. Now tell us the truth, kid, what really happened with you in Kumo? Once more the center of attention though, perhaps, in a more positive light than in previous times, Naruto hummed and hawed for a moment, tapping his fingers on the butt of his cup as though weighing something up before appearing to nod and look around the table, meeting each of the clan heads eye to eye for an instant before scrutinizing the back of his own hands. Fair enough. You all deserve the truth, I guess, but before I get onto that, there's something you probably don't know yet. After the meeting and the party, he flicked a grateful smile towards his adopted pack leader before becoming more serious again. Gigi asked to see me again, said he had things I needed to hear. He was right, just like always, because of what he said. I know about my heritage, or at least as much of it as the old man knows. Feeling as much as seeing the temperature of the room start to cool as the council of clan heads began to understand exactly what he meant, Naruto cut to the chase as quickly as he could. So yeah, I know about the fox, but more than that, I know about someone else as well. Someone Gigi said to ask all of you about. You knew her better than he did. So this is me, asking all of you now. He glanced up, trying as hard as he could to blink the film of tears from his eyes and overcome the sudden lump that had risen in his throat, as he addressed his last question to the table at large. Who was Uzumaki Kushina, the woman whose clan I now represent here? Who was my mother? He wasn't expecting an immediate answer. After all, it was quite a hard question he'd asked. From what he knew, Kushina had been dead for at least as long as his father had. And since that time, all the ninja of her generation had grown up and into different people, and time had a way of changing everyone and everything eventually. He sat and waited, on tenterhooks, but knowing screaming and pressing for answers would get him nowhere until a sudden pressure on his shoulder made him look up and around to see Akimichi Chusa regarding him with a friendly, almost paternal smile as his huge hand patted the Jinchuuriki's shoulder. Well, Naruto-kun, I'm not sure if this is the right or most respectful way to say it, but the way that, in my opinion, best sums up the Uzumaki Kushina I remember would be the thought that, if she'd been alive to see the results of your foray into our clan houses, her immediate reactions to what you'd done would have gone something along the lines of, "You stupid Gaki, you should have taken photos." Just like that, the thunderhead was earthed. The tension eased as though it had never been there, and the mood of joviality was rekindled over the table. The pensive expressions that most of the assembled had been wearing banished and replaced by smiles, playfully dirty looks, and, in one case, outright chortles as Inoichi backed up his big friend. "Ha, you got that one right, Cho. Uzumaki Kushina was a complete cow, sorry Naruto-kun," realizing that hadn't quite come out in the way he'd meant it. The Yamanaka explained. "I mean that in the nicest possible way, but there's absolutely no denying the fact that when she was in the right mood, or the right temper, your Karsan could either knock the block off anyone or, worse than that, prank and irritate a temple monk to absolute distraction. I think she almost reduced my Chusan to tears of frustration on the times she was invited over." Bless her, he shook his head in fond remembrance, a slightly more devious smirk on his lips as he went on. He next target blissfully unaware of what was coming as the mind walked went on. "Say what you like about Kushina-chan, but you had to admit that every time anyone who was anyone of any importance came within about 50 feet of her, she had the unerring ability to immediately lodge herself right up their nose. Like Quicksilver, he whipped around to spear one of the redhead's usual targets. With a peach the Uzumaki herself would have been proud to call her own, isn't that right, Starch?" Naruto was only grateful he wasn't attempting to eat or drink anything at the time the wince shot through Hayashi as though he'd been skewered by a dart he thought he'd been long safe from. Had that been the case, he was certain he'd probably have drowned from laughing as some of the rest of the table dissolved into helpless sniggering at the reminder of the childhood nickname Inoichi had unearthed. Trying to remuster his dignity, Hayashi didn't respond at first, though this may have been an error in judgment as it allowed someone else to get the first word in. The Yamanaka's teammate not even bothering to hide his shaking shoulders as he made his own admission. "I'd forgotten that one." "Oh, now that I'm not believing for a minute," Tsume snorted in disbelief. "I know you, Shika. The day you let a fact slip your mind is the day the entire Yamanaka clan cuts their hair short and starts acting butch." Inoichi sniffed. "What, take a leaf out the Inuzuka's book, you mean?" Tsume merely grinned. "I says it as I sees it." Fortunately, before the argument could spiral too far out of control, Shikaku was able to turn the debate back to its original axis as he shook his head slightly. "Well, you're right, Tsume. I hadn't forgotten, it's just that Captain Blinked stuck out in my mind a little more." Once more Hayashi gave an irritated twitch and allowed his voice to rise over the sound of the other clan head's mirth, as he looked towards the Noro who'd nettled him. "Be that as it may, Slim, this childish name-calling isn't going to answer Naruto-san's question." Having made that point, he turned towards the evening's host. Shibi-san, I'm certain you kept photographs of our old school year? I did, the Aburame confirmed with a nod, rising up from the table and excusing himself. If you will amuse yourselves for a moment, I will seek them out. No one raised any complaint to this, and Shibi departed. Before he was even out the door, however, talk resumed to fill the void he'd left behind, begun by Chooser once more as the Akimichi reminisced. Kushina, he said with a fair note of fondness in his voice, shaking his great head in remembrance. There's someone who knew how to cool down heaven and raise hell at the same time. Just like you in a way, Naru. It was Kuromaru-san who said it first, but we all pretty much had you pegged as her brat the minute we met you. The Jinchuriki's eyes went wide. You knew? We suspected, Hayashi corrected him, raising a hand slightly before carrying on, and Hokuji-sama confirmed it later that night. He had plans to tell you even then. We were half expecting this sooner, Naruto-san, hence why we were all polishing up our lines and memories recently, right, Panzer-chan? It was Inoichi's turn to glower as his own nickname came back to haunt him, Naruto not able to hide a snort of laughter before Chooser, wanting to spare his friend's blushes as much as anything else, took back over. Anyone who knew her would make the connection. Heck, after our introduction it would have been virtually impossible for us not to figure it out. I'm afraid I don't know. In fact, I'm not sure anyone knows much about her earlier life. She never liked talking about it. But she wasn't born in Konoha. Originally she was Uzu born and bred, though she settled here after the Whirlpool village was destroyed. She was in my class, introduced actually halfway through second year at the academy. Know what the first thing she said was? After hello and her name, I mean? Naruto shook his head and, seeing the curiosity writ large on his face, Chooser smiled and put him out of his misery. She declared, in front of an entire room of strangers, that she was going to become the first female Hokuji Konoha had ever had. The memory, shared firsthand with his best friend at the time Noroshikaku, was one that, like most people, Chooser had originally scoffed at. Who was this uppity foreigner to try and lay claim to the sacred seat of power in the Leaf Village? As time had gone on, however, and Kushina had integrated herself into Konoha society and, later, its ninja ranks as well, the Akimichi had been amongst the first to question whether her dream really was just pie in the sky or if she had a chance of making it happen. The girl who had been the terror of the academy in a way he was certain her son was going to emulate if not surpass had blossomed into a stunning, and stunningly dangerous, Kunoichi, such a whirlwind on the battlefield that even the bingo books of countries that had traditionally looked down on Kunoichi serving on the front lines were forced to give her her due, ranking her as a high A threat. That, however, Naruto could learn later from the history books. What he wanted now wasn't Kushina the ninja. He wanted to hear about his mother the girl, the woman, and, more importantly, how much she had affected the lives of those who had served, worked and played with her. Wow, the Jinchuriki murmured, eyes blank as he pictured the scene in his mind. She really said that? Yes, and had it not been for Minato coming along when he did, she'd have had as fair a crack of the whip as anyone else who wanted the position. Shikaku cut in, shaking his head as he relived one of his most dreaded and feared memories. The mere notion of him attempting to ascend the seat after Yoshino-chan had asked his opinion had been one that made him break out in a cold sweat as he went on. Just as well Shikamaru started kicking when he did, that at least gave me the opt-out of wanting to be a family man rather than Hokuji. He was a genius and would have decimated our just like he did everyone else in a straight fight. However, much like you, Kushina-chan had a knack for making sure any fight, or at least any serious fight she got into, was skewed in her favor. Tell me about it. Gutter fighting doesn't even start to cover it, Tsume admitted grudgingly as she recalled a few memories of her own seriously who went into battle with stink bombs in their weapon pouch. Vicious bitch she was, one of the reasons she's probably laughing in glee as we speak right now. Huh? How come? Because Naru-kun, Kushina, and I almost literally loathed one another while we were growing up, Tsume admitted, a slight snarl on her face as visions of the battles they'd had in the schoolyard and beyond them flared up behind her eyes. As you've probably guessed, she made up nicknames for virtually everyone she knew as more than a stranger. Well, I can tell you now for nothing most of the ones she came up with for me aren't repeatable in present company. I think bum liquor was about the politest, she admitted grudgingly, inwardly plotting a way to wipe that smirk off Hayashi's face as he too recalled some of the legendary spats the two future Kunoichi had been involved in growing up, and now this, you, her son, pack bound to my clan. Yeah, she'd have been laughing for the rest of her life at how all this has played out. Hastily stifling his snickers at Tsume's admission of her old nickname, Naruto thought about this and, after a minute, was compelled to make a comment. That bad was it? But if that's the case, why'd you? Because, the Inuzuka cut in, preempting his question, you're a different person to your mother, and praised the kami for small mercies. But apart from that it's hard to explain, but, taking a few seconds to think of how she was going to phrase her next words, Tsume tried to convey the message in the simplest language she knew. Kushina-ranmei and I hated one another most of the time, fought tooth and nail at the drop of a senbon, and spent lots of our private time sticking pins into voodoo dolls of each other. But despite all that, if I knew she was in trouble, and I mean real serious trouble, I'd have been the first one there to back her up, and she'd have done the same for me, not unlike you and someone else not a million leagues from here, the Inuzuka pointed out craftily, her eyes rolling down just enough to see her Ninken meet her amused glance with his sardonic one for a moment before the eyes shut, and he let out a canine huff. Typical male. Can't bring himself to admit he cares. I can't either, but that's because I've always been the quiet type when it came to feelings, Tsume thought to herself before reminding herself of the more recent past and letting an expression of remorse cross her face, a loss as great as many from her clan once more in her mind as she sighed and carried on. I howled for half a night in mourning when I heard she didn't make it through the bijou attack, and that I think that goes for everyone. Here, doesn't it? There was a mutual glance around the table and a nodding of heads before Inoichi was silently selected to speak and nodded, putting his own words forwards. She's right, Naruto-kun, though Tsume-chan had a more squabbling relationship with her than most people. I think everyone who ever got to know your Karsan would have admitted to feeling at least partially that way. In a lot of ways there's a lot of her in you. You respect no one who doesn't almost literally beat the word into your skull, say what you think and wear your heart on your sleeve a lot of the time. But as well as that, however much we all might curse your name whenever you try and break in where we don't want you, and take it from me, I've spent a lot of time doing just that in the past while warming one of the greenhouse benches on behest of Kunisakoi. There's not one of us who wouldn't drop everything and move heaven and earth to try and get to you if we knew you were in over your head. Sandame-sama had to almost. In fact, I think he did have to forbid some of us from sending our clansmen out to find you when you went missing. Kushina-chan could and did do that as well in almost everyone she met. If she'd survived the Kyuubi and a pox on the monster that took her away from us and you, I think Sarutobi would have had a lot more competition for the hot seat following his reinstatement. The idea of seeing his mother's face, as well as that of his father, on the Hokuge monument brought a lump to Naruto's throat that left him unable to speak for a minute, though fortunately the rest of the table must have thought this was due to him recalling his mother and didn't press him for answers, instead giving him time to recover at his own pace and carry on as he dictated. Recovering his poise and taking his breathing slowly to avoid further emotional outbursts, the last Uzumaki looked over the table at the Yamanaka scion and inquired softly, so, my Karsan was really like that? Yep, probably 100 times better and worse than I've described, but that's about the gist of it, the Mindwalker assured him before glancing across the table with a scathing element in his gaze. Though I blame you for kick-starting that whole nickname thing of hers. What? It wasn't my fault, Chooser defended himself, though his cause wasn't helped by the slightly guilty smile on his face. She really did look like a tomato. Eh? Seeing Naruto thrown completely off track by such a proclamation, the Akimichi explained, it was the nickname I'll take one for the team this time, gave Kushina right after we met her. You'll see why when Shibi gets back with the pictures. But anyway, she must have thought that since we'd given her a nickname, she had the right to do the same, and you've already heard some of her chosen titles earlier. Naruto grinned impishly, even if he was cautious enough to know that he couldn't actually use such titles without risk of getting his teeth punched down his throat for his trouble. Still, it'd be worth it just that once. Wonder what Karsan called the old man. For my part, she called me Dumpling, though only because I was the only one she let use the name tomato around her. She hated anyone else using it. Really? Why you? Because, like most of my honorable and honest clan, when I called her that name I never meant it as an insult, or at least not that often, the large man admitted as, like everyone else, he'd had his ups and downs with the flame-haired and flame-tempered Uzumaki. I got on with Kushina-chan well. She ate with us a lot of the time, especially when she was settling into the village, and she made a good impression on the clan. Tusan even let her call him Bear occasionally. Even my Karsan couldn't get away with that every time. We actually dated, he admitted, trying hard not to blush, as he saw Naruto's eyes swell to cover most of his face as the idea of talking to someone who'd actually had a romantic interest in his mother began to sink into his brain. Just for a little while nothing came of it, of course, but she was always welcome at an Akimichi table. For a moment Naruto was able to say nothing, and Chooser was afraid he'd blown an important fuse or two in his cranial chamber. Maybe I shouldn't have admitted that then? Oh well, he'll bounce back from it, he always does. Nothing came of it, Naruto repeated dully, though life seemed to be roaring back into him at an ever-increasing rate of knots as he looked the Akimichi patron dead in the eyes. Of course something came of it. How perfect is this? I came here asking for answers about my Car-san, and what do I find? What else comes before me? Chu-san! At the sudden outburst, to say nothing of the way that Chooser's face went as white as flour as the miniature Jinchuuriki tackled him from his sitting position, was enough to make several of the assembled break out in mirthful laughter, though it was obvious that not even Naruto believed his own words. It still fell to Chooser to supply the proof as to why he couldn't claim Naruto as his son, much as Chujikun probably wouldn't have minded a brother and Chimeheim would have liked another little warrior to train in the ways of Bushido, as much as those laws could ever apply to a shinobi. Much as I wish it were otherwise, Naruto-kun, there's no way you're an Akimichi, and why not? Naruto demanded, standing up tall in his seat and slapping a fist against his belly, the blow dispersed by the jumpsuit he was still wearing. I have the appetite and I'm working on the heroic girth already. Despite himself, Chooser couldn't help but chuckle as he once more saw Kushina's face imposed over her son. Yep, definitely both got it. Hey, good luck with that if you're anything like your mother, Tsume interjected just before Chooser could speak, something like envy in her eyes as she glanced away. Kushina could eat anything she damned well fancied and never put an ounce of weight on. Bitch, the Inuzuka grumbled, once more reminded of the struggle that she'd once had to control her weight before discovering that training burnt off fat better than any diet or trying to keep up with Kushina ever had. Naruto had to almost bite his lips at this admission, seeing perhaps for an instant the teenager his new Bachan could once have been before Chooser's rumble made him listen to the Akimichi once more, and it made her the envy of many Kunoichi and other women, Tsume-chan included. Green eyes don't become you, Papa-chan. The Inuzuka responded to this with a rude gesture before allowing him to carry on uninterrupted. But aside from that, from what I know, you were born just a few months before my own Chujikun, so for you to be mine would mean I was with Kushina-chan at the same time as being married to Chimekoi. And do you really think I could be unfaithful to my wife? Not unless you had a good head start and lots of bodies between the two of you, no. Naruto admitted before shrugging and retaking his seat. Well, it's still nice to dream, isn't it? Very true, said a quiet voice that almost had him clinging on the ceiling in fright. As his heart rate spiraled down from about 300 beats per minute, he whipped his head around over his shoulder and gasped at the form who had appeared just behind him. Shibi, don't do that. As always, the Aburame gave no reaction save a single raised eyebrow, though Naruto would bet Gama-chan and everything in him, though, he remembered with a wince, that wasn't very much at the minute. There was a smirk present under that high collar as the leader of the insect-using clan handed him a single book, finger holding 2 pages apart and clearly intending the Uzumaki to open it there. That is the best photograph I possess of Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto-san, he informed the boy studiously. Though he was as curious as everyone else to see the child's reaction as Naruto almost reverently laid the book on the table and, after a fractional pause, flipped it open to allow the picture to come to the forefront of his vision. Whatever else Shibi might have wanted to say was lost for all time as everything else faded to grey in his mind. Regardless of what was going on around him, Uzumaki Naruto cared for nothing more and saw nothing more than the face of his female sire as it stared up towards him from the pages, and the old photograph within it. She had his face, or he had hers, one of the two. That was the first thing that came to mind. The girl who stood facing the camera and glaring at it with a determined air about her had the same chubby features he himself possessed, though her cheeks were clear of his whisker marks. By the same token, however, his head was missing the absolute riot of flaming crimson that spilled down past the girl's shoulders towards her waist, arranged in a number of plaits that he could just image would move almost as if they had a life of their own when she was running or playing with the others. She does look a bit like a tomato, he gave a laugh that almost bubbled out of him, unaware that he was weeping until the first few drops of his tears fell on the plastic sheet covering the picture. Hastily sniffing, he closed the book before any more damage could be done and offered it back to Shibi. though Abirame surprisingly held up a forestalling hand. No need, Uzumaki-san, I have other copies. You may keep it for as long as you need it. Oh, okay, Naruto managed, one sleeve coming up to wipe his wet eyes before he looked at the cover of the book once more and silently reached down, placing it under his seat and out the way for the time being as he squeezed his eyes shut before looking across the table again. So, that's Uzumaki Kushina, that girl you all call Tomato, and she's my Car-san? That's about the long and short of it, Naruto-kun, Shikaku admitted, though before he could say anything further someone else spoke up to ruin the somber note of the moment, emphasis on short. You know I could really go off you really quickly, Patches, the Jinchuuriki declared, ducking under the table and scowling at the triumphant expression the massive dog was now sporting as he lay by his partner's feet. Over hearthrug, he'll eat those words someday, Naruto declared half to himself as the other clan heads around the table glanced away from each other to avoid sniggering at his rant. Still, I'll look at those pictures later in the privacy of my own home, away from any snide comments. Until then, I think it's the dumplings bit, is it now? Ow! You're not that much like your mother, Naruto. You haven't the right to call me anything like that yet, Chooser pointed out severely, removing his fist from where it had landed squarely between the moody child's ears. Live through a war and treat me to teriyaki a time or two then maybe. Until then I'll keep it low to start off with. 5-4s. Much later that night, in fact sometime during the early hours of the morning, Naruto was still in his bed and aware, turning over pages of the photo album Shibi had loaned him and equal parts laughing and wiping his eyes, as he saw the antics the now clan heads had gotten up to in their youth. And these are the old farts who tell me not to be such a brat. The thought made him chuckle again as he saw the latest snap and could only image exactly how Noro Shikaku, Chooser Akimichi and an Inuzuka he didn't know ended up sharing the same detention, each glaring into the camera with an expression that stated both defiance and pride in equal measure. Chances are they could have given Car-san a run for her money, they just didn't want to say anything for fear of me spreading it around. Fair enough, I guess. It was a reasonable point to the Jinchuuriki's way of thinking, and, as he chuckled once more and finally put the album to one side, he flopped face first into the pillows and breathed deeply, remembering all that had been said about his mother, and the past as well as a few other facts even the clan heads themselves were in the dark about. Not for the first time, Gigi had been right about not telling anyone about the status both he and his mother shared as a container of the Kyuubi. She seemed so normal, if nothing else that was the one lesson he had taken from the discussions throughout the night. As far as everyone knew, she was a refugee who settled into a new village, and fought for it. Heck, if she'd had her way she'd have been the first ever Jinchuuriki Hokage of Konoha. Now that was a goal to aim at. One Naruto had been pursuing since before he'd found out who his mother even was, or even that he himself caged the rampaging fox. It was a noble and worthy goal, that much was certain. One he was going to achieve through sheer determination alone if any of his other skills let him down. But at the same time he was slightly hamstrung by a problem. His Car-san, who wanted to be Hokage, had he was already outed as the Jinchuuriki of the Fox, and had a very unfortunate reputation because of it, despite the fact he'd never even seen the creature and, hopefully, wouldn't do so for a good number of years yet. It's not like it's a massive problem though, some people are already coming around. That much was certainly true. Even if the vast majority of the civilians hated him, there was no way the clans, least of all the Inuzuka, who had a reputation as being the most hard-hitting and psychopathic ninja of the lot save for maybe Anko-sensei, were going to let sleeping dogs lie if he was hurt or attacked. It's all in the mind really. All I have to do is make sure people see I'm me and not the mind. The fox is in my mind, that's it. Naruto sat bolt upright, trembling as the little voice that had been gnawing at him for days now with a question he hadn't even been sure he was answering, correctly finally forged the connections it had needed and bellowed the answer aloud down his ear. Now at last he had a strategy, a plan to at least approach one of the greatest challenges that would ever bedevil him in his life, not just his ninja career. The Sandaime had started the ball rolling and he'd been right, he should put the fox out of his mind for the time being, but, eventually, he was going to have to go in there and deal with it. When it eventually woke up it wouldn't stay asleep forever, but if I can get in there quick, I can make sure I at least have an idea of what I'm dealing with before that particular storm breaks. Arg, I'm such an idiot. To an internal mantra of self-condemnation, he began thumping his head softly against the pillow under it, repeatedly castigating himself for not seeing this sooner and doing something about it. I should have said something tonight. It would have been perfect just as we were all leaving. Damn it, I missed that shot. I'll have to make a point of asking next time. I know Heim's using me as a release for her through R. Better not put it like that to the chief flower planter. Unless I want to wake up and find my brain started dribbling out my ears and he's planning to use me for fertilizer. Let's say next time we're sparring I'll put the word into her Chusan and see what his professional opinion on the matter.
Go support me on Patreon for more fanfiction that includes adult content as well. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel. Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you.